Well, good morning, Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon here, alongside our meteorologist Maggie McCauley and everybody here in our crew. In fact, I think we should start off with kind of a round robin of folks on this. It's going to be kind of rough day for the potential for active weather. We have folks all across Mississippi here, meteorologists that are spread out, prepared and tracking active weather. Hopefully this is going to be informative, but hopefully this is a day that's not as bad as a lot of our projections have shown it could be. On the far left-hand side there, meteorologist Gabe Maynor, our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, as well as Caleb Edelblut. Gabe is in far north Lee County, Mississippi. Maggie is in over there, Tate County in Senatobia. Caleb down in the Golden Triangle in Starkville, and I'm kind of in, I guess, more north central Lee County here. Just outside the Tupelo city limits. I do want to start with Maggie because what's behind you certainly looks the most interesting. You're also typically most awake this time of day. Let's talk about what you're looking at there. Also, behind the scenes, Gabe, we need to get that push out for one reason or another. The password wasn't wanting to go, so I'm going to see if I can get that going here a second. We'll go to Gabe, and then we're going to check in with Caleb. So our broadcast begins this morning with our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. Good morning, Maggie.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks as always for tuning in with us, waking up with us. I am awake. I've been awake for a while now. For those tuning in Northwest Mississippi, this started off a little bit earlier than the rest of us. We actually saw this wintry precip kind of start to mix across the Mississippi River anywhere between 8 up to 10 o'clock, depending on how close you are to the Mississippi River. Take a look at this MDOT traffic cam up in DeSoto County. I'm taking a look at 55 this morning. The only good news I have really is that there's nobody on the roadways, right? Taking a look at this MDOT traffic camera, but you can still see the overall slick conditions. Can't even see the lines on this side of the road either. So we have seen, I will say, a little bit of a dusting of snowfall as this started, but quick transition into that wintry precip of sleet is ongoing again across the northwestern section of Mississippi. I know you guys have been following us on social media. I said this last night around 9-10 o'clock. Hey, Northwest Mississippi, be where you're going to be for the weekend. This is already starting, and then we are seeing it pour in to the morning. But we've been saying this the last few days. Just because you're not seeing anything this morning, just because you're not waking up and maybe seeing this on your back porch doesn't mean you're not going to be impacted today. We're going to be continuing to watch this this wintry precip, this wintry mix, the potential for ice continue to pour into the area all day long and impacting a majority of us, especially as we head into the afternoon. So not something to mess around with. Again, we're going to be continuing to track it out for you, but you're going to continue to check in with us, monitor your conditions outside. And again, the best way to do that is to stay indoors and watch us. We'll give you these live looks. We'll be showing MDOT traffic cameras all day long. We've got a great camera network provided to us by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. They lend us their camera network. We're going to be able to show you whatever it is that you want to see outside, right? So we'll show you the outside conditions so you can stay inside and stay safe out there this morning. But again, this is just one of those MDOT traffic cameras over in DeSoto County with that light dusting going on of snow. We said this was the level 1, right? And our impact levels, we'll go over that as well. But this was that level 1, that light accumulation of some dusting of snow. But the greater impact is going to be ice, and that's going to be ongoing. Some of us already seeing it. I know Matt and Gabe probably going to show that of where exactly it's going on this morning, but that's going to continue as we head into the afternoon and evening. So that's one of those MDOT traffic cameras ongoing in Northwest. Busy if you're waking up with us here in Northwest Mississippi, Matt, but things are going to get busy for you quickly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's kind of an overview of where things stand here as of 6:42 in the morning. Again, the pink you see behind me is freezing rain, as well as sleet, as well as you heard Maggie say a second ago, some snowfall that's mixing in with this kind of overall batch. And it has been going on much of the overnight hours. As you can see, it does stretch largely from north to south here across North Mississippi. And we're going to get into all our projections and things here in just a moment. There have been some bands here closer to the Golden Triangle. I do want to start with our camera down in Ackerman there. And then we're going to check in with our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, who is outside, kind of in the cold at this point in time, and just kind of get an idea of what it looks like down in Ackerman. Ackerman, again, we've kind of had some of those bands there's some questions as to how far south, how quickly things get interesting on what we're looking at here, and hopefully, definitely, I'm gonna gotta get my little thing here muted. So give me a second here to mute our chat back and forth here. But it does still look like conditions are fairly okay. But that temperature at Ackerman coming in about 30 degrees as of the latest update. So certainly going to have some issues going forward there. And it's one of the last locations that was added to our winter ice storm warning. I'll bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, as far as that is concerned. He's going to go over the current alerts that we do have here across North Mississippi. And Gabe, again, the purple ice storms, we've talked a lot about it. That has been one of the big issues. And unfortunately, those expanded last night, and we're concerned that most locations are going to have that.
Yeah, and Matt, like you mentioned, Caleb down there in Starkville, we'll get to him with the latest in the Golden Triangle, but that was the latest addition to these alerts. If you take a look behind me right there, we do have Starkville in that ice storm warning, along with a good portion of North Mississippi. Now, this is in effect until Sunday at 6 p.m., started last night at 6 p.m. as some of those initial sleet pellets started to come into play, some of that freezing rain, and stepping out there this morning. We were watching it in nowcasting last night, but you saw that liquid fall. Well, I took a step out there on the brick this morning, and I almost fell just because of how slick it was. So don't go walking outside if you don't have to, because some of those concrete surfaces already being affected by that frozen precipitation, freezing with those cold temperatures. And if we look at those right now, of course, we have those current alerts with the winter storm warning and the ice storm warning, but look at temperatures across the area. We're in the teens in far northwest Mississippi with low 20s for a good portion north of Highway 6. Down around Golden Triangle, one note is we are close to that freezing point, and that's going to be a big driver in our forecast, is where that freezing line sets up. And so if this can get established a little bit further south, that's where some of that wintry precipitation, like we were tracking a moment ago, does get down a little bit further south into that area, potentially affecting folks like our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. But where we're looking at right now is, we'll look at power outages later on, but road conditions. And that's one note with this forecast that we're seeing high impacts already. I walked out all the way onto one of the back roads here in northern Lee County, and you could feel on the sides of the roads that glaze already starting to take form. The middle of the road, a little bit better, but more of that precipitation, more of that sleet, more of that freezing rain moving in the coming hours, and that's just going to build on what has already happened in North Mississippi, and with temperatures remaining significantly below freezing in some spots, these travel conditions are expected to get much, much worse. Along with that is power outages. Those not exactly numerous right now, Matt, but we do expect that number to climb as we go about.
Oop, hold on. Wrong button there. Thought I cleared out some of those. I apologize for that. See if we can bring Gabe back in a different way here. Well, we'll get Gabe back here in just a second. So apologize for that here as we'll kind of bring everyone back on for just a moment. Maggie's kind of looking again and trying to get some things set up behind the scenes. So I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. And Caleb, as we're kind of looking what's kind of out and about where you are, definitely looking like we're going to probably continue to have some issues in the Golden Triangle eventually, but things, how they look so far?
Well, right now, we're looking pretty good. We can definitely see kind of the waves and clouds above me. I don't know if you can see it through my camera, but definitely some cloudy and cold conditions out here right now. But I noticed on radar, we kind of do have a band of maybe some freezing rain about to move into our area. But right now we're staying dry, definitely chilly. But I know that freezing rain band kind of moving on through Ackerman, getting closer and closer to Starkville. And I know some people are trying to do their Saturday morning plans. Thankfully, the road's not really busy right now, but also not really having any of that ice on our roads quite yet, but definitely seeing those conditions start to move closer and closer to our area. So I know people have been asking kind of what they can expect here in the Golden Triangle region on if they can go about their Saturday morning plans before hunkering down for the weekend. So we're just curious to hear kind of your thoughts on that, Matt, as far as seeing that freezing rain band get closer and closer on just, you can already see a car moving behind me right now, but just what to expect as that rain band gets closer to us, especially for any of those Saturday morning plans here in the Golden Triangle.
Well, again, I think one of the questions is exactly what that is producing. And I think that's one of the things we can answer, again, using that camera network. And also folks at home with ground truth there on exactly what you're seeing on the ground. That certainly helps out. Caleb, there in the Starkville area, again, sort of watching and waiting. Thankfully, appreciate that. Caleb will again be checking in with you quite a bit this morning. So we do have a camera there on the western side of Starkville, and we'll kind of look at both that camera and our camera in Maben to kind of get an idea on ground truth on what this is kind of producing at this point here in western Oktibbeha County. So we're again looking there closer to the Starkville area. A couple spots we'll look in town, Starkville and Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras. Those are all in good shape at this time. West side of town, we should be kind of in that band that is moving in with this shot here. Again, we're looking toward a roadway down toward the ground to kind of see if travel is still okay. Don't really see a whole lot of significance out of that particular camera there. Yeah, so not a ton showing up out of that at this point. Let's check Maben here as we look kind of back a little ways on this. And again, for folks behind the scenes here at our different broadcasts, y'all wave me down when the time comes, and we'll talk to the ones of you that do have the different things as well. Caleb, by the way, you can probably go inside for a couple minutes here before we come back to you, so you're not just standing outside nonstop. But wave me down when you have something of importance there. But it looks like cameras there in the Maben area are largely looking okay at this time. But again, we're kind of at the beginning of this. But this does show up at least somewhat heavy, because when we look at the kind of rainfall rate on this, and again, I think the rainfall rate might be one of the best ways to describe this, because if this is ending up to being some kind of freezing something or another, well, that's where you're going to have some hefty rainfall amounts. And look, this could be as much as an inch or more per hour on the rainfall rate, but it's not going to spend an hour over you. It might spend this heavier band there about 10, 12 minutes or so. So you're slashing that by a sixth if it's 10 minutes. And so the accumulations end up being not quite as heavy. Again, we're going to come up north here, and we're going to look at, again, some moderate icing that has been a little bit more noteworthy and consistent farther north. We have that consistent, those values showing up with some, what looks like snowfall near the Tennessee state line. I'm going to bring Maggie back in here for a moment. And Maggie,
Yeah.
you're looking at these Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras. Where we're looking at behind you there.
Yeah, okay, so look at this. This is on State Line Road, so a little bit further north, right, than we previously looked. We were looking more central to DeSoto County on 55. Closer we get to that Tennessee state line. Again, this is just right across the Tennessee state line here in Mississippi and DeSoto County, more snow. And you can see even some folks out on the roadways. You can see where that line has been, where cars have been traveling out there this morning. Folks, hopefully essential workers that have had to get out on the roadways. Travel looks okay right now. I'm not saying it's going to be later in time, but looks like a little bit more than a dusting of snow. The closer, again, you get to Shelby County, the closer you get to Memphis, a little bit more snowfall over there on 55 on State Line Road over in DeSoto County. So continue to look through these cameras, just seeing where things are setting up a little bit different. We knew that the snowfall was going to be mainly to our north, a little bit of a dusting further north that you go. But the main impact that we're going to be talking about today is the further south that you go, and that's going to be the icy conditions that's going to make these travel disruptions a lot more likely. As you can see, people, again, already out on the roadways this morning on 55, heading up and down from Memphis up into Mississippi or down into Mississippi as well. So that's another look at one of those MDOT traffic cameras, a little bit more snowfall. I know this is what everybody kind of wanted to see. This is just not what's going to be happening as we head throughout the day, right? We're going to be seeing more of that wintry mix that will cause more ice and travel disruptions. I'm taking a look at what's been submitted in our app. Of course, make sure to keep submitting pictures, right, Matt, through the day on our app. We're going to continue to show those looking more like icy situations. I'll be looking through those in the next few minutes.
Absolutely, of course. The Mississippi Live Weather app, if you have not downloaded that, a valuable tool in this situation to kind of show and talk about that kind of information there. I'll put the QR codes on so you can get the app, again, free and available for all those different devices. There's a place to submit pictures on there. That is Gabe's primary job today, is to show those pictures as well. Well, Maggie's job and Gabe's job kind of working together to do that. I do see that Gabe has something there from social media coming in as well, if he can hear me. We'll go ahead and pull that up full screen, and when that's up full screen, we will talk about what you were looking at there. But again, where we're kind of tracking, again, this is that kind of mix. It's gone back and forth, the snowfall up here near the Tennessee state line, looking at accumulations. And again, these are all going to be kind of guesstimates on accumulations. The 6-hour snowfall, it has some decent amounts showing up here on our projections, possibly up as much as 3 to 4 inches over the course of that time, just northwest of Mississippi. And this says up to 3 inches. Before I go any further here, I'm pull down that about the QR code. I'm gonna bring Maggie right back here for a second. I want to get her guesstimate on what we're looking at there. Maggie, you're looking at a pretty decent camera. Is 2 or 3 inches, is that overestimated? Like, I think again on the hill there, it's not right. I think it's overestimated, but I think an inch or so.
Yes, I think it's a little much. I think maybe like dusting to an inch is a little bit more likely. Now, the further north you go, maybe outside of Mississippi, yes. But looking from my backyard this morning here in Tate County to this, that's looking like a little bit much out there.
Well, so how much do you think you have in your backyard?
I need to go look. It's not measurable. It's like a dusting.
Okay, so I mean, if I kind of get out of the way for a second, that's about what dusting is about what our system has here. I mean, it shows about 1/10 of an inch for you. Okay, so if we go up here, so where exactly was that? To make sure I got it exactly right. That's State Line Road.
It's just north of South Haven. I mean, it's in South Haven. It's right on that line. So what is that? Okay,
that's about 2 inches or so, maybe. Yeah, so maybe overdone just a little bit on there. We're trying to calibrate what this is from real reports. And again, if you have reports to give us, send those in. We appreciate that as well. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, there. And you can join the conversation as we are talking about this morning. That conversation on, again, watching from Caledonia, appreciate that, and Corinth and everybody here across North Mississippi. Talk about that freezing rain tapering on and off there in the locations in and around, where was it? Get that right a second ago. Sunflower County this morning as well. But outside of that, we have not had, again, a lot of reports. If you're up there north of, in Corinth or north of Ripley or north of Ashland, north of Holly Springs, we'd like to hear from you and what you are seeing. We're also going to be, again, watching that chat behind the screens, behind the scenes on that. But rain and sleet reported in Hernando at this time. Appreciate Grenada and everyone down there from watching. Okay, we promised some reports. This is going to be from our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. And Gabe, again, as we're kind of looking at what you have there, where are we looking with that social media report?
So this is in Myrtle, New Albany area, and this was actually, if you look at the timestamp right above my head, 7 hours ago. So this started earlier on. I mean, what is 7 hours? Close to midnight. That's kind of lining up. It's actually started a little bit earlier than that over there in northwest Mississippi where Maggie is. But what you're getting is some of those sleet pellets there on the surface, and the fact that it was already starting to basically remain in place shows that cold air, it was already in place last night, allowing for it to stick around. So some of those sleet pellets, of course, blanketing those roadways, and so Maggie's talking about that snow. It's really like that mix right along parts of Highway 30 and things like that, just because you have that sleet, you have some of that freezing rain, and you also have some of those flakes mixing in as well. Got several reports from up there last night, and it did show a few flurries trying to mix in. I would say that's where that snow could potentially move in across the Tennessee state line, but over there in New Albany, definitely showing some sleet pellets. And a big thank you to Kendall for submitting this photo, and feel free, yes, submit it through the app. That is always number one. But just any way that you can get us those pictures, we'll be sure to showcase that. Have a picture and video coming in from Batesville, working on that behind the scenes, hopefully getting that for you here in just a moment. But that kind of shows that blanket over those roadways. And we'll take a look at that in more detail here in just a moment, Matt.
Okay, appreciate that. Gabe, also, we need to double check to make sure that mic is connected again, because you sound like you're kind of in a tin can there. So we will double check that after we get off that shot. Hopefully we'll get that up and fixed by the time we get back there. It's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Appreciate him reporting. And actually, I'm going to bring us into the digital room-to-room weather center here for a moment to talk about kind of part of this setup, and that is that we have, again, a variety of different types of precipitation that are occurring out there. In some cases, it's rain. That's what Caleb is watching for the Golden Triangle. How much of this is melting completely to rain, or is it even? For a lot of us, especially early on, it has been freezing rain, but there's going to be warm air aloft that's trying to eat into our precipitation, and so that type might change over to sleet, which is where there's a deeper cold layer and it tends to refreeze. And as we've seen near the Tennessee state line, we have had some snow out there, but we expect the majority of us are going to spend the majority of this event in these three different types of frozen precipitation there. sleet, freezing rain, and rain, all a possibility over the course of today. I'm going to go ahead and show you again our peak impacts as we've been talking about all week long. And really, this is more about 48 hours. We've had this exact graphic on here on what to expect. And I think we still believe it to be the case. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and bring a round robin of everybody up here so that we can talk about this for a second and everyone can voice their opinions on this. But when we're looking at the different threats there on that, on the what to expect, how's everybody feel about that? Do we still kind of agree that is reasonable on the positioning?
I think so. I was
Yeah, I
looking at
would.
some
I
models
would.
this morning, and I think they're still all hinting at that generalized area. Again, I think the main question is, though, who within that area gets that 1 to 2 detrimental ice accumulation. But yeah, I still agree with what we've had the past 2 days.
Yeah, how hard
And that
is
freezing
it?
line is still the question.
Say again?
I was just to say that freezing line is still the question that is the most concern for me. You know, how far does that dip south, and does it reach all the way down there to Starkville with Caleb?
Yeah, exactly. He'll be in that band here in a couple minutes. Caleb is also kind of helping us to kind of repost some things. Here in a couple minutes, what we're going to do is we're going to kind of reset things here because it's 7 a.m. And so we can just kind of give a good run and start over and show folk kind of everything that we have. So Caleb, I think here in just a minute after we get off this shot, we'll kind of head outside and we'll kind of revisit this shot here in just a second. But I think we're
Perfect.
all in general agreement then that there's a pretty good chance that this is still the peak zone. And then now we start refining who gets those maximum amounts. Because I know even as meteorologist doing this for a long time, it's really hard for me to even fathom the fact that we could be talking about accumulations not just in excess of an inch, but possibly in excess of 2 inches of ice before this is all said and done. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We are tracking the potential for ice that is debilitating, that could cause power disruptions, and that could stick around for a few days because while it's occurring now on Mississippi Live Weather Radar, do have ice and all of the treacherous things that go along with it. We have had at least some reports of snow near the Tennessee state line, and we do expect that road conditions will continue to degrade from here. I have this in kind of our regular precipitation mode here on Mississippi Live Weather Radar. Typically, the way in which you handle, just from a meteorologist standpoint, you handle snow is you put it in this mode here, where it's what we call clear air mode. Let me get it right. And so you'll see there's a lot more that shows up on that shot than what we showed on the first shot. A couple things that I can instantly say on this shot here is we do have some spots where, see where it's kind of heading out. I always say it kind of has a fuzzy look to it. That tells us that what we have down here toward Louisville, this is all starting out as snowfall aloft. It kind of has this elongated sort of look to the way these are. So this is all snowfall aloft out here in Reform, Alabama. It then just comes back to that freezing line, to those temperatures, to exactly how cold it is. And unfortunately, the answer could be cold enough. If you're just now joining us, we have all the members of our broadcast crew spread out across North Mississippi here so that we can show you what's going on from a number of different angles here. I'm going to go ahead and pop up the three of us that are inside here for a moment. That would be our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, and Gabe Maynor, as well as myself. And we'll talk to Caleb outside here in a minute. Guys, I mean, full disclosure, I overslept my alarm. So we're going to look at the models and everything with this right now. But I would say that, in my opinion, looking at this in the short period of time that I have, this looks to be, on how heavy some of these bands are, maybe overperforming a little bit. Is that a fair statement?
I think so, especially this morning, taking a look at different cameras, especially some ground truth that's been going on outside. You're good. You're good. But things definitely have picked up earlier this morning than maybe previously expected. I know we were expecting these bands and heavier bands to move through in the afternoon. However, they have pushed in a little bit earlier this morning for some. Take a look behind me. This is a Forerunner windshield, Caitlin's Forerunner windshield. She sent us this in. She says, my Forerunner windshield resembles a church glass window this morning at the Walmart distribution center. I believe that's over in New Albany. So some of us, again, essential workers having to get out there. Walmart, some grocery stores, I guess, trying to stay open as well, including the distribution center to get folks what they need. And folks that do have to get out, start early so you can go really, really slow, and also so you can defrost some windshield situations as rain and sleet already sticking to windshields, which makes for dangerous conditions overall for roadways, but also for your cars out there this morning. That's going to be adding to the travel disruption for folks that have to get out and about this morning. But that's another look that I was just keeping my eye on, Matt, and looking at the different pictures that are submitted. Already some ice, kind of popping up on people's windshields this morning. So definitely keeping an eye on that with those bands that move through.
Okay, that's our meteorologist Maggie McCauley there in Senatobia, kind of tracking this. And you referenced this a second ago, the ice on the windshield situation. That's showing up on our cameras there in Blue Springs as well. So New Albany, again, we have that glaze out there. We luckily do not have a whole lot of folks showing up on the interstate. So as we kind of look out here back, I guess this would be sort of looking toward the east. So this would be the westbound lane. You might have seen for a second there some reflection just on that roadway there. God bless that person. Hopefully that everything goes okay for them. The roads are, when you're talking about temperatures around 23 degrees, and you can clearly see that at least on elevated surfaces there, at least one of those cameras, I believe this is the north-facing camera. Yeah, this is the north-facing camera there. That's already iced over there. So elevated surfaces like bridges, like overpasses, those are the first to ice. And unfortunately, that icing is already in the process of occurring. You look at New Albany here. Again, one of those kind of heavier bands has moved through in the last few minutes, moving more toward Guntown there and Yeeville and Locum and working its way eastward. So continuing to track, again, this kind of heavy band of kind of a combination of probably some sleet, but maybe primarily freezing rain that's working its way east. With that, and going to continue
definitely some good news here in Starkville and good attitude, I would say, as we continue pushing into the frigid weekend ahead.
Okay, that's our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there. Okay, that's our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut joining us there. Apparently, our feed was locked up for a little bit, and I don't know how long.
Okay.
I wish I would have paid closer attention to the chat here in a minute. So we're going to go ahead and reset things here behind the scenes. Hey, y'all, I need you, at least one of you guys, to have the chat on occasion, or not chat, but the video on occasionally, just to check to make sure something like that doesn't happen. I apologize that I didn't notice that. I just happened to look over at the chat while Caleb was talking about this to see that there. So I'm not sure exactly what happened with that. But we'll figure that kind of stuff out. That's one of the first times I've seen something like that happen. So hopefully that's not a sign of things. But so I'm going to go and bring everybody back on camera here for a moment, if I could, so we can kind of do a round the horn reset. Since apparently we were locked up for a minute there. So I apologize again for folks at home. I don't know what was going on with that, but we'll go ahead and we'll try to be careful. And Gabe, we might just be doing the pictures just solely on your computer back there as opposed to trying to get them through the switcher. So we're not just taking one last thing out of it. So let's bring everybody back in here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, Maggie McCauley, and Gabe Maynor. Caleb is in Starkville. We're just talking about, the Starkville bubble. And you can go to Iuka, you can go to Houston, you can be in here in Tupelo, and everyone's going to say, well, it doesn't happen because of, as we all know, that's not real. But luckily, hopefully, most folks have effectively prepared for all of the different threats. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, on that. And Gabe, as we're looking at these threats here, obviously you have that behind you there, the ice storm warnings that you're talking about. Those impact almost every single location. Gabe, you're on camera, just so you know. What are the locations that we're talking about with that?
Yeah, so ice storm warnings extending from the Golden Triangle all the way north into Tishomingo County, into as well as parts of Marshall County, and just basically right along I-55 extending further south. Now, this does include parts of the Jackson area, so this does go into southwest Mississippi, but nonetheless, this is just a very unique setup. Like Caleb said, it's one situation that you just don't live in too often. I would say the one that's comparable for me is back in 2014, and that was over a decade ago. So we're continuing to watch this as we get into our Saturday and into our Sunday, as these threats do continue throughout your entire weekend. So you may walk out there right now and think that there's nothing there. So what's the worry? Well, we're just getting things started, making the forecast. You can see that starts off a little bit more scattered this morning, but all those chances becoming more widespread by the afternoon and becoming more impactful as a result, especially with temperatures sitting well below that freezing mark. I think that's been the big driver with our winter forecast, is the fact that we're turning a little bit colder than what models originally anticipated. We did see that extend a little bit more southeast as we've gone about the last couple of days, and this kind of lining up with that same intention of maybe things are cooling off, or that cooling trend is taking place. So as we get into our Saturday, that's one of the things we're watching for, is that freezing line. We've mentioned it a couple of times now. Where that exactly sets up, folks, northwest of that freezing line, going to see significant impacts. Southeast of that line, maybe more of a rainfall forecast. So that's what we're paying attention to. But nonetheless, if it falls as rain, falls as freezing rain, falls as sleet, or even if it falls as flakes, that's all going to be impactful in the forecast ahead, especially with some travel impacts, because below freezing temperatures in the extended forecast going to allow anything on those roadways to kind of gloss over. And looking outside as I went about this morning, just kind of taking in what has already happened, you can see that sides of the roadways are already getting some of that glaze there on the sides. The middle still drivable. I can still feel the pavement, but I'm not going to lie, I stepped foot on the front steps and immediately slipped, and that wakes you up pretty quickly. So we're continuing to monitor those conditions behind the scenes. Now, one of the things that as we get into our forecast is the fact that wintry precipitations are already in place. That mix is a question in regards to how that mix is in place. And a lot of those peaks that show up, it could be a distribution of 60% freezing rain, 20% rain, and 10% or 20% sleet. So that mix is a question in regards to what's making its way to the surface. We do have a video in the system, and I'll work on getting this just on social media from here on out, Matt. But over in Batesville, it does show some of that mix on top of those roadways, showing that the blanket is already starting to take place. It's thin, but nonetheless filled. So there you're getting a look. This is Bailey Ray Turner in Batesville, Mississippi. And you can kind of see earlier on, and we can cycle this through again. So earlier on, it showed that blanket there on the roadways and that sleet bouncing off of the vehicle right there. And look at how much it's starting to accumulate a bit. I mean, these are still light pellets, but nonetheless, you're getting a clear as day indicator that it's starting to build just a bit. And that's on a colder surface. But even on the roadways, look at that white roadway there in the distance of Panola County, getting into the driveways as well. So all of their cars are parked. It's where they need to be. Heading into our Saturday plans. Don't go outside if you don't need to. Travel, hazardous, power outages, almost expected getting into the afternoon for some of us. So impacts are on the way if they're not being felt already.
Okay, so meteorologist Gabe Maynard in Lee County again, going over kind of the overall impacts from this event. I'm going to bring Maggie in here again for a moment. Again, you're looking at some pictures here coming in from various sources. What do you have there as of 7:15 a.m.?
Yeah, I want to show you this video first. This is coming over in Alcorn County. My mother-in-law, Robin Brand, sent this to me this morning of their driveway, which is all gravel. This is over in Glenn, Mississippi, if you want to be really specific. So driveway's already not great this morning, especially the further you are to the Tennessee state line. Yeah, you could have seen that little bit of glaze of some snowfall. Here's a look as well as at another windshield. Again, looking iced over. So a sheet of ice on this vehicle over in Water Valley. This was sent in to us by Alana this morning. So not great conditions out there for folks that are trying to get out and about again. Gabe said that with driveways, vehicles not looking great already this morning, and it's 7:16 a.m. and we got a whole day of this to go. So definitely not looking great out there for some folks already this morning, with ice already starting to accumulate, getting on vehicles, getting on driveways. We know it's probably going to be getting on roadways as well. So definitely keeping our eye again on all these cameras and pictures that sent in. Please continue to send them in through the app. We're going to continue to show them around North Mississippi as you send them in. We'll also again look at those cameras as well. But that's just another look at overall the vehicles and the impact this brings already early this morning. That's why we were telling you yesterday, know where you're going to be this weekend, because for some of us, this is what we're waking up to. Not everybody. I know we talked to meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. He's looking good to go in Starkville for now, but that's probably not going to be the case until this afternoon and this evening. So we just encourage you to continue to know where you're going to be throughout the day. If you do not have to get out and about on the roadways, don't, for the safety of yourself and your family and of others around you that might do have to get on the road out there this morning. We're all where we need to be. We're going to be sticking there through the day ahead. So any updates, Matt, I'll make sure to send them your way.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, again, tracking things here across North Mississippi. And Gabe, we'll double check that microphone here in a second after I'm done kind of going over some things here. We're going to take a brief break here as part of our continuous coverage. When we come back, we're going to be looking more at, again, the forecast element of what's going on. Ice is falling, more is on the way. If you can still move around, you're one of the lucky ones. But there will be more issues going forward. Tracking the very latest on that as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Okay, you're watching Mississippi Live weather here at, this would be about 7:19 a.m. on this Saturday morning. We are tracking icing potential that will continue as we go throughout the morning. I want to start this off here looking at future icing, and this would have been the overnight update on this coming in through our HRRR model, one of them that we've talked a lot about here. And that icing, again, showing up significant and fairly widespread with pretty hefty numbers for a lot of locations. We don't have as concentrated a band. This would have been, again, the run that came in, technically launched at midnight or so. Those numbers, not particularly pleasant, are they? But we're going to look over now the newest, the absolutely newest of newest data coming in as far as this particular projection is concerned, the 12Z, which would be the one that pretty much has just come out here. And I don't know if we're going to have a ton of data that's fully come in on that. It looks like, I wonder if that's still the 12Z might not all the way out yet. So we'll do, again, a short range. This won't get us to the end of the event, but this will get us ice from for the next 18 hours to kind of just to partially see if we're talking about similar target locations. And so again, this is not the whole event. This is just between now and basically midnight tonight, and there will be heavy icing after it. So this is only the next 18 hours, and unfortunately, we're going probably the next 30 hours possibly before we're done, unfortunately. And so similar locations to where we've been targeting with those heaviest icefall accumulations. Been talking again about this zone for days here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Again, join the chat, the conversation. Appreciate you all in Prentiss County, all locations around the area. Morville drove the Toyota, roads were okay. Great to hear that. I'm hoping that's the case on your way back there. Black ice in Boonville, roads are getting slick. And sleet covered roads there in Kossuth. Again, a lot of folks, watching us on Facebook, on YouTube and X. That's where, again, the conversation is going on. Probably the easiest way, again, to find us wherever we're at is using the Mississippi Live weather app. Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras. And again, we'll look at a few other things on the timing of the rest of this here in a second. But Maggie keeps catching my attention with what's going on there on those cameras. And that's not friendly, and that's the reason why a lot of folks in Northwest Mississippi should not be traveling. Right, Maggie?
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to show you one of the folks that got the winter precip the earliest last night. This is over right into Coahoma County. This is looking at the Mississippi River Bridge on 49. Again, this goes from Helena, West Helena, Arkansas into Coahoma County. Overall, not looking great out there this morning. Doesn't look like it's been traveled, so that's some good news, at least. People not getting out on the roadways out there, at least within this bridge this morning. And you can just see that pack of or layer, I guess, dusting of snow that has taken place. Again, this is one of those places that got everything a little bit earlier than everybody else. So seeing a little bit more accumulation in terms of that dusting of snow out there this morning. Wanted to show you this because that's one of the places we don't want you out and about this morning, on these bridges that can get iced over and stay that way a little bit earlier than the rest of our roadways. Elevated surfaces, we got air moving above and below the bridge, making it colder than your actual roadways. So definitely some of those areas we encourage you to not be on this morning if you do have to get out and about. And that's one of those MDOT traffic cameras way off in Northwest Mississippi, about as far as north and west, especially as west you can go over in portions of Coahoma County. Just kind of wanted to highlight there in those MDOT traffic cameras. But we're keeping an eye on all of the roadways out there for you this morning, so you don't have to. So I encourage you, don't get out and about. We've gotten a lot of pictures. I'm going to show some more as well coming up, of course, in the next few minutes, of cars and pictures from your car. I hope you're an essential worker if you're having to get out and about, because conditions could deteriorate rather quickly as this ice continues to fall. So definitely keep an eye out there on the roadways and the potential for that ice accumulation out there as well. But if you step outside, step in your backyard, we encourage you to keep sending out your pictures this morning. I don't encourage you to get on the roadway so you can send a picture. But again, your backyard is going to be just fine. Your front yard as well. Any roadways that you're seeing maybe from your home, we're more than welcome to see those pictures to know what's going on across the area. But that's just one of those looks, Matt, way over in West Mississippi at a bridge that hasn't been traveled through this morning at least. So that's some good news.
Yeah. Thankfully, there has not been travel on it. You know, it'd be scary if there was. That's for sure. Again, that's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, and you can kind of see behind me here, Mama Justice Doppler radar showing this kind of heavier band that they've had. That's where that bridge is, and that extends back here, Sardis to Batesville and Oxford. We have not done a full tour of the cameras. We're not going to hit every single one, but I think we are going to, again, go for that camera there we were looking at, to one of the cameras that had some icing pretty quickly last night, and the roads rough looking there in Crenshaw. The temperature 23 degrees, and this is one of those issues out there that there is a lot of cold air, dense cold air near the surface that's really going to kind of enhance how these temperatures are. And Gabe, by the way, one of the easiest ways might just be to pull up a bunch of different tabs, like right click and pull up the tabs as you can, just note the information. That might be an easy, efficient way to kind of get that on the air there. Caleb, also behind the scenes, we're going to kind of run point on this for a second. You can possibly log off and do some of those screenshot alerts that we're talking about here. The idea being, I think we'll probably hit you somewhere between 7 to 7:35. You can probably hear me behind the scenes while you're doing that. You can leave the shot open and do the screenshots. I would plug your phone in, make sure it stays charged, and that goes for everyone else at home as well, to kind of plug those phones in, make sure they stay all charged up. But as we slide over to Batesville, as we're kind of checking out those roadways, I mean, there's nothing friendly about that one in Crenshaw and Batesville. It's kind of the same issue there. Visibility is bad. Travel is likely really bad. Do not be getting out on the roadways unless you absolutely have to. And even then, obviously, we have some serious concerns about traveling in this situation. I'm pulling up that Batesville camera. I'm going to kind of widen things on out to get kind of a generalized overall sense. Of course, you do see some folks on the roads there. And listen, I'm not your daddy. Or I guess I should say I'm not your mama, since Mama Justice is one of our sponsors. So, you don't have to listen to me, but I can tell you that the reason we can't view out of that is because of ice on the lens there. And we are at the infancy of an event that's going to have a lot of issues there for a while. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for pairing up with us here on Mississippi Live Weather to be able to show you this. I'm pointing this back toward the tower for a moment. I'll see if you can kind of catch it there for just a second. How the icing is primarily on one side of that tower at this point here, again, with the direction of the wind. And we've got a lot more icing to go. Hence the reason why all the disruptions that are possible out of this continue to become more plentiful as we go throughout the day. Unfortunately, we're going to have kind of a firsthand look. But if you woke up this morning and said, it's not as bad as they said, it's because it's not there yet. It's going to take time, unfortunately. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here. And again, we're going to go through a lot related to this here in just a second. And so, Gabe, looking kind of at what you have there, again, from social media, it's those elevated surfaces that end up seeing the icing, seeing all the issues first, right?
Exactly, and concrete as well, just absorbing all of that moisture. And whenever it absorbs that moisture with temperatures being below freezing, that's where you get that glossy, even a thin layer over the top of that concrete can be impactful just trying to walk on it. But this was a video submitted by Jeff with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. And as we kind of look at what he's seeing out there, we're getting a lot of sleet that's over on some of those tables right now, and even getting onto the ground as well, some of that, again, concrete surfaces. But it's not just in Oxford, and shout out the pup right there, but it's all across North Mississippi. So here's a look at Farmington, and this is a driveway. Look at how much has already started to accumulate on that driveway. I'm curious. I doubt this is any blacktop or asphalt or anything like that. I believe this might be gravel, allowing for some of those sleet pelts to kind of accrue on the top of it. But there you're getting another look at just some of that sleet in the grass as well, right in front of the shed. But this is not not something to just scan right over. This is impactful for sure and going to be impacting a lot of folks. I mean, there you're getting a look at some of the main roadways as well. That's that sleet that's already just starting to build. And that, I do believe, is actually some blacktop there on the surface. So that's over in Farmington. So already starting to make impacts and just not a good look. We do have a video submitted, and I'm going to say this right now. Do not drive if you do not have to drive. This was on Highway 72. Highway 72 is right across the state line here in Mississippi from Tennessee. So as far north as you can get on a main highway here in Mississippi. And this was sent in to us, just showing what some of those road conditions are looking like. You can already see the glossy nature of those roads, showing us that a good portion of this is freezing rain. And up there in, I forgot the exact location on this, but right along Highway 72, that's all well below freezing. So that is going to start to freeze on those roadways, and even getting some of that glossiness on the side of the roadway, showing that some ice is already starting to take place. Middle of the roadways, I mean, we're still staying on the roads, but how long? And it's just not worth the risk in this setup. So if you don't have to drive, I wouldn't. Another look down here in, let me find out where this was again. Again, we got a lot of submissions here from across North Mississippi. So, but there you're getting a look at some of the sleet falling, and look at how heavy this was. That was what I wanted to show. I mean, that's a mix of freezing rain, that's a mix of sleet, and Matt, it's just going to be not a pretty setup. Not a pretty setup at all. That was Robs, Mississippi right there, and earlier on that was Burnsville right along Highway 72. So this is something we're continuing to monitor. Stay off the roadways, please. Especially if you're in far north Mississippi. Highway 72, not ideal to be on the roadways right now. I mean, temperatures, we saw it a moment ago, in the teens. That doesn't take long at all to freeze that moisture right over the top of those roadways.
Absolutely. You know, and I think one of the things when you're looking at all this pavement and gravel, and it's already automatically freezing. You know, sometimes we're like, well, it's going to take a while. It clearly, in some of those places, has not taken very long at all. Maggie, we will talk to you here in a minute. I'm going to come back briefly to Mama Justice Doppler radar here for a moment, as we're again showing that wintry precipitation we have all along US 45 that does extend back out here through Pontotoc, back into Lafayette County and Panola County. I want to bring it in here in Lafayette County for a moment because we do have someone with us helping us out this morning as we're trying to gather more information about what is going on. And that's going to be Bo Moore. Bo is the emergency manager there in Lafayette County. A ground truth makes a big difference on us understanding what we're seeing. What are you seeing out there as of 7:30 this morning here on this Saturday?
Yeah, Matt, we're starting to see sleet accumulations on the roadways now. We're seeing areas get really, really slick on our roadways. You'll see on like grassy areas really higher amounts of sleet. So things are deteriorating pretty fast here in Lafayette County.
So I want to clarify there. This isn't necessarily things you're talking about with the buildup overnight. This is stuff you're talking about the deterioration occurring as we speak. Is that a fair statement?
That's exactly right. So, Matt, I got out about 5 a.m. this morning, and in the last hour, things have gotten a lot worse as far as the roadway. So, yes, it's accelerated in the last hour here.
You've got a lot of, I'm a guy, so I can pick on guys, a lot of young men in great trucks that think they can go anywhere, everywhere. What do you say to them, when you're thinking not just about their safety, but the safety of your first responders and thing in that county?
Yeah, absolutely. We would tell you, just think about what could have been, but please stay home because as we know with this event, resources are going to be stretched thin, and we really would appreciate everyone to stay home so we're not having to allocate resources to someone that was just out trying to see what's going on when there's an actual emergency that we need to respond to, or our road crews trying to keep up and clear these roadways for people to get back out. So if you get out and you cause an accident, you're potentially going to hurt yourself, someone else, and stretch our resources even thinner.
Is and you might not know the answer to this. Is there a scenario where at some point it becomes, like you're out? It's not just you're not supposed to be out, because you guys are in the heart of what could be an ice storm with more than an inch to, God forbid, 2 inches of ice possible by the end of this. Have you guys talked about at what point you're like, we used to call it martial law growing up. I don't know if that's actually a thing anymore, where it's like, listen, we're going to arrest you if we see you out because you're going to cause more harm than good. What have you guys discussed what threshold that would be, or if that's even on the table?
I don't have any information that the sheriff would do that, or
Okay.
indication that that would be even on the table of
Okay.
discussion. We're fortunate in Lafayette County. We've got a lot of great folks and a lot of great citizens here, and we're confident that people will see as things are indeed getting worse, that it's best to stay home. And we feel confident in that people will adhere to what we're advising. And it'll just have to be at that, I hope.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, that's I think what we have to hope. In a bad event like this, Mississippians are great about coming together, both before, during, and after. And so hopefully that's the case here. Hey, Bo, I appreciate it so much. Anything else you want to add before we kind of wrap things up?
No, just stay calm and stay prepared. We're all going to be okay, and we're going to get through this together.
Absolutely, I agree. That's Bo Moore, Emergency Manager there in Lafayette County. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live
Thanks,
this morning at 7:35 a.m. We'll be checking with you, I'm sure, at multiple points here in the future. I'm going to bring in Maggie again. She's looking in Lafayette County as well. Again, some of those roadways there at the entrance to the Ole Miss campus off University there and Jackson. Clearly, these are not just grassy surfaces experiencing this. This is whatever ice is falling, affecting, as you mentioned, sleet, the roadways there as well.
Yeah, I wanted to show you these because Bo Moore was on, talking about conditions in Lafayette County. We had our camera provided to us by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, kind of showing you an overview of Lafayette County. But our cameras are elevated, right? So some of them starting to become a little bit of iced over. I want to show you the MDOT traffic camera to show you a little bit more of what's happening at the surface. Again, this is the entrance to the University of Mississippi Ole Miss campus over in Oxford, and you can see those roadways already becoming very slick. You can also see people already out on the roadways as well. So again, if you don't have to be, we encourage you not to be. I want to show you a few more. This specific location, kind of looking at different directions, but overall just not great conditions ongoing over in Oxford. Again, here's another look. Let me switch this to video for you and show you, but you can kind of see it behind me. Let me pull it up for full screen for you. Again, looking at Lamar and University over in Oxford. No, a lot of us know exactly where this is. Roadways just overall not looking great at all in Oxford. And I know probably across Lafayette County, just like Bo Moore was saying, things have progressively gotten worse over past 30 minutes, hour, not sure the exact time frame that he said, but definitely looking at these roadways wouldn't be something I'd want to go and travel on if I did not have to. So taking a look at all of those MDOT traffic cams again across Oxford, just overall looking very slick already this morning. You can see kind of that dusting accumulation of some snow and just looking overall slick with probably some ice as well. So definitely some hazardous conditions that will continue to get worse, Matt, before anything gets better.
You're absolutely right. That's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, there in the Sentovia area, looking in the Oxford area. So roads, again, reported icy there as far as road conditions are concerned. Listen, there's going to be different levels of icy. There is icy, like maybe you're lucky enough you can creep somewhere, and we're kind of at that stage. And then there is icy that no matter your situation, you're causing more harm than good. I spoke to a friend who owns a whole tow truck company last night, and he said, they're going to try to run theirs with chains if necessary, as long as they can, but there's going to be a point where that becomes more and more dangerous, even for experienced drivers that are used to doing that. So the roadways, again, at least reported icy, Holly Springs back to Myrtle, 55 there, Sardis back to Batesville. Those main roads will last the longest, but there will continue to eventually be some issues. Some reports up here, once we get north of Boonville, again, still icy, but possibly into Lafayette County, of at least a little bit of snow on the roadways there. I'll bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. And Gabe, I know you've been watching some of the road conditions overnight. Sun just now starting to come up, so phones starting to be able to see a little better what's going on. What are we looking at with your video there?
Yeah, so finally getting a visual. This is in Corinth and in the downtown Corinth area. Look at the roads, and I'll wait for this lower third to clear off. I mean, that's a blanket of white already, and we're just in the starting phases of this event. And you can see clear as day, and I'm going to keep looping it a couple of times. This was submitted by Sienna, and I do want to note Sienna did have to go to work today. She is working until 2 p.m., letting me know that, and I'm just saying a prayer. This doesn't get any worse up until 2 o'clock. Do I believe that's going to continue to happen? No, I mean, we've looked at our Mama Justice Doppler radar. We know what's already in the area, but this is just not the optimal driving conditions. And we do have another look right there, still in the Corinth area. I mean, look at the Aldi right there. Look at the parking lot. That is just a blanket. And you notice that there is basically no car in that parking lot. It's how it needs to be all day long. We don't need to be driving, especially in Corinth, where it's going to be colder, where some of those precipitation chances are going to be higher. And it's just going to add to that already blanket of frozen precipitation on the surface, allowing for those totals to just continue to climb. I mean, you can see right there, and watch later on in the video, we come to an intersection, completely white. I mean, road conditions already seeing significant impacts, and we're just getting started on our Saturday, Matt. So Sienna had to go to work, and she was telling me that she had to get out and about and head through this mess. But hopefully, businesses are aware of what's happening today, and will, of course, take those conditions into consideration. And because we don't want anyone to be stuck out in this mess, especially later on in Saturday, where things could get potentially much worse.
They absolutely could. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, reporting. Appreciate that, Gabe. And I think he kind of nails it. People going to work. We had somebody in our chat on Facebook a minute ago mentioning that they were in Iuka and they slid all the way as they were trying to get back home from work. This is why, by the way, we've encouraged you to try to get to whatever that final destination is last night, because obviously things continue to get heavier and road conditions will continue to degrade. So again, kind of revisiting a graphic that I think we all kind of agree here behind the scenes at Mississippi Live Weather is accurate as we talk through kind of what to expect the remainder of the next few hours here. We expect the peak impacts again to be icing within this zone that we're looking at here. The same orange zone is where we have the peak icing impacts in this. Somebody will probably pick up more than an inch of ice, and not just that, probably more than 2 inches of ice at our absolute peak. This is an ice storm that's affecting many locations around the country, but there's no location more in the bullseye than spots here from Belzona and Greenville back to Greenwood, Grenada, Water Valley, Bruce, Oxford, New Albany. If you're in this orange zone, if you're in this pink zone, I cannot reiterate this enough. This is a dangerous and life-threatening situation where on the front end, it's an inconvenience. Right now, let's be clear. What's happening out there is an inconvenience, but we're at the beginning of what becomes potentially a life-threatening situation. And the difference between those two things largely comes down to how you and I value and approach the situation. Because when we look at the threats, again, this remains, I need to change the title on this from Friday night into the weekend, but right now into the weekend, this remains a high confidence, high impact situation there. Accumulating ice and sleet is occurring. Some possible thunderstorms have not occurred, though we have seen very heavy looks at totals there on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Travel impacts are likely for most locations and ongoing right now, and the cold air is overperforming. It's not a good thing. That pushes that threat. Again, confidence in that farther south as well. We'll warm up today in some spots, and we'll be changing back and forth, but this is a high impact event for our area. Here's a look at Futurecast. As you can see, this does continue. Now, I want to say I am hopeful that there is as much rain as what this indicates here. When you start looking at surface temperatures, I don't know that I necessarily agree with this, but there will be some warm air trying to work its way northward. But I think one of the big takeaways I can say looking at this, the Futurecast through around midday, is that we are still in the heart of a lot of heavy precipitation. Because what's going on is we have the Gulf of Mexico down south, and we have warm, moist air that's overshooting this front. So it kind of comes up in the front, and once it goes over top of it, it kind of keeps lifting up. And so above the surface, it's kind of curling up back behind this. And so that is working to melt all of this snowfall. And this is all starting off as snow into something else. So it's that warm air aloft. Sometimes I call it the snow eater. That is, continuing to affect us. But it's not just warm, it's also moist. And that's what keeps, again, the amount of moisture available for this active weather and potential ice storm that's ongoing to be so significant. So as you pick things up at noontime here, again, consistently, lots of heavy moisture, but thunderstorms down south, and we're hoping that we're just far enough north we miss out on the rumbles of this and everything that could go alongside of that. As we bring things in here, 3 p.m., you can see that fight going on across our region between the warmer air trying to move northward and the colder air in place. We do see probably the erosion back to some kind of liquid precipitation, maybe even as far north as Tupelo. I think that might be aggressive, especially looking what current temperatures are right now. So I think this could be too warm, but at least it gives us something to hope for, right? But in Greenville there, Cleveland, you notice how it doesn't change over there? I think we're really probably it's too warm. I'm bringing everybody up here for a second, so get ready. Get in front of the camera. Let's have a around the horn discussion on this for a second here. And please, if you disagree with me. I'm not trying to control a conversation here. So, looking at that, looking at her, and again, I think this is still technically 6Z, so we should be getting 12Z her here in a second, which would be our most recent run. Is it too warm?
Yes. I mean, simply put, yes, it's too warm. And I think that a lot of this is going to be more of that frozen precipitation. One of the things that's already kind of alerting us of that is the fact that a lot of it's falling as sleet. And, sleet making it this far south, we're kind of expecting more of a freezing rain at this point. But sleet meaning that there's more of an elevated cold layer or sub-freezing layer, allowing for it to refreeze before it reaches the surface. So, you have a deeper freezing layer, and that translating a little bit further south. I can hear sleet outside my window right here. So showing that it is a little bit colder than what models were even forecasting the last run.
Yeah, I think that I agree with that. Maggie, thoughts?
Yeah, no, I totally agree, especially with what Gabe was saying. And you said this before too. How far does the cold air make it? I think it's made it a little bit further than we were thinking, and a little bit further than models are even still trying to project in terms of what we're seeing this morning, even what we saw last night, even with that dusting of snow up north. I think we're seeing a little bit of colder air making it a little bit further south. So yeah, I think it's a little bit too warm in its projections in terms of maybe the southern half and eastern half of our area, as you're showing.
Caleb?
Yeah, no, I was going to say the same thing because I stayed up to watch the 6C come out, and it was kind of a complete flip with that ice accumulation. So curious to see what the 12Z will say as far as that kind of total freezing rain, how that kind of keeps switching with that warm layer, where it's kind of predicting it, and whether or not it's pretty accurate with that. So that's definitely still the big factor today as we continue into our Saturday.
Okay, so I guess I get 2 votes on this, so we have to break a tie. How many people vote to stop showing the 6Z since 12Z should be back out and just kind of wait on the 12Z to come out? All in favor? And again, okay. So I know the thing that people and consultants would say, you give the people what they want. They want to see the model, but I think if we agree the model's probably too warm and the newest one's about to come out, let's go ahead and wait on that. So I'm going to go and stop in my tracks here. And I'm going to come to Maggie for a second. I'm going to come over to Gabe there. Actually, while you have your phone out and you're the one standing outside there, Caleb. And by the way, the blue part of that repels water better. That one, that inner one is the warmer one. Might absorb it. So we might add the repelling water part one to that. But let's go to our Caleb Edelblut there in the Oktibbeha County area. Again, you're in that zone where we're going to be questioning what type of precipitation are we seeing and what are you seeing as of 7:47 a.m.
Well, I wanted to come out here just because we keep talking about those icy conditions, icy windshields, especially with cars. But that rain that we had earlier, I mean, we can come out to my car. I can see all the kind of droplets already kind of drying off, but all of it's just pretty cold. Nothing's freezing on anything. Sidewalk got a little bit wet, and I accidentally left the front door open. So I'm going to have to close that so the cold air doesn't get inside. But not really seeing those freezing conditions, and that's kind of a reason why I have this on, because I know it'll get a lot rainier later, but we're still staying pretty dry, and I think the last time I checked, we were at 32, probably by 33 right now. So still staying right above freezing. Not really seeing much of that rain yet, but I do know a big wave of that is eventually coming, and that is where the blue jacket will be coming over this and allowing to give me another layer for warmth, but also to get ready for the rain as well.
Okay, so meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there in Oktibbeha County. Those are, as my dad used to say, those are dollars flying out the door. So we'll go ahead and get that door closed. Appreciate that there. And as we go and check another camera there, we are looking toward the ground from our camera with North Mississippi Storm Chasers in Adeton on the west side of Starkville there. We show 30 the temperature there in the Starkville area. So maybe just below freezing, as you saw a moment ago, not necessarily freezing on contact for some of those surfaces there in and around Oktibbeha County yet, and hopefully that continues to be the case for a little bit longer. We're going to go up to Maben, just up the road there. Again, these are towers for 4-County Electric, and so watching those electric wires, that's part of the reason those cameras are up there, kind of help them get an idea, and of course help us describe things, what's going on with you. So many different partners working together on a day like today to try to keep you and your family safe around the regions. I come back to Mama Justice Doppler radar here. Again, moderate rainfall, and though it's coating in his ice, it looks like it may be more. It's probably a freezing rain that's not fully effectively freezing at this point. But this is where we're going to be putting some reporting stations on these different sites, and so we'll have that exact spot, the exact temperature. We're having to kind of interpolate from the Starkville Airport. What is it possibly at other spots there around? That's kind of how this sort of works here as we're kind of looking at things. But that band moving through Columbus, we'll check our cameras there in both Columbus and Caledonia at this point. And in Columbus, the Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras, those cameras largely look like they're in pretty good shape there for the moment. But those wet roadways, those especially looking at, that'd be the westbound lanes there, our window does close. Now, Columbus is more likely to stay rain more of today than some other folks. So we're actually kind of at a point here right now where we could have a little more slippery conditions at maybe midday and afternoon as warm air charges northward. But I do think that we're going to see a more cold air wrap back around, and we'll have more issues eventually, potentially on the backside of this system as well. Also watching the Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras is our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. Maggie, just kind of looking at what you are experiencing there. That again, some ice there along I-22 has kind of been one of the stories as we've gone throughout the morning, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's why I want to show you this camera. This is our MDOT traffic camera looking at Sherman on 22 this morning. You can't see the roadways very well because ice is kind of already frozen and covering portions of the camera, meaning ice is already freezing on elevated surfaces like this MDOT traffic camera, and probably on a portion of bridges like you can see there on 22 this morning as well. So definitely keeping our eye on this portion of 22 and across the board. Make sure if you have any questions, we're trying to keep our eye as best on the chat this morning to add into the conversation. You can do this if you're on our live stream on Facebook and YouTube as well. As you can see there, those little icons by, I can't point to that, but you can see the icons by people's names showing what platform they're watching on and if they're adding to the conversation. You can see Dennis right there watching from Columbus, starting to sprinkle a bit near the Alabama state line off Highway 82. So anything you have to add into the conversation, make sure to put there. We're doing our best to keep a close eye on that and a close eye on the roadways as well. Another way you can add to the conversation is making sure you're submitting things through our Mississippi Live weather app as well. I want to show you one thing before we do, of course, toss it back to Matt so he can show you what's happening on radar. Take a look at this. Somebody still has their pool open. And I just wanted to show you this because you can see it's kind of starting to freeze over the top. This is in Etta, Mississippi. So starting to sleet is what this person who submitted it. Let me scroll down. Hudson. Started sleet, freezing rain at 7:30 a.m., frozen pool. This was, again, submitted at 7:36. And you can kind of see that layer on the top, not making for great open pools or a pool day out there by any means today. But just another look at conditions, how cold it is, and then how quickly things can kind of go downhill here across the area this morning as that sleet continues to fall, and then that freezing rain for some as well. So make sure to keep adding to the conversation out here on Mississippi Live weather app as well. We'll continue to show your pictures throughout our live broadcast as we continue to bring you the latest information. And of course, we're keeping an eye on that an eye on that chat as well, and any reports that you might have.
Yeah, and again, those reports continue to come in other locations. I do want to bring in Gabe as well. And again, you're monitoring social media in particular. There's going to look a lot of similarity with these shots because I think a lot of us are going to have similar experiences. And the folks that probably have it worse will probably never see from because a lot of power outages by that point in time might not be able to get it in. Where are you looking at with that picture there?
So this is in Rienzi off of County Road 8301, and this was submitted by Audrey out there, and you can see that the driveway just completely covered, and it's not just the driveway. If I go back one picture right here, you can see that it's even blanketing the roadway off there in the distance. So county roads, again, county roads, going to be more susceptible to keeping this ice for a prolonged period of time because road crews, they treated the main highways, Highway 45, one that I noticed in particular that had salt on those roadways, hoping to make travel at least passable for as long as possible. But again, county roads are going to be very susceptible to this cold air and some of this winter precipitation. Now, this is also a look in New Albany. You can see that folks out there, and this isn't any gravel or anything like that. This is regular pavement. You can see that we're already getting some of that ice accumulation on those roadways, even the sidewalk right in front. I encourage that, let me see, Whitney, if Whitney's looking to take a step out the door, I would avoid that sidewalk 1,000,000% because we had a thin layer on the brick and I almost fell and hurt myself in the process. That would have been a good morning for me. But if Whitney's wanting to avoid that, I would definitely avoid this sidewalk, avoid the roadways because Union County already reporting some of that accumulation as well. And we saw up in Corinth a moment ago, just some of that accumulation, it's just not ideal. And it's going to make for some hazardous commutes, power outages. I would say that's definitely something to monitor getting into the rest of our Saturday. Arkansas is starting to report a bit more. Of course, they got this a little bit earlier on, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if that number started to climb due to people using that heat, due to people or some of the weight on the power lines that's already starting to happen from that freezing rain. You know, Matt, I feel like that's the number that needs to be monitored heading into our Saturday especially.
Okay, that's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard there. And again, addressing some of the exact same things that he was talking about a moment ago there here from the Room to Room Weather Center. You know, we have that icing occurring, some sleet, freezing rain combo for New Albany, some sleet and even snowflake combo up there closer to Corinth. You can get a shot there in southern Alcorn County, close to Rienzi, where again that shot was a moment ago from our camera with North Mississippi Storm Chasers up there at this time. This is a live view on a tower up there in Rienzi. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up, and we're going to pan the camera just a little bit as we kind of see sort of a look. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, in particular Brian Goss there for hosting this on his tower up there. But, I mean, you can see its roofs, its surfaces close to the ground, you can't see again somebody there again on some roads. Well, it looks like that's not a road. That's probably a personal side-by-side there. Might be, again, even that. I don't know if I'd say that's the safest way to go, but that's one of the safer options that you can have in this situation here. Join the conversation here on Mississippi Live as we're continuing to kind of assess what's going on here. We're going to take a brief commercial break here in a moment and kind of rejoin things here in just a second. Trying to answer your questions. We appreciate what you're saying. Like, for example, Terry mentioning not much going on in Belmont. Those reports are important to us. They help us calibrate what we're looking at on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Because you might not think, well, what's the big deal about not much going on in Belmont? Well, I can look at Belmont here and say, okay, Belmont is in about that level of frozen stuff, right? And so I can go in here and I can cut it down to say, at least at Belmont's area, that it takes about this before we start to seeing something of more significance. So believe it or not, something as simple as, not much going on here at your location is something that we can use to help keep your friends and family safe. Again, join the conversation. It makes a difference. Your comments, your likes, your subscribes. And again, as I've said probably multiple times, and probably not too many times, and you're going to hear me say about 1,000 times more, support the people that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Mama Justice has made a pretty significant investment in what we do to get Mama Justice logo up there. You have a choice, just like Casey Lott and our sports coverage and Northeast Mississippi Community College. You have a choice on where you put your dollars, and they have a choice where they put their ad dollars. They've chosen Mississippi Live Weather because they think it's important for the community. Support those that support us here in the Room to Room Weather Center. More after this as Mississippi Live Weather continues from our continuous coverage of this ice storm of 2026 right after this.
Frozen pipes can cause serious damage. That's why Absolute Restoration is giving away free faucet covers to our community while supplies last. Installing them is easy. Just slide the foam sleeve over your outdoor faucet and secure it snugly. Also remember to disconnect hoses, open cabinet doors under sinks, and let faucets drip during extreme cold. Call or text to check availability, and from our family to yours, please stay warm and protected.
When you've been injured, don't settle for a lawyer who doesn't even know where you live. Call Langston and Lott. Local lawyers, personal service, real results.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's time to save big at Room to Room's New Year's sale. Store-wide markdowns 50 to 70% off, no tax, 48-month special financing. It's a new year at Room to Room Furniture in Tupelo. There's no place like home.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live Weather at current time at 8 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon, and we are in the beginning, the infancy of a winter storm that will produce significant icing across our region. If you're looking outside and you're going, this isn't that big a deal, add the word yet to that statement, because it will become a much bigger deal as we progress throughout today, tonight, and into tomorrow. This is an extended event that started overnight and will continue through midday Sunday. I cannot think of the last time that we had this extended of any kind of winter weather, much less an ice situation. And ice is that word that even as a meteorologist, I try not to break out until confidence increases. We have crews spread all across North Mississippi. I'm in the central part of Lee County, close to the Tupelo area. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut is down there in the Starkville area in the warm sector, kind of waiting for the worst of this to move through. Our Maggie McCauley is back up in the Senatobia area, and our Gabe Manners in northern Lee County. I'm going to start with our meteorologist Maggie McCauley. You're used to seeing her this time of day. Icy roads behind you, the pictures coming in from folks at home. What are you seeing as of 8 a.m. now, Maggie, as we continue to kind of assess this situation? Clearly travel unwise.
Yeah, hey, good morning. Thanks as always to everybody who's tuning in and joining us here on Mississippi Live Weather this morning, trusting us throughout the past week. We've been talking about this for probably a week out. I remember watching Caleb last weekend saying, hey, we're watching this upcoming weekend for potential winter system. That is just how long we have been giving you a heads up with this. And now we are, again, breaking into what is now going to be a very long weekend in terms of the overall forecast and for folks this across the area. Showing you a few live looks out there, or not live looks necessarily, but some pictures sent in across the area. Make sure to continue to send in your pictures to our Mississippi Live Weather app. We're going to continue to show them. I don't encourage you to get outside or out on the roadways to send us pictures. But if you have to be out and you want to send us a picture, or your roadways, your front yard is good to go as well, just make sure you're indicating where exactly you are at. Here is one of those looks that I wanted to show you. You can see people, could tell people have been out and about on this roadway. This is over in Water Valley, taking a look kind of at that First Baptist Church in the shot as well. Kind of a pretty shot in terms of the snow, but not great in terms of what we know that's going on out there on the roadways. And Frank Hernandez, thanks for tuning in and showing that to us as well. Overall, I want to show you one more look. I'm going to pull this up. It's out on the roadways. Again, we don't encourage you to get out, but if you have to, just make sure to be careful out there. Take a look at this just sent in to us. This is, let me pull this up so I can make sure to tell you correctly, I-22 between New Albany and Myrtle, coming in at 7:58 this morning by Jenny Sullivan. And you can see there, folks taking it very slow. And just look at the roadways. I mean, that is just not great at all by any means. Looks very iced over, some snow with it as well. You can see kind of those divots where people have been traveling on, and one car right after the other. A lot of 18-wheelers out on the roadways, and people, again, that have to be out for work. But I encourage you, because of this shot right here, Matt, it's not great to be out and about. And again, this was just coming in with us. I'm going to take a look at some of those MDOT traffic cameras with that as well. 22 between New Albany and Myrtle. I'm going to take a look at some of those MDOT traffic cameras.
Whoa,
That was just,
I mean, you can see that's borderline parking lot stuff there.
Yes, already. Yes, I agree.
Whoa. Okay, so
Hmm.
that is significant, Maggie. Keep kind of checking in. That's
Yep.
well, well then. I didn't realize we were quite at that point yet, but that's kind of the way this is going to work because we looked at the camera here in the Blue Springs area just a little bit ago, and look at how things have eroded. And this is what they were talking about there in Lafayette County. We talked to Bowmore. We'll talk to some more of these emergency managers, Maggie, if we can, kind of up there. I'd love to talk to Panola County, perhaps Marshall County, about what they're seeing with this. But looking along again, I-22, that's going to be these two paths, those two roadways there. But you can see the wintry stuff kind of blowing across it there. That's a huge difference from what you saw just a second ago. And I'm going to bring Maggie back in here for a moment. Maggie, I mean, that's rough.
Yeah, I just wanted to show, I went and looked at it, the MDOT traffic website, kind of keeping things up to date here, saying 22 at the Myrtle exit, 55, all lanes blocked westbound due to a crash. So that is what we're dealing with this morning out on 22. Again, that's happening at the Myrtle exit right there. So I just encourage you again, we say it over and over, but don't get out if you don't have to, because these things are most likely going to happen when we get a lot of people out on the roadways just because of how slick it is. So that's just one new information that we're bringing you this morning.
Appreciate that, Maggie. I'm going to bring Gabe in here for a second. We were talking about ice storm memories and things and how that figures in. One of the things you mentioned is what I call snow jam, which was what happened back in 2014. Is that right? 2015? I can't remember exactly when it was there. Mid 20-teens. And it happened where you had people who were out, they were unprepared, which we shouldn't be because we've been talking about this since Monday. Crashes happened, people got stuck, and then they were there. I'm not saying that's the situation we're at now in I-22, but there comes a point in this where that could potentially become that, and you become harmful when first responders are trying to get out there, and then you're just stuck. So you're looking at road conditions right now, Gabe. How are those looking at this moment?
Not ideal, to say the least. And you were talking about Snow Jam 2014, so you're right with the middle teens. But the thing with that is a lot of folks think that they can brave the storm. And they go out there and they slide off the roadways and then they get stuck. Well, then first responders have to make their way out there, but they're driving safe to make their way out to help you. And so that takes a little bit of extra time. Well, then they got to go to one location. Well, there's another wreck that happens down the road, and they have to make their way over there as well, adding to the time on top of the time to help each individual. And you could look at several hours where you're waiting on the side of the road with potentially in a pretty rough wreck, and you're waiting on it. You don't have the heat. It's just a very dangerous situation. So once again, reiterating what we've been pushing all day long, all night long, all week long, you've had plenty of heads up, and we hope that you guys do heed those warnings because that's what's going to keep you safe. If we look at those road conditions right now as we get into that morning commute, as Maggie mentioned, insane. Yeah, you're exactly right. Parking lot type behavior out there, and that's in the middle of an interstate. And reason why, you're starting to get some of that precipitation just accumulating right there on the surface, primarily going to be along and north of Highway 6. And we're starting to get that even here in Lee County. We saw it in New Albany, saw it really heavy up there towards Corinth. And this is just not optimal driving conditions. And reason why, I want you to pay attention to this graphic right here and kind of see where that line sets up. Watch as I change it over to current road temperatures. Lines up pretty much exactly with where those road temperatures are, with those areas reporting accumulation being below freezing. Some of those areas down in Columbus, I saw a few comments that were mentioning it just a moment ago saying, there's nothing of note here in Columbus. It's because you're still 36 degrees. I'm standing in front of it. I apologize. But 36 degrees out there in Columbus, 34 Starkville, 36 down around Louisville, and 38 Macon. It's cold, but it's not cold enough. And I hope that it does maintain that into those Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening hours, because we don't want any of that accumulation to take place. But a lot of the folks that are reporting those road conditions being a little bit hazardous, you're looking at teens in South Haven. We're looking at teens in Senatobia. So Maggie, don't plan on driving anytime soon. Holly Springs around that same range, 20 in Corinth, where we were seeing some pretty decent accumulations. And all of this starting to come down even more. I'm hearing some of the sleet and freezing rain falling outside my house here in Lee County. And a lot of folks asking, is this the peak? Have we passed the peak? Guys, the peak hasn't started. there could be the potential of mixing in some thunder with this system. And then you're looking at some pretty significant output. So Matt, peak, not even there
No.
yet, but impacts
Oh no, not
already
even
being
close.
felt.
Like this is
No.
this is the pregame. Let's be clear. Like we are in the pregame of what is going to be a long matchup that cold air wins in some form or fashion. We're just hoping it's sleet and not something ridiculous. But yeah, it's going to be pretty rough. And you mentioned your specific location there in northern Lee County. As we're bringing it back in here to the Room Weather Center, Mama Justice Doppler radar again showing again one of those heavier bands kind of outside where I'm looking at here from stretching from Baldwin to Guntown, Beach Springs, and the north side there on 45. You'll also notice that on this loop, we're seeing the pink charging more northward and the blue starting to retreat, a sign that as we're kind of bringing in slightly warmer air, we should see temperatures boost a little bit. And so for folks in the Golden Triangle, that eventually could lead to a more positive solution. But we're going to be checking in with emergency managers all across the region, trying to get ready and get understanding what's going on. But really, Northwest Mississippi, we're talking Senatobia. Maggie, we might consider here closer to 8:20, 8:30, kind of going outside and just at least pointing a shot outside. We're going to use your shot first up there because Maggie, that does obviously look like that we have some issues with that picture that got sent in there. Yeah, what are we looking at there? That's not good.
Yeah, we've been talking about I-22 coming up at Myrtle. This is the view of what's causing those delays and backups. This is, again, I-22 at Myrtle, sent in to us by Ben. Looks like a 18-wheeler has slid off the roadway out there. So just not a great situation. That shows you just what's going to unfold today. That's been happening last hour. I'd say 7:50, 7:40. At the earliest, and that's early this morning. We have this sleet, this mixed precipitation, freezing rain continuing to come down in North Mississippi. So we're going to see travel disruptions just continue to increase, road conditions continue to deteriorate. But that's just, again, one look at 22 this morning, one of those main roadways. We see people travel across the area, across North Mississippi, and even it is not looking good. I know we talked about treated roadways a lot the past few mornings, Matt. And again, even roadways that have been treated, not looking great out there this morning. Overall, looking very slick, causing wrecks and backups just like this over in 22 at the Myrtle exit.
Okay, it's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley there. Again, obviously those roads are rough, and we don't expect them to get a whole lot better really anytime soon. Join the conversation here as we're talking about things, questions, coming in about Panola County and other spots there. We hope to hear from the Panola County emergency manager here coming up a little bit later on during this broadcast, trying to reach out to them. We're trying to get information, but we're also balancing the fact that we understand that they have real life jobs, but communicating with you is part of that. And so we appreciate the hard work that they put in, that first responders put in. And I think we've mentioned this a few times. Certainly we did last night. I want to make sure we kind of emphasize it again today, as we're going to kind of check some different radars here. These first responders, they have hard jobs every day, but we don't want to put their lives at risk as the icing really kind of ratchets up. We just want to be smart and be safe. That's one of those things I kept putting on prepare accordingly, because this is one of the things that's going to pop in from time to time here. You're going to have this, and you might ask, why is there red in the middle of this? I have all of our snow and our mix coatings on here. When it gets above a certain level, I say that's just so heavy that we need it to stand out as though it were like a thunderstorm. I'm not saying this is thunder snow up here. In fact, as you can see, there are 0 lightning strikes, or at least 0 cloud to ground lightning strikes, if I can point to the right spot above my head there. But that is some very, very heavy precipitation. It's a sign of just the quantity of moisture that we have there. But continue here in kind of the northwest part of the state to see some of the heaviest amounts, which is why I-22 and the road conditions along I-22 are some of the most important things that we're watching right now. I'm going to bring our meteorologist Gabe Maynard back in here. Again, reports, is this the same wreck that Maggie was looking at a second ago here?
So I-22, basically not optimal for driving. That's one of the things that I'm pulling up right now is some of the reports that are off of I-22. But this wreck actually in New Albany, not far at all from Myrtle, and this is another 18-wheeler that has basically, what's the word I'm looking for? Jackknifed? I think that's the word that it is. We can kind of see right there sliding in the distance,
Same one,
and
though, right?
that intersection as well being
The
affected.
same one, right?
Do what?
I'm looking because
We're
it's the
looking at
same.
opposite.
It's I-22
I
near
think it's the
Myrtle.
same wreck.
Oh, it is. It
Yeah,
is.
because
Yeah,
if
because
you're
that's the
saying
other side of
Myrtle,
it.
yeah,
It's just the other
of it.
side.
That's, yeah, but I mean, but so let's go back to Gabe for a second. I just wanted to double check and clarify that. Go ahead, Gabe.
My fault. Yeah, I guess another side of things that shows that there's two sides to every story. But eastbound Interstate 22, this is being reported by Mark Whiteside. It is currently shut down, I assume, for that wreck. And that's all the way at exit 63. So that's around downtown New Albany. So if you're looking to head out and about, it is not the best place to be. I-22, we've been saying avoid it. We've been saying avoid roads altogether. And I-22 was actually one of the areas that was prepared. It was salting those roadways. It just shows that Mother Nature will be having its impacts felt one way or another. So stay off the roads, avoid things like this. We don't want anyone to be affected. We don't want folks to be stuck in a parking lot getting into that late morning and early afternoon commute. So just adding to an already hazardous day. And I want to note my own Weather Watcher report. I just looked outside the window. I was hearing it come down, and that is 100% sleet. I don't see any mixture right now, and that's starting to build up on some of the concrete platforms. So, Matt, here in northern Lee County, that's what we're reporting with that mixture. It's just going to be sleet so far. So, honestly, hopefully it remains that way. Hopefully no freezing rain happens, but it's crazy we're rooting for sleet in this scenario.
I know, because it's the better of bad options, right? It's the better of bad options. Hey, looking at about 8:20 here in about 5 minutes, we'll fire up all of the outside cameras here for a moment, I guess, except mine, since I'm kind of directing here, which is hard because you know how I love going outside. But we'll fire up all those outside cameras here in a couple moments, and we'll do a round the horn on what's going on outside there. So appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, and we'll try to keep it short so everyone doesn't freeze too badly out there. Greenville, 25 degrees. I have to be honest, we have not talked enough about some folks out here in Greenville and Greenwood as we should. I am still adjusting to an expansion that we've done in the viewing area. I'm going to get better at this. So I need to apologize to you, but you are really in the heart of some of our peak threats on this out here in Greenville. And we have, again, if I step to this side of the graphic for a second, the inlay there of a pretty heavy freezing band. It's ice of some sort moving there in the southern part of the county. And obviously, we're going to continue to have that cause more icing issues. But you can see even as far south as Greenville, we're looking at 25 degrees. And obviously, that ice showing up on the roadways. As we follow kind of the track that everything would go from there back up to Greenwood. Looks like that camera's not updating right now. And from time to time, we do lose those. 28 there in Greenwood. I'll have to remember that one's down. Cleveland, boy, we've got a window. But notice how, again, we're going north here a little bit there in the Cleveland area, and we just haven't had as much. So it's still localized. We expect it will fill in, and that's a reminder that some different localized areas will have different quantities of icing out of this. We will be looking at the latest icing using our HRRR model. We'll go through all those different projections on the peak icing. That's going to be coming up at 8:30 that we're going to look at that as we kind of re-rack things here in a moment. But join the conversation. Let us know what you guys are showing around the region. Appreciate all of your support. Like, subscribe, and again, support those advertisers like Absolute Cleaning and Restoration. I have something here. We've talked about it 100 times over last week, and it dropped below my desk. This is a faucet cover, and one of the impacts on the back end of this event is going to be that after all the icing, we get really, really cold. And so we don't want to compound our threats. Make sure to cover up those spigots on the outside. It's cold now. It's going to get a lot colder. They're going to bust from time to time. There's a lot of folks that will help you fix it, but it's a lot easier to fix it on the front end as opposed to that. I see Maggie with her cold face on. I'm waiting for Gabe's live shot to come up here in a second, and then we'll do our around the area. I'll get Maggie first here because it is. We'll check out what's kind of going on there in the Senatobia area. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley. Okay.
Hey, I
let's
promise
do it.
I was going to step out. I was going to step out when you called me.
So can you hear me okay, Matt?
It's kind of muffled. So you'll probably have
Okay.
to. Yeah,
Readjust. Can you hear me a little bit better
it
now?
just is. Hey, it just is what it is. I'll crank your audio up a little bit so we can. Well, I
Okay.
don't know if I can go any higher on your audio. So I'll be quiet and then we'll all listen closely. What's it look like out there in Senatobia outside right now?
Okay, listen, I'm sorry. I promised I was going to step out, but I was going to step out a little bit into this or make sure that we were ready. I want to show you kind of what's going on right now. So let's get into that. I'm walking down my driveway ever so carefully, right? And kind of want to show you everything that's going on across at least our neighborhood. So this is a look at our driveway, and I want
And
to show
obviously
you if
be
you can
very
see. Can
careful,
you see
okay?
the sleet? Yes. Can you see the sleet that is bouncing off my jacket?
I can.
So sleet bouncing off my jacket right now. That's what we're getting here across at least Northwest Mississippi here in Tate County. So again, I heard that last night. I heard it even this
Oh,
morning as I was waking up and out and about. Red is continuing out here. Oh my! Oh, I'm sorry. Let me not get as far away from the house as I would probably like to show you. I got to stay connected to that Wi-Fi. But
I
overall,
understand.
this is kind of the look outside. Our roadways obviously have not been driven upon. I did encourage my neighbors to stay inside, so that's something. But overall, just very icy. Still some layer of snow on there as well, but sleet ongoing, just like you saw kind of bouncing off of me right now. That's the story here in Northwest Mississippi and in Tate County. Just continual sleet coming down pretty good too, Matt, over here in Senatobia. So definitely adding to those travel disruptions and those not great roadways. So, and it's
Yeah,
cold. That's
exactly.
another thing.
It absolutely is. Gabe, Maggie, Caleb, I'm sorry for sending you out in this obviously vastly different situations. I'm gonna, I appreciate you guys for taking one for the team on this. We are not going to be driving around. I know sometimes you see we're here, we're doing rogue. We're not going to do that on this event. There's just too high a level of potential for ice that's just too dangerous. So, but we're going to go out on our locations at some point. I'll probably get outside here as well to do that. But stay safe, stay in as much as possible. I'm gonna go to Gabe next, and then we're gonna come over there to Caleb. So Maggie, you get to go inside here for a moment. Bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Poor Caleb. You can stand underneath the front porch there, Caleb, and wait on this for a minute so you don't get wet. But yeah, you're in North Lee County. I see a lot less white showing up on all surfaces there versus what Maggie has up there in Senatobia.
Well, Matt, I'll be honest, it's just now starting to come down. And so, one of the big notes with what we're seeing here in North Lee County, I don't have a hood on. And normally I would in this scenario to keep my hair from getting wet. It's because I'm not concerned. It's all sleet, it's all bouncing off. I mean, I don't have any raindrops on my jacket, as you can clearly see. So, not exactly concerned for any of that liquid precipitation, maybe freezing at the surface. All of that primarily sleet just bouncing off. And yes, starting to accumulate in some spots. Now, I'm going to show you the most susceptible area. That has been this concrete platform behind me. As I've looked out the window from the mobile room-to-room weather center, I've been able to see how that's kind of built up, become a little bit more white, but definitely not anywhere near Senatobia. So Maggie, don't share that love down here. But whenever I walked out the door this morning and fell forward again, walking out the back door today, go ahead and look at what we have right here on the steps. Oh, is it going to cooperate? There we go. Look at the steps. I mean, that is a pretty thick layer. I can't even get into that because of how thick that ice is. So one step on that, you're looking at a pretty rough afternoon filled with ice on the back
Use
and
the
trying
little
to stay.
joystick there. Let's point it down at it. Let's get kind of a good close look at that if we could.
Okay, let me see if it'll cooperate. I don't know if it will.
So
Might have to manually use this.
hey, hit the trigger on the back. The trigger on the back is trying to keep it locked on your face. That's a problem when it's green like that. There you go. There now you should be able to point it down. Kind of lift it up and point it down. Kind of curve your. Just pull it off the gizmo.
Okay,
Just jank it off.
that's what. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to bring you guys down here for a second. Again, setting the technology down because I know it's not going to get wet. And you can see right there. I mean, look at what we're talking about. I knocked this off. There's still ice because you're getting that freezing rain that's also starting to accumulate on these steps. All of this on top of it is sleet. And over time, if we get any freezing rain mixing into this, it's going to melt all these sleet pellets in there as well, making this already a pretty thick piece of ice. One note with that, hasn't happened yet. And hopefully that doesn't happen, because I can knock all this sleet off and make those ice accumulations a little bit less. But nonetheless, the freezing rain is the concerning part of this forecast. Sleet allowing it to bounce a little bit more and make for a less impactful forecast. So I'm going to take you back here to the concrete.
Okay, real
Same
quick, Gabe,
thing.
I'm gonna communicate with some folks behind the scenes real quick. Hey, Maggie, we're done with your live shot for a little bit. You can go back into the studio, so you're good to go. Yeah, once we're done with you, Gabe, as well, we'll cycle back in the studio, and then I'm gonna show one thing here before going down to Caleb. Apologize. We gotta make sure to keep those phones plugged in, right? Okay, go ahead, Gabe.
Well, I was just going to show the concrete because it's doing the same thing. And you can see, well, I'll let you know that I feel that thin layer of ice. I mean, not anywhere near the accumulation totals that we were tracking yesterday, but nonetheless, that's still possible with this just now starting to come down in a little bit more significant capacity. And one last thing, and I'm sorry, Caleb, I'm not trying to go extra long to keep you outside, but I wanted to show off the vehicles because these high-rise surfaces and the metal that's a little bit elevated, whether it be tables or even vehicles. I mean, look at the layer of ice that is on my vehicle right now, and made the mistake. Did not put a towel, did not put a tarp over the windshield. So I hope that you guys did, because yeah, I won't be driving anytime too soon until that windshield is clear. And honestly, shouldn't be driving because of those concerning roadways. But Matt, right now,
Hey, go ahead and
we're just now getting.
pull your windshield wipers off of that. You want to lift your windshield wipers off of the. The reason
We'll
you
see if
want
it's
to do
even
that,
possible.
well, and it might not be yet, but if you can, folks at home, pull those windshield wipers off of the. It's going to be really, yeah. You might have to anyway. We'll get you off there before you do that. If you can, for those, you can also take a tarp or something, go around and put it on there.
Yeah.
But the problem is with the freezing rain, I'd like to have still the seal. We're gonna be iced in. It just is what it is. I should have given you an ice scraper. I've got like 5 of them.
Oh, I have an ice scraper.
Sorry. Oh, good. Okay. Well, I mean, if that's the case, but understand this: with those plastic door handles, from time to time, there's going to be some issues. Never pour hot water on the car to try to do it. That change from really cold to really hot can crack your window. So keep that in mind there. So a lot of different tips. Again, we'll toss on as we go here. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, there in North Lee County. Appreciate Gabe, for everything you're doing, and all the folks out there as well. We're going to check in with our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, in just a moment. We did get a tip here from Dean, who former member of the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. He was talking about some of the issues up here in Memphis. Reports from one of their partners up in Nesbitt that said Memphis is having some rolling blackouts. He's having his power flickering, and that could just be from the overall demand from power going on up there. We do know that this is a very precarious situation as far as power is concerned. We don't show any full-on outages at this point up there, and hopefully that is something that continues. But I'll be honest, we're going to have more and more power outages. That's just part of how this is going to play out. Unfortunately, you can already see Jonesboro having a few up there in Arkansas, about 1,000 out there close to Cleveland, about 300. These numbers are going to go up significantly over the course of the next couple of days, and hopefully it's not something that lasts longer than that. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there in Tibaha County, and Caleb. As we're kind of looking at what you're seeing there, you're one of the more fortunate locations. What are you seeing now as of 8/27?
Well, right now, a whole lot of nothing, and that is definitely a good thing as compared to these other locations we've been seeing across North Mississippi. And that's one of the things I wanted to hit at is with how icy we're talking about these conditions, especially North Mississippi. For us here in Oktibbeha County, these roads could be very deceiving. I mean, we're not seeing any ice right now. And I mean, especially out here right now, we can start to see some more activity, but it's one of those to where I want to make sure you know that we're just receiving this later. We still have the possibility of getting that ice. Now, it's not that peak threat that we're seeing more in the heart of Northwest Mississippi, but it's still very much a threat to us, just not really going to affect us as early. We definitely have a soggy forecast ahead. I saw someone in the comments asking what we can expect for Starkville. Going to be a rainy day ahead, and this is what I wanted to ask you, Matt, to see what your thoughts were with how rainy it's going to be today and how saturated our ground already is throughout the week. I was wondering if once we go into those overnight hours and that ice finally starts to make its way to Starkville, and with our ground being super saturated, if that kind of makes more of a risk for these trees to just fall due to those roots kind of easily falling through the ground with how saturated we are. Just still seeing that Starkville is still in a threat. Now, we're not in that peak threat, in that peak area that we have hit on all week, but still something that we need to take seriously as this cold continues making its way across our state, getting closer towards the Golden Triangle region. We just kind of see that later on throughout the weekend.
You know, when we start talking about severe weather, trees falling down because of wind blowing them over, because of soggy roots is a thing. I get most concerned that those are pine trees, kind of over your left shoulder on the right hand part of the screen, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. The issue is that those get completely covered up with ice on all surfaces, and you might have a very small item that you add half an inch of ice, and I don't know if we get there at Starkville quite the half an inch. It's possible. And now you take something that was maybe 2 millimeters wide and it becomes an inch wide. That times the millions of pine needles on a pine tree is what makes them some of the most susceptible to impact in this situation. So yeah, we'll keep watching that there. Again, Caleb, thank you so much again for your insight at this time. As we look at Mississippi Live, a Mama Justice Doppler radar at this point here, the icing is something that is continuing. It remains fairly widespread, and it's only going to pick up from here. This is the beginning of a significant ice storm. We are not at the peak. There is a lot more to go, and do not get deceived by the fact that temperatures should start increasing. But as we kind of lay out the reason why all these things are kind of tricky, we show the different layers here and what's going on. Where Caleb is, this is all starting off as snowfall aloft. It melts completely into rainfall and then possibly some freezing rain there. He's probably in this little corner there where you see how it just has that little triangle in that corner. That's where he is falling in this. And by the way, Caleb, we can do some screenshots here in a minute after we get that phone plugged back in. Freezing rain was kind of icing on a lot of those camera lenses. And that happens, obviously, the snow falls in, it melts completely, and then it refreezes in the cold air near the surface. Now, there has been more cold air than projections had 2 days ago and much of yesterday. Late in the day yesterday, we started to get reports out of Oklahoma that the depth of cold air was a little bit greater, and that has increased the quantity of sleet. And in a lot of ways, that is great news. We are better in rain, and we are better in sleet and snow. Again, all those have their own impacts, all those dangerous in their own ways. But this is the one, I can't tell you a person out there that says, man, I hope we get freezing rain. Because while it can look beautiful in very small amounts, that's where all the major power outage issues and every other problem we have comes from, is when we have that freezing rain and the issues related to that. And so one of the things we've talked numerous times about, again, is those peak impacts and what you can expect. That helps you to plan for what you need to know. And I said it a minute ago, and while we're talking about here, I'm going to fix it at the top, but you can read the screen there. Hold on. THREAT. I'm going to change that timing up there. Again, Friday night into the weekend, wording I used a couple of days ago, so let's update that here. That now through Sunday. And we're going to change that accumulating snowfall risk just a little bit. Because for some spots near the Tennessee state line, if this runs even just a little bit colder, we could potentially have some more issues with that. I think, again, that's still largely the exception to the rule. But as I reload that, oops, I went two graphics too far. Hold on. As we come back in here, and we said about 8:30 we'd look at those future models. Again, we've gone up to level 2 on that accumulating snowfall for locations near the Tennessee state line. Most locations, that's not going to be it, because even there, we're most likely to see sleet, and I think that snow potential continues to retreat northward. The thunderstorm potential has major enhancements with it, and the travel impacts, as you can see, already occurring, and we are at the very beginning of a long couple of days. And by the end of this, the number of people watching us on all the different social medias needs to be lower. I want you to support us. I want you to watch us, but I want to be clear. When the power goes out, you kind of need to shut it down and make sure that you still have power on that phone later on. So yes, does it help me? Does it help the sponsors? Does it help us for you to watch? Absolutely. But when that power goes out, you need to promise me you're going to stop watching so that you can keep your cell phone charged up. So that if there's some kind of drastic emergency, you can call authorities, You can call to check on friends occasionally, short phone calls, and then you're probably going to want to turn off data on your phone because that's going to be pinging the tower more, and that's one of the things that reduces the battery life. You might even consider having scheduled phone calls with folks to say, hey, we still have power, okay, just wanted to check, okay, bye, and then shutting the phone down. Because we could be talking about power outages last a while, and the roads are not going to be good enough to be able to travel. So again, rationing battery power on your phone could save a life in that if somebody's trying to get a hold of you and they can't, they might do something stupid like try to get out in this to try to see if you're okay, and then they get hurt, or first responders get hurt. So yes, I need you and want you to watch us, and we appreciate that. But when your power goes out, listen, we're kind of stuck with what we're stuck with. So I highly recommend that you go ahead and you shut down your phone at that point in time. Let your people know, hey, I'm going to shut my phone down until X time. Maybe a group chat's the way to do that. But we definitely need to be conserving electricity because once power goes out, there's a finite amount of time that these keep going. And the number one thing to drain it will be watching us. Okay, I want to bring in, again, our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, Gabe Maynor. I see you both with different things that were showing up there, different, I guess you still have the shots there of the wreck there, Gabe. And Maggie, you're looking at, it looks like some type of freezing rain. Let's go ahead and start with Maggie here. Maggie, where are we looking at with that report as of 8:35?
Yes, let me find it. We've gotten a lot of pictures sent in that I was kind of going through to just post overall on our socials. So this one is coming out of Pontotoc, 1 mile east specifically of Pontotoc, says a little glaze on their vehicle. And I liked this picture because you can also see it. And I was trying to take a video of it. If you saw it when I was outside, honestly, it took me a little bit by surprise, Matt, just how heavy that sleet was coming down. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. I mean, I've seen sleet, but it was just heavily coming down one after another. And that's, you can kind of see it kind of bouncing off this as well. But that little glaze of ice is what we're talking about overall on that vehicle, again, sitting near the city of Pontotoc. So this is what we're dealing with this morning. Sleet ongoing in a good portion of northwest Mississippi. Making for hazardous conditions, even getting out of your front door. Like Gabe was saying, you want to be careful out there overall. I mean, if you don't, and it's cold. It is so cold. So if you don't have to, I wouldn't. That's all I have to say, even for the short amount of time I was out there.
We're getting some static on your mic. Would you pull it out real quick here and make sure it's fully plugged in and on real quick?
Yep.
And you might, I'll go off you for a second, and then I'll pop your mic back on behind the scenes as we go over to Gabe. But our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, also in Lee County here, and you're looking at some of the folks coming, the stuff coming in. What you got there? They can see Joseph with some of the road conditions.
So Matt, this is Highway 350 in Corinth, and I'm not meaning to harp on one town, but the amount of accumulation that we're seeing in the Corinth area is just further indicators that we do not need to be getting on those roadways. So take a look at the roads that we're seeing right now. That is a thick layer of ice, and not a ton of cars have driven on it, meaning that ice has had the chance to accumulate, build more and more. And so this is just even more concern. If you're up around the Tennessee state line, you do not need to be driving. Please do not get on those roadways. I mean, down where Caleb is, even don't drive there, just to be on the safe side in this whole setup. We are getting more reports. This is around Jumpertown as well. And let me make sure I have the name on that. This was Cody Stevens submitting that in Jumpertown. You can see that the thing with sleet that just amazes me is how you can still get that white yard despite it not being snowfall. And that just shows how that ice can accumulate pretty quickly, not just on those roadways and those metal surfaces, but also in grass once it gets cold enough. And also out there, this is a look at those vehicles, and you can kind of see we have that layer, that initial layer last night of freezing rain that blanketed the cars with that glaze. Well, now I guess that glaze is getting a little bit of sprinkles if we want to use the donut method, but you're getting that sleet on top of it. And so basically that glaze last night, that's that layer that cools the ground off enough to where anything that falls beyond that point is just building. And that's where some of those extreme accumulation totals that we were tracking last night are a possibility. But the fortunate thing with sleet, it doesn't pack in like freezing rain. So that's why we're rooting for sleet in this situation. And that just shows you how insane of a setup that we're in if we're rooting for sleet in this situation. This is a look close to the Boonville and Baldwin Airport. This submitted to us. Let me go ahead and look at the name on this. This was Latokel. I might be saying that wrong. I apologize. But what you're getting is a back road off there towards the Prentice-Lee County line. And that's one of the areas where I'd be more concerned because it doesn't have salt on the roadways. And so that's going to, of course, be cleared as quickly. Could linger for several days. Especially if we're talking Prentice County. Those temperatures in Prentice County are going to be even colder than what we were tracking on our 7-day, even by a degree or two, heading into Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. So I would definitely be ready to hunker down at this point. You just got to be ready to hunker down because it is going to be that impactful. And I was just trying to read through comments just a bit. Yes, we do have some pictures from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. I will work to get those up here in just a moment. But I wanted to showcase just some of the road conditions across North Mississippi because while it's not the picturesque winter wonderland, it's a more impactful forecast. And that comes in roadways and that comes with power outages, which I don't believe we have any power outages so far, Matt, right?
No, not many power outages at this point here, but we do expect those numbers to continue. So what to expect is what is happening to this point here. Peak impacts in this kind of orange zone that we're talking about. I know if you're on the eastern side of this, you're going, what? Really? No, not like Northwest Mississippi at this point here. I do think some of what we're seeing up there in Alcorn County is there's just been heavier sleet because it's colder there, coating the roads, and perhaps also some other freezing precipitation. I have some of our pictures that you've been submitting using the Mississippi Live Weather app. We're going to go through some of those here in a minute, but let's look at Futurecast. We kind of promised this. We're about 10 minutes late on this, and so I apologize for that. And so as we walk through this here in the Room to Room Weather Center, hour by hour, our Futurecast showing low 20s up there in the northwest part of the state, noontime here, mid 20s in New Albany, upper 20s in Tupelo, and then still below freezing in Amory. We talked about this over and over again in Amory, how the models have shown green. We don't want to get too attached to that. The positioning on this freezing line is not perfect. And so if you're in those advisories we've been talking about, those ice storm warnings, and many of you are, you probably got a push in the Mississippi Live Weather app about that, letting you know which type of advisory you're under. You're under the ice storm warning. We expect, again, icing conditions off and on over the next 24 plus hours. Really, it's more like 30 hours or so. Honestly, 24 hours would take us to what? 8 a.m. tomorrow. 30 hours would take us to, what, 6, 7, 8, 2 to 3 p.m. Yeah, I would say about 30 hours of this that we have left, unfortunately. So more than a day. Now, you'll note here temperature up a little bit more by 2:30. This is that warm air trying to overrun what we have in the precipitation. If it can get heavy enough, it could possibly get those temperatures near the surface to kind of come up a little bit more. But that warm air working its way northward, and associated with that is also that chance for storms. Yes, I know. Down here, what we call the warm sector, kind of on the east side of this, there's a lot more unstable air. There's, believe it or not, a severe weather threat down there toward the coast for early Sunday as this all comes in. But these pockets that you see back out here toward Texas, see how it just looks like little pockets? This is that convective activity, and we'll use Storm Finder, something you'll see only here on Mississippi Live, that looks at the lightning and the storm potential out of this, and it's going to show all green, and we'll do that coming up here during the 9 o'clock hour. But this is definitely going to have some storms that mix in. We're just hopeful that it's not so far north that it's in our area. As you can see here, again, widespread rainfall and some freezing rain out there, but temperatures up a little bit more by 9:30 this evening. So yes, temperatures will actually increase as we go into and through today because of this and into tonight. But that's when we start to see some storms. And it's very near this freezing line where the pink and the green come in, that you get some very, very deep pinks. And if you look closely there, back out, I believe that's Holmes County there. Just east of Belzona, that little red that shows up where I'm putting my mouse, that would be where it's so heavy that we had to use the regular rainfall color table on that. As we've talked about before, that's where this is just really significant accumulating precipitation that happens in that scenario there. So while temperatures go up for a little while, they do start to dip down by early tomorrow morning. I know we got the big L. The reason that's the case is this system is developing right overhead. And that means it's very dynamic, and that means there's going to be a ton of moisture, and that means that very heavy amounts of whatever is falling is possible, where liquid rainfall amounts out of this could exceed 3 to 4 inches potentially. And how much of that becomes ice? Whew, that's the concern. But this is going to be some thunder mixed in. We'll talk about that with Storm Finder here in a minute, because as you can see, the fight by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, where Columbus, dear God, hopefully is 37, because otherwise you have storms, and that's that thunder snow aloft that tries to melt as it gets closer to the surface into thunder, just thunder rain, or possibly thunder sleet. But, you know, we're still probably also convective there for Louisville and Kosciuszko, but this is heavy, heavy stuff. So again, the heaviest of what we have with this storm system is still ahead. And on the backside, as you can see, starting to try to clear things out by midday on your Sunday as this storm system gradually moves east and moves out of here. You have been very effective at sending in your various types of reports, and in particular your pictures. So many of those sent in so far here from around the area. We're going to go through some of these. Freezing rain in Corinth. Appreciate Ethan for showing us this picture here. Again, coating the car there. And it is just this kind of sheet of ice that goes over top of this using the Mississippi Live Weather app. And while it's that sheet there, it's freezing rain, but it's also some sleet, because I think I see that little dot there where my mouse is, where it's bounced a little bit. So it's a freezing rain, sleet combination, coating the car there. Honestly, and this is the thing, it's not necessarily clear cut. I make it sound like it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G when we're talking about these different types of precipitation. But if we go back and look at those types of precipitation for a moment here, one of the things that we can say about this is that this is a sliding scale. So you can have rain that's sort of freezing. You can have freezing rain that's right here on the line that has a little bit of sleet. So it's really like little sleet pellets that are completely coated in water. That's kind of a sleet freezing rain mix. And I think that's what we have in Corinth right now. And then you can have snow that also has maybe a little bit of sleet with it, if there's just the littlest bit of warm air there. That's kind of changing the way that looks a little bit. So continue to send in those reports using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Road conditions continue to deteriorate in northwest Mississippi. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, again, has been watching things very closely as far as that's concerned. Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras just getting uglier by the minute, and those cars moving slower by the minute.
Yeah, and I'm just keeping a close eye on 22, because we did have that wreck near the Myrtle exit. And I know 22 is a highly trafficked road at times, especially from getting to point A to point B across North Mississippi. It's not looking great out there. That's why we say don't if you don't have to. I mean, you're still seeing those cars on the roadways through our whole shot. That's how slow that they are moving. You can kind of see where they've been, that travel kind of embedment in the roadways right there where cars have been, and kind of following along that same path, the cars that are continuing. This is, again, 22 at Victoria Road. We're keeping an eye on the westward portion of 22 that was blocked at the Myrtle exit due to an 18-wheeler sliding off the road and another 18-wheeler behind it blocking both lanes out there. So hazardous travel is really, to say the least. So make sure you are being careful out there, and of course asking all the questions that you need to ask, talking about heaters and all of that. Make sure to be careful if you are using space heaters out there. You know, it's away from your wall a little bit, and staying warm out there while you can. Can't see my phone. Maybe you can if I pull it up a little bit, but it is plugged in. Make sure your phone is plugged in throughout the morning time, keeping as much battery as you can as we head throughout this, just because there's so much ice that's going to be falling between now all the way through Sunday. Power outages are at least likely for some, and we're keeping our eye on that as well, Matt, but just making sure folks are staying inside and keeping their phones charged when they can.
Yeah, and you know, I saw somebody a second ago. You know, I'm not going to say that we are a religious organization, but I think each one of us is a person of a faith, and I believe in targeted prayer. One of the interesting prayers I hadn't thought about that someone said a second ago on there was pray that the power grid holds. I mean, I hadn't thought about that, but they're absolutely right. You know, pray that the power grid holds. Again, join our chat, join our conversation there. Jacob says, I feel like nothing is going to happen now. Buddy, I'm not going to say famous last words, but I'm going to say that we got a long, long ways to go in this event. And so many of you have been effective at sending in your pictures. This is how I can actually look, believe it or not, behind the scenes here and kind of see pictures in different spots. We have not heard much from Tippah County here, but we do have, again, from the front porch there in Ripley, some slick sidewalks. As you can see, kind of a shot here of getting those completely coated in the ice. I mean, you don't want to walk on this, even if you're less klutzy than Gabe Maynor is, because that's gonna immediately kind of slip behind you. And this is the very beginning. This is, I mean, looking at that shot there, and we'll check out a couple others there up in and around Tippah County. As we're looking here, a couple shots there along County Road 701 to see kind of what we're looking at. Again, the tree's still okay. Claire Bryan with this picture here of, obviously the coating on the ground. But man, okay, let me be clear about something, and I hope this is overkill. If you're like me, and I'm a tree hugger in that I grew up in Kansas, we didn't have trees. If you got some beautiful trees out there, I would take some pictures of them just in case they become before and after trees. Maybe go to your front porch and take a picture just so you have it before, and hopefully we don't get into a situation where we have to show an after picture with that. But submit your pictures using the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we will show some of those around. I'm going to widen this out a bit more here, as again, appreciate everybody for the reports. I saw somebody in the chat asking about West Point. We do have a couple of pictures from West Point. If we're talking about folks trying to travel there, this is a windshield completely coated in ice in West Point. So this is not just a North issue. This is an everybody issue, because West Point is one of those locations that is under that ice storm warning. And ice storm warnings in effect and do include a large chunk of our counties here. West Point, one of those spots, under one until 6 p.m. Sunday. So if you don't want to go by what I'm saying here, go by what the government is saying. And this map here, every color on this, I have absolutely zero input on what's going on to this map. This is all what the National Weather Service, an arm of the Department of Commerce and NOAA and the government, has put out. And so this isn't just Matt and Caleb and Maggie and Gabe all just throwing stuff out there. This is an ice storm declared by the U.S. government. So we have to take it seriously, and we do expect things to get significantly worse potentially as we go forward. I'm going to show some more pictures coming up here in a couple of minutes, but I think we're going to come back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar, looking again at those latest scans. And again, the heaviest icing is north, but there is icing for a lot of other spots as well. I'm going to go down south. We're going to look at our radar site out of Jackson, and you can see again heavier showers. One of the things that I get concerned with when we start looking at these kind of heavier bands coming in, especially when this is in kind of normal precipitation mode for folks down here, is that, there's probably less, I'm not going to say less preparation going on, but, this is probably heavier. It's closer to the Gulf, has more moisture to work off. This could be heavier, moving toward Yazoo City, and just provides enough of a glaze that people are like, oh, it's not that bad. You hit it and you slide and you're in trouble there. But then I also see on this Greenville how we have kind of one of these consistent bands. See how this is a 1 hour loop here? And it's just been very consistent tracking kind of from west to east, where we have this band in place, and it's all kind of the deeper pinks. That's going to be significant icing. And this is where those 1-2 inch ice fall totals could come in on this system. We do have some cameras out there that we can reference. I do want to check our camera there in Rolling Fork. Rolling Fork just outside that band, and still has perfectly good viewpoint coming in. But if we go up the road 36 there in Rolling Fork and we head to Greenville, again, that's not a large distance between those two locations. You can probably see it in my map in the lower right hand corner there. There's Greenville, and then right below it there, and I have a little delay on my monitor, so I apologize. It might take me a second to point perfectly. Your county difference between virtually nothing and roads that are icy and treacherous. Now, people are going to do what people are going to do, and they're going to get out there on those roadways, but we got to be smart. We've got to be safe. I see those cameras, Gabe, that you're kind of pulling up there in the background. You pull up some of those. We'll show those here in a minute. But these road conditions will continue to deteriorate in many locations. But this kind of heavy band, that's moving toward Greenwood. Unfortunately, our Greenwood camera is down, moving toward Grenada. And obviously impacts in Grenada and Coffeyville are going to continue as this band kind of moves in from the south and west. Current time is 8:53. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, and we are looking at, again, icing increasing across North Mississippi because of an ice storm that is underway, and impacts continue to get worse. I'm bringing our meteorologist Gabe Maynor online with us here. And Gabe, you're looking at a wreck there. Where are we looking at that as of 8:53?
So this will be the east side of Tupelo, right off of that Veterans exit, or right after that Veterans exit, should I say. But you can see the cops right there in the center of your screen. Not going to be impacting anything traffic-wise, just because there's not really anyone on the roadways, thankfully, kind of heeding those warnings. But yeah, you can see that there is just those slick roadways causing people to slide off of them and result in these, yes, wrecks. Luckily, this one looks to be pretty minor, but I mean, if we look at the entirety of our MDOT traffic, let me expand things out, our MDOT traffic network, look at all this. Talking traffic all the way up I-55 from the Memphis area all the way south there towards Grenada. Now, I did get a report from some folks in Grenada. Nothing so far. Roads are still passable. That was from Colt out there in Grenada. So big thank you to him for submitting that report. But I looked on radar, and they're not too far away from starting to get some of that ice as well. Looking at I-22 area, we do have some notices, including that wreck that occurred near Myrtle. As you can see, that this is going to be blocking all lanes on the westbound direction for I-22. So if you're looking to travel out that way, well, A, you shouldn't, but B, you're going to be dealing with some significant impacts with the icing on the roads, but also the wrecks that are taking place as well. And those were between multiple 18-wheelers. So that was a scary situation. I believe that everyone has made it out okay, but it's not worth it. It's not worth it in summary, and there's no reason why you need to be getting out in this mess.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't need to be getting out, and the road conditions will continue to deteriorate even where they are passable at the moment. Thank you so much, Gabe. You talked about those road conditions. This allows us to look at road temperatures here. Again, something you'll see only on Mississippi Live. And those road temperatures, again, come in 36 Kosciuszko, 35 there, kind of north, closer to Montgomery County, 32 Grenada, 30, and then everything in this lighter blue, it's for sure below freezing. And so everything that hits sticks. And as you can see, it goes way below freezing for some spots for some of those road temperatures farther north. So road conditions do continue to erode. Icy for many. I need to figure out, somebody behind the scenes, I need to call Barron and ask them what this kind of arc is here on the road conditions, because that was there last night. So I'm going to say, Gabe, because we just talked a moment ago, I need you to call. Do you have the number there? If you do have the number, give me a thumbs up. Okay, go ahead and call them. Find out what there's kind of an arc that goes across the road. No, they cannot get in our system. They just need to kind of check on theirs to see if it's something that they can filter out on that. But that's on the road condition map for one reason or another on the national aggregate. There's some kind of odd kind of arc that's over top of that. So we need to figure out what's going on there as far as road conditions are concerned. I want to bring it back over here, and I want to check out some of those, and we'll kind of have to bring it back in normal mode for give me a second here. And we'll bring up some of your pictures that we've been looking at here around the region. Looking around Pontotoc, I can see, again, that's Kristen with I don't have it big there for a moment, but again, some coating there on the ground. This one sent in near Pontotoc, Sherman. Elevated surfaces, I'm going to show this here for a moment. Elevated surfaces are going to obviously have the freezing and the ice first. This is just waiting to slip and fall on your rear, hit your head, cause some other issues. These decks, elevated surfaces are going to accumulate first. And so that one probably from the door looking outside, and appreciate that shot coming in from north of Longview area there. Anna Brook for that picture. We haven't talked a whole lot about pictures here around Tupelo. 8 a.m., so we're about an hour removed from that there around the Tupelo area. Progressively deteriorating, according to that picture there. Southern Heights and Tupelo, again, an elevated surface. That one less than 10 minutes old. You can see kind of the slats of wood there. Up there to the north part, someone sent us, James sent us a shot here from the Boonville Police Station of, what is clearly not good, and conditions that will get worse. We are going to continue our live broadcast here in just a moment. We're going to take a brief commercial break. We're going to try to get online with some of the area emergency managers. Bud Lindsay with the Prentiss County Emergency Management should hopefully be joining us here in a couple of minutes as we're looking there in Prentiss County. You're watching Mississippi Live. Like, subscribe. If you do not have our app, now is a great time to download that for iOS, for Android devices. Our live stream is embedded in there, so when we're live, you'll see it right there. More Mississippi Live weather coverage of the ice storm of 2026 as we continue right after this.
Look at Wanda, ready to rock her big presentation. But first, lunch. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Delicious, celebratory, but is it quick? The Cobb salad. Tender oven roasted chicken, topped with cheese. Prepared, plated, and served in 6 minutes? Is this for real? Well, of course. Well done, Wanda. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Yes, ma'am. Life is sweet.
Even though Gabe grew up in Alabama, Mississippi has now become his home and his family. And one thing about Gabe is he keeps his family safe.
Current time is 9 a.m. You're watching Mississippi Live weather. The ice storm of 2026 is at its very beginning. And it's easy to say nothing's going to happen, right? Because what usually happens when we have winter weather events here across North Mississippi is that we go to bed, something happens, we wake up, and that's it. And unfortunately for us, even when you wake up tomorrow morning, that might not be it. That's the length of our event. That's a concern we have. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, and we are tracking an icing situation that has the potential to be crippling to the power grid, obviously already disruptive to travel, and expecting conditions to become trickier as we progress throughout the day. We have team coverage across North Mississippi. I'm in central Lee County, just on the north side of the Tupelo area. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, he is in the northern Lee County area close to Saltillo. Our Maggie McCauley is there. She is in the Senatobia area. And the fourth member of our team, our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, he is presently right now inside as we're trying to kind of keep him, away from the cold as much as we can. And that's what we're going to try to do the next, couple of days is we're just going to try to stay warm. By the way, we will not be on nonstop the next couple of days, but we're going to do some continuous coverage here for a little while as things continue to ratchet up, because I think it's important for us to relay to you at home that this is just beginning. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. She usually starts our coverage here in the morning. We begin our coverage with her as of 9:01. Maggie, road conditions, it's not icy everywhere yet, but clearly we are working our way toward where it becomes much, much more icy, correct?
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to show you a different view. We've been showing a lot of icy and snowy views, right? This is a different one over in Fulton, and you can see on this roadway, yeah, not looking too bad just yet. Some maybe some ice trying to freeze on that camera. Overall, looking at mainly just wet roadways yet. Can't say it's not that icy, but people out on them. But this is a very different view than folks up to the north and west. So when we show these views, not everybody getting in just yet on what looks like this is oncoming. Take a look at this. Very different view up on 55 over in DeSoto County. This is looking at that rest area, and you can see a lot of 18-wheelers parked in it, and we're glad they are as well. But still, folks getting out on the roadways on 55. Again, look at these roads compared to what I just showed you over in Fulton. Very different story the further north and the further west that you go, with folks here in Northwest Mississippi getting in on that snowfall and that ice accumulation a little bit earlier than the rest of us. But that doesn't mean if you're waking up and you're not looking like this, that this isn't coming, because we know this is going to continue to really move eastward through the day. That's why we encourage you to know where you're going to be yesterday, even this morning. Don't be trying to get out on the roadways because this is making its way eastward. Eventually, noon and on, we're expecting a majority of our roadways to not necessarily look maybe this white, but icy and maybe a little bit of powder of ice or of snow as well, but mainly just ice conditions out there. So definitely keep an eye on our roadways. Again, just because you're not seeing this morning, Matt, doesn't mean things aren't quickly going to be deteriorating over your day ahead.
You know, and we're hoping that those folks driving those 18-wheelers have got the right idea. They're parked, but they might be parked there for a few days, unfortunately, for them, because it's this is not going to get better for a little while, unfortunately. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, there in the Senatobia area. We are dispersed across North Mississippi at a variety of locations to make sure that if one of us goes down, that we still have the ability to bring you life-saving information. As I bring it back in here into the room-to-room weather center for a moment, we're continuing to look out of our camera in Alcorn County. And as I'm going to see if I can adjust that camera shot up a little bit more here. And we're kind of looking still in kind of a southerly direction, looking toward folks down there in Prentiss County. I went a little too fast on that, so I'm going to kind of guide that down. Again, looking into what is frozen precipitation. In Prentiss County with us is Bud Lindsay. He is the emergency manager there in Prentiss County. Bud, thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live. I know you're in your car. I know you're busy. I don't want to take up too much of your time. But how are things looking there in Prentiss County as of, what are we at, about 9:04 in the morning?
We're looking at basically sleet. We've got ice on the road. It's somewhat slick. It's going to get worse. We're right now we're just getting a light sleet is what we're getting right now. So maybe it'll stay that way instead of freezing rain. But I just want to encourage everybody that don't need to be out, don't get out.
Yeah, have your folks, have there been a lot of wrecks? Have there been any kind of emergency situations you guys have contended with to this point?
So far, so good. So far, so good. That's
good.
all I'll say about that. We've had one, I believe, one or two minor, but so far, so good.
I mean, if you've only had one or two wrecks at this stage, yeah, things are going very, very well for you. We have some sincere concerns about power outages and things like that in your area. I'm assuming you were around during the '94 ice storm. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir. I was around during that. I did not have this job at that time, but yeah, they were. I was around. There was a lot of trees down, limbs down, the power lines down, and I'll have to say one thing for our electric company up here in Prentiss County. They have spent a lot of money, done a lot of work, trimming back trees, putting in extra poles, putting up new lines, making loops. They have really helped out, and I believe that that's going to help us when we get into this.
Oh, I completely agree. Nobody likes the idea that, they come in and they trim those trees. It's like, but my trees, they were so beautiful. Why'd you do that?
Right.
You did that because of this situation. It's all in preparation for this. I mean, I'm looking out there toward Jumpertown on some of the roads, some pictures that people have sent in here. I mean, they look completely iced over at this point. Does it seem like most people are staying off of the roads?
So far, what I've seen is yes, they are. They're staying at home right now.
Well, hopefully that continues to be the case. Hey, Bud, anything else you want to add? And hopefully we don't have to talk to you a bunch more in the next couple of days, but this is the way in which we'll do that when the time comes. It'll be the same length. Anything else you want to add?
Yes, I would. I've spoke with our mayors. I've spoke with our supervisors. I've spoke with our law enforcement in county and city, and they're all ready to go for whatever we have to do. And I am here at the power company right now, and they looking at the vehicles here. They have got a full crew on standby, ready to go when something happens.
Well, we appreciate them. I know that people recognize that you are working, that I'm working, the police are working, but these power these power folks, that they are always working to to be prepped and ready to go. They help people all around the country, and unfortunately, we're probably going to have the help from other locations. I mean, listen, hopefully it's more sleet than anything else. I think that's still hope as opposed to reality at this point, but praying you guys continue to make it through there well in Prentiss County.
Exactly.
It's Bud Lindsay, emergency manager of Prentiss County. Go ahead.
We're preparing for the worst and, praying for the best. And I just encourage people to just stay at home and, when they have an emergency, just call and we'll get them the help they need.
Okay. Bud Lindsay, emergency manager there in Prentiss County. I've been showing some pictures behind the scenes while you've been talking. Thank you again so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live this morning. Let's bring things back in here to the room-to-room weather center. Looking at, again, that freeze line has been kind of going north and south. But one of the things that caught my attention while I was talking to Bud behind the scenes here is up in Alcorn County, and I'm going to have to use our camera to look into this. See how there's that red showing up near the Theo community? That is where it's so heavy that when I made the color table here, and there's a lot of things that I tweaked when we started Mississippi Live behind the scenes. I made it to where anytime it's 50 dBZs or greater, it shows up. That is going to be even if this were snowfall, that's probably going to be sleet because that's what we call bright banding. If I change my color tables here, I pull off my precip mask for a second, you see how dark red that is? That is not, I'd say a lot of this is starting off with snowfall aloft, but I think that there's no question that this is some sleet and probably some heavy sleet up there. Meteorologists would call that bright banding before we had the precip mask we could put on it. But you can see that clearly draws your attention to some of those folks up there and some of the issues they're having. And when you get in those heavier bands, that's where concerns grow that we could be talking about power disruptions. I'll bring our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, back in here. Again, Maggie, one of the things that you're looking at, again, some of those power disruptions being reported this morning.
Yeah, already seeing power disruptions. That's why I wanted to give everybody a heads up. This is in DeSoto County. So we're going to be talking about power disruptions throughout the week ahead. And bringing you where those are at. Already seeing those this morning because looking at power lines down, I'm looking at pictures on my phone here in South Haven at Rasco and Swinia Road over in South Haven. This is DeSoto County, and that is probably most likely, is that what I would guess, leading to these power outages that are showing up. This is on Energy. This is who provides, again, power here in the northwestern portion of the state. Over in South Haven, this is, again, the communities that are sitting east of 55 this morning, and that is showing up again on our energy outage maps. And it even says the comments due to severe weather that is presently over your area. We are experiencing numerous outages. This says over 1,000 customers affected. So already seeing outages in portions of the state due to down power lines. So that is something that takes a while to get back up. And we know we've said this, we're at the beginning, we're not at the end. So expecting potentially more of these and for crews to be out, but they're going to have a lot on their hands going over the weekend ahead. But again, that's looking at Rasco and Swinia Road. And that looks like it's not letting power all the way up into State Line Road. Now, I've been around this area. I know a lot of that up in the State Line Road is a lot of businesses out there, especially restaurants and things of that nature. So that's just something of note. If you plan or you have to get out maybe to work on State Line Road, some portion of that road is out of power, and then even down into those neighborhoods more on Rasco Road over in South Haven. Of course, make sure to join in the conversation. We're keeping an eye on this. People saying to stay home and stay safe. That's what we say as well. If you don't have to get on the road, you don't. But also with power outages, just make sure you're doing what you need to do in your home as well. Make sure you're staying warm. You have what you need. You have those blankets in case the power does go out, like we're seeing for some folks over in South Haven. Make sure you're doing what I am and charging your phone. Before you do that, or when you're doing that, you can scan right here on your screen to get our free app. Again, we are going to be continuing to provide you continuous coverage today, tomorrow, going into next week. So you can scan that, watch us right there on your phone. But like Matt said, when you lose power, you don't need to keep watching us to drain your phone battery. At that point, you need to be keeping it as charged as possible so you can get in contact with people you need to.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCall, there, excellent advice. And again, this here is our connection to the outside world. And I know that I don't know about you, but sometimes I'm a little bit addicted to that connection. So it's tempting to just the lights go out. What's going on? I need to know now. I have to tell you, power outages could last for days, and in some cases longer. Hopefully not. But because of that, the amount of battery power you have here is important. You might have to recharge your phone on your car. Hopefully that's not the case, because that's a very inefficient way to charge your phone. And I understand some people are going to do that there. If that's the case, the last thing you want to do is leave it in accessory mode. You're probably actually going to want to fully start the car as long as it's outside of the house and not in the garage. I think that goes without saying. But if you just click it in that accessory mode where it's just using the battery, because of the cold temperatures, it will drain that battery faster. So make sure your phone is charged up. And if you lose power, listen, I know it's going to be tempting to watch, but I'm begging you, don't watch. I'm begging you to let your phone stay charged so that if an emergency happens, you can call out and you can get a hold of people, because obviously we do expect there will continue to be some issues there with this. Again, join the conversation on our Facebook chat, YouTube chat there. Again, power goes off, those power folks are there. And we talked about this a lot with generators last night, with maybe a different crowd here right now. We have to be careful with generators, because if they're not hooked up right, they can backfeed the line, and as the power crews are coming around to put it back on, you can kill them. So we just have to be extremely careful, because we do expect lots of power outages. I mean, listen, I'm not talking necessarily 1994 power outages. That's what people automatically think of. But that hopefully that's not the way in which this plays out. Again, like, subscribe, follow us. You can see on Roku, Apple TV. Fire Stick is hopefully coming. Let you know when that happens. Had another conversation with someone about that last night. But if you have a Fire Stick, you'd rather watch us on TV so your phone stays charged. I mean, Maggie has her phone plugged in. Gabe has his phone plugged in. I have mine in at 84%. I have backup power here. But you know what? Do the thing you tell people to do. I'm going to plug my phone in as well, just so that I'm as charged as I can get. Let's all kind of get through this, because we expect things to continue to degrade for all locations. As again, heavy sleet, that's what this is out there toward Forest City, Arkansas. This is heavy sleet moving in. We expect more on the way. Someone mentioning it's hard to upload videos in the app. It is. Probably the easiest way might be to post it to my wall. You can find me on Facebook. It's facebook.com/MattOnTV, facebook.com/MattOnTV. We run most of our Mississippi Live content through that page. It's more than anything else, it's the Mississippi Live Weather page. And I would probably change it to the Mississippi Live Weather name, except for I know so many people out there like, I got to find Matt Lawpon. Got to see if Matt Lawpon's live. So we left it under Matt Lawpon now. But that's essentially the umbrella page for everything that we do here on Mississippi Live Weather. And Justin, credit, plugged in and charged. Glad to see that is the case. Current time is now 9:16 a.m. I'm looking at a radar up north. We're going to switch back to the main radar we typically use out of Monroe County. As you can see, still kind of a hole in the snowfall close to the Golden Triangle. We'll check in with our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, on what he is seeing down there here in a minute. But one of the things that we have noticed is that warm air has somewhat helped us out. I'm going to pull up some current temperatures here. And Gabe, actually, we will have you pull up current temperatures behind the scenes there here in a couple of minutes, and we'll go to you kind of looking at that. But if I just kind of pull up, he'll show the pretty version. I'll show the ugly version on current temperatures. The ugly version on current temperatures, I can just kind of click on the map. The prettier one is more helpful there. Sorry, that's our national radar. Let's look at the national temperature map. And again, we're kind of trying to hone in on that freezing point. I wonder if I have one here, 32-degree line. There we go. So this kind of gives you an idea of where that freezing line is right now based on this. And if I kind of give you a loop over the last couple hours, you could see its movement. So I'm going to make this a 3-hour loop. And you can see the last couple of hours, it has kind of been forced southward. It's kind of hanging somewhat similar there from Columbus back toward Louisville. That means everything north of this, once it gets close to ground level, it is likely freezing or changing back over into something frozen. So Gabe has the prettier version of the temperatures there. So we're going to talk to Gabe, and then we're going to go over to Caleb. But obviously, and I know you have some other types of temperatures as well, road temperatures, things like that. I don't know if you have those prepped and ready to go, but what are things looking like as far as all that's concerned?
Well, Matt, it's lining up really well with where that line sat you said a moment ago. I mean, if we look at temperatures, we're talking 32 there towards Columbus, and down south, once this nameplate goes away, we're seeing 35 around Macon and 32 there towards Louisville. So folks down around Pickens, Noxubee County, still above freezing as of this point. But as you can see, I mean, this is where we're talking about with that temperature trend up there towards the north. We're still in the low to mid 20s and even mid to upper teens up there in the northwest side of Mississippi. So folks that are wanting the warm air to win, it hasn't won so far, and it's not exactly doing any damage to this precipitation as it's falling. I do want to note that here in just a moment, I'm going to go back live outside because I do believe we are getting some freezing rain. And what it looks like it might be doing is packing in some of the sleet pellets that have already fallen and kind of packing that all together. And that's where we're starting to get maybe some of those ice totals that are increasing in thickness just a bit. So I'm going to take a look at that in just a moment, and we can go live out there. But cold air, it's still in place. Not going to climb too much. It's a cloudy day. It's a gloomy day. It doesn't allow that sunshine to get in to heat up the atmosphere. And so we're going to stay pretty cold throughout the day. But we're talking about a degree or two difference that could make all of the difference whenever we're talking about impacts.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard here analyzing things for us. I'm going to go over to our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. And Caleb, outside in Oktibbeha County, I am really praying that your shot continues to be boring for a while. That would be excellent. I know there's some drier air down there. How are things looking as of 9:20?
Yeah, we're definitely dry, definitely still very cold as well. And I know we'll get even cooler in the next days ahead. But I wanted to point out that for those that were live with us, we had some of that freezing rain or just some rain moved through around 6:30, around 7 o'clock earlier. But my mom just woke up and she even walked into my room asking if anything's happened. And that's because you can't really see anything outdoors. Everything's dried up, nothing really frozen on the ground. It's all already kind of evaporating. I even had some water drops on the car and the mailbox up ahead, and it's not really there anymore. So just showing that it's not sticking around much, and we're still kind of having that boring forecast, which is a good thing here. But also want to make sure for those in Starkville and the Golden Triangle region that a lot of rain is eventually making its way here. It's going to be a very soggy forecast. Thankfully, should be a soggy, rainy forecast instead of more of that freezing precipitation, but still going to take a little bit to get to us. It's not us out of it yet. This is just beginning. So definitely want to make sure that we're still taking the normal precautions. Still people kind of driving on South Montgomery. I know there's a basketball game today around 11 o'clock. So people still using the roads here, but thankfully not really seeing those icy conditions as of yet and hoping to keep it that way for a while.
Absolutely. And again, I think one of the things we want to emphasize, I appreciate that our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there in Oktibbeha County live for us, again, monitoring conditions, but it very well could stay primarily rainfall for most of today down in the Starkville area. But temperatures are below freezing. There just hasn't been one of those heavier bands that's moved through there. It's actually been drier air that has kind of helped things out. And the scary thing that we've talked about all week long here in the Room to Room Weather Center is that the dry air allows evaporative cooling. And so when you look at the temperature here in Starkville, we're coming in 30, but that dew point, that little number in the middle there, 25. That 25 is important because there's a gap between the temperature, and so as moisture falls into that, it evaporates. That evaporation, that changing from liquid to a gas, removes heat from the atmosphere, and it helps the temperature to drop more. And so that's why we expect it to become more significant there eventually. But temperatures are also supposed to go up as well. So we have those two fights going on, and that's why that positioning on that freezing line is just so critical and important on how this all plays out. Again, there's the dry air, another shot of that on Mama Justice Doppler radar here on kind of the latest scans. Again, showing some of that kind of moving through, but he's basically in the drier band of this. Up the road in West Point, we've had a little bit more. Let's check our camera in West Point again. These cameras, a partnership, with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. They're a 501c3. You can donate to them at nmscas.org, or otherwise North Mississippi, where we live, Storm Chasers. What they do and Spotters, nmscas.org. I'm sure James, one of the folks, will put something in the Facebook chat so you can help them out. There are some other people, big names, putting up camera networks across the Southeast. They're doing it with big money. These people are doing it with your donations and faith in God. So, kudos to them. But again, fairly clear shot there in West Point still at this time. And same thing back out here toward Caledonia as we're kind of looking out of our camera there. Just clouds, still just dry. I'm going to check some cameras here behind the scenes. I'm going to kind of change this over and bring it back in kind of the other shot here. And we'll bring up that chat as well. So you can join the conversation with us here at Mississippi Live Weather. I'm going to see if we've had really any pictures. We haven't probably had very many. We've got, again, that one we showed earlier, the show that we at least have had some freezing rain in and around the West Point area. This coming in from Mike, and this picture taken at about 8:39. So this was not quite an hour ago. Again, showing some of the icing there on the windshield. The fact that you see the dots on this, I don't know if that's immediately obvious. You see how you kind of see how it looks sort of pitted there? That's, again, the rain falls, and as it's hitting a surface, it freezes because temperatures are below freezing at the surface there. So it's that process of as it hits the surface, it might run for a second or two before it freezes. And again, that is the freezing rain portion of this here. So rainfall melts completely, stays melted because we're above freezing. Freezing rain melts completely, hits the ground as a liquid, and then because the air around it is so cold, but it's dense and it's a shallow cold layer, it freezes on contact. And you get that ripple sort of look we were looking at there a moment ago as well. Sleet, as you can see there, we have that warm layer, melts the snowfall partially, and then refreezes whatever melted. And then snow is where it's cold all the way down. Definitely not the case for most locations today. Okay, I want to address what Zach is saying next to me there. And you're going to get some advice from people and advice from ChatGPT. I want to be clear about things here, that you can switch off specific breakers. But we want to, when we're talking about generators, emphasize the fact that they need to be, hopefully have been installed by a professional. And if not, you're just using a cord into whatever you need in the house. Make sure it's far enough away. But we don't want to get in a situation, of course, where we have carbon monoxide from that generator, from its exhaust getting toward us. So it needs to be a sufficient way away from the house. And we also don't want to backfeed the line or blow something else up. I know there's ways you can check ChatGPT. And hey, if you hook this here and you do that and you flip that, you should be okay. I'll tell you this, ChatGPT makes its fair share of mistakes, and I don't want that mistake to be blowing up your TV or some important device within your house. Use them the way they're intended, and you're going to be in much better shape than trying to take a chance, which might work fine and might end up hurting somebody if it backfeeds the line when people are turning your power back on. So let's just be smart and let's be safe about this, and let's everybody get to the end of this without us having more significant impacts there. And unfortunately, the most significant impacts have been back up in the northwest portion of the state. Again, we're looking out here. This would be northern Lafayette County at some of the pictures. These coming in about 8 o'clock or so, showing kind of a coating there on the ground on both grassy surfaces and surface roads, surface streets, things like that. Do appreciate those coming in from Valerie. You can see kind of positioning there. I'm able to kind of see where your photo is coming from. And so that, again, helps give us kind of an idea out there in Batesville. Again, pictures. These all submitted using the Mississippi Live Weather app. We can't do videos on that, on the submissions. That's, if there's a gripe I have, that's the case. But if you want to submit your pictures and you're watching us right here, right now, I'll kind of bring this back full screen again here for a moment. It's going to change back and forth while we do that. But you can download our app. It is free and available for all your different devices. When we are live, whether it's today, whether it's a live broadcast every day, we are live in the app. It's the first thing you see at the top, right? I'll tap it. There's my face. And then first thing you'll see once that loads up, taking its time. Oh, there we go. Is me, again, much smaller, talking about exactly what we're talking about here. It's right there at the top. Our live feed is always there. We have interactive radar. This will let you know when you're under different alerts and advisories. But if you scroll that down, there's a place where it says submit pictures. You tap that, either take a picture right then and there, send one in. It'll let us see where it's at, and we'll show it to the folks at home as we continue to share those pictures. But we're so thankful that so many of you are doing that. And yeah, it certainly is helping us to tell this weather story. Also helping us to tell this, again, we have multiple people spread all around North Mississippi. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley in Senatobia, again, looking at some of those icing pictures. That looks rough. I want to see that here in a second, but Gabe's outside, and so I'm going to be conscious of the fact that he's standing outside here for a moment. So I'm going to go to Gabe first, and then we'll come over there to you, Maggie. But our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, as we switch sides there, we've been kind of checking those surfaces, how they look as of now a 9:28. Are they starting to get a little worse?
More concerning, I will say, heading into the 9:30 hour. Things have transitioned. So earlier on, we were talking about it being colder than expected, and that kept some of the sleet around. Well, sleet was honestly what we were rooting for at this point, because it meant that the ground, it was still, crunchy and not exactly smooth, meaning it wasn't as slick. Well, now things have started to shift. I looked out the window of the room-to-room weather center here at the Maynor household, and what do you see down there? All of that is liquid. And so what that means for us here is that freezing rain is becoming more and more of a possibility, and starting to transition that into the forecast. And so as you see right there on the surface, it's not exactly as ideal. I was really enjoying coming out here and seeing the fact that it was white, because that meant that it was sleet on the ground. But I kept looking out here, it's like the white's receding. And sure enough, exactly what I thought was happening is happening. And we're starting to get the rain coming down, and these surfaces are going to freeze and gloss over as long as those temperatures remain as cold as they have been. So we either need it to warm up or need it to cool off. This whole in between is what's allowing that freezing rain to take place with the snow eater aloft. And so one of which we need to head one of those directions, and so far not exactly the case. So here in Lee County, I'm worried that we're starting to get that freezing rain potential, and that could potentially become hazardous heading into the afternoon. So things need to change before they get worse. But Matt, I'm getting worried looking at where things sit right now.
Well, I mean, and let's be clear, this is exactly what we expected would happen. But I mean, we are human beings as well. We've been hoping that maybe there's something we missed, because when you're talking about a forecast, there's so many elements, so many ways and things could go wrong, and just you're always hoping there's something we missed. Appreciate that, Gabe. Again, looking out there in northern Lee County live. Again, we have people spread across North Mississippi. We have cameras that you can't see anywhere else on broadcast that we're showing you here, and that would be Pontotoc. Looking out there in Pontotoc County, as you can see, kind of the lines there in the roadway, travel becoming more treacherous, and there's a pretty decent band of some kind of sleet or ice that's moving through Pontotoc County as we speak. As we bring it back to Mama Justice Doppler radar, one of those heavier bands is kind of set up. And this is where we get concerned, where we get those localized enhancements. Somebody let the dog out, please. So one of those heavier ice bands there from Coffeyville, stretching up here toward Pontotoc. I know, unfortunately, we don't yet have a camera in Coffeyville. I really wish we did out there, or Water Valley. But this heavier band here is going to be one of those. Let's check and see if there's a bright banding on it, where when we change this over, if we're able to see. Yeah, see just a little bit of ice there. I think this is mainly probably freezing rain, and we could possibly also have a little bit of sleet that kind of mixes in with that as well. As we take it back to the standard mode here on Mississippi Live, Mama Justice Doppler radar. And the reason the freezing rain is so important, and we're going to bring Maggie in on this here, is just when you start looking at the way it happens, it falls, it starts dripping, and then then that.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this, Matt? This is sent in to us at 9:18, so last 10 minutes or so in Brewer. So this is south of
Brewers.
Tupelo.
That's South Lee County.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So azalea is across the front of my house in Brewer, is what Mandy Dowdy sent in. So yeah,
So
it's looking
that
like
looks
we
like,
do have.
as far as what that is, no, there's a couple things I take away on that graphic. Number one, obviously you can see the ice dripping off, the icicles. There are going to be icicles out there. Don't eat the icicles. Just need to say that. Feel like we need to say that. You can see, this is when we talked about the radial versus the horizontal icing, right? The flat surfaces like the leaves, that's somewhere around maybe 1/10 of an inch in ice, maybe a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of ice. already. But when you look at the branch itself, you don't see much icing on that. So one of our prayers on this is that the horizontal icing is ridiculous and you're locked in wherever you're at, but the radial icing is what brings down power lines and trees and things like that. But I will say trees in particular, when you start to talk about leaves, you know, the trees that still have leaves like that, magnolias, are going to have some issues, you know, because they're big, you know, leaves and lots of surface area on there. But that's what really starts weighing it down. Please do not spend time under trees today or tomorrow or the next day, because they're going to get weighed down. If you're like, whoa, that's so cool. Look, I can touch the branch. No. Please don't take that chance. They could be very, very dangerous. So the fact that that's Brewer down South Lee County is concerning, because if I bring it back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, I can tell what that is, and that helps us understand what's going on here in Bruce. That was this, and I'll make this a slightly longer loop. We're going to make this a 2 hour loop here. And as we do so, you'll notice that is the band. So Brewer is right here, kind of between Shannon and Verona. The dog has decided to stand between my legs right now. Hi, buddy. Hope I'm not bugging you. Okay, clearly not. But this heavier band right there, that's the one that probably produced it, you know, right there, that kind of second batch, and there's another one upstream. So we're talking that one band there was probably about 1/10 of an inch of ice over a very short period of time. And these are not convective. Convective is a word that we use, it describes, you know, it's a scientific word for a type of way in which energy is transferred. And convective systems, what we most often call thunderstorms, are possible with this, where you get even more enhanced localized amounts of what starts off as probably thunder snow aloft and melts into something else close to the surface. So if that's producing that there, I can pretty safely say that this band that's moving here through Coffeyville and south of Charleston right now, that one little section there, when that moves up here to Algoma and back up toward Tupelo and Verona, that's going to produce another 1/10 of an inch of ice. And just boom, boom, boom. That's how this all adds up. The current time is 9:35. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our folks here. We've talked to some emergency managers around the area, trying to get a hold of, you know, some of what they are seeing. We're going to try to get in contact with a few more of those, but this icing situation, unfortunately, is continuing to unfold and continuing to get worse. One thing I do want to show, we started showing this, we didn't go all the way through event. We do have new data coming in where we can show the icefall accumulations using our HRRR model here through the end of this event. So let's look at it, and you're going to see it same time I have. Now, first thing you'll notice on this is that the positioning, I think, is a little off. We're going to adjust this accordingly. But this is already showing some of the icing predicted by this particular model between 6 a.m. when it starts and 10:30 a.m. So that's why, you know, we're starting at 10:30 and already has icefall accumulations. That's talking about, you know, partially about the what has already sort of occurred. And in fact, this already has an offset on this. So I don't know that I agree. I think I agree more with where our offset had this before, where again, that gets our 1/10 of an inch we have out here in the Tupelo area. New Albany, I'm not sure that we've had quite as much as that 4/10 that that's showing, but we've already had obviously some decent icing there. I'm going to slide it to where we can try to do a better job of, I'll get out of the way, so we can get Greenville, Belzona, get you folks in the Delta on top on this as well. But you can see, again, heavy icing between now and 5 p.m. If I were to look right in the center of this darkest pink there, that would be more than an inch of ice occurring. Hopefully it's that horizontal versus that radial ice. Radial being, if you think about like this, if you think about, hey, you know how you have something round like this, a radius, when you learn this in geometry, or maybe just basic math, the radius is the distance between the middle of the circle and the outside of the circle. So radial icing is a layer that goes around power lines, goes around tree branches, you know, anything, you know, essentially with a radius there. And radial icing is more difficult than flat horizontal icing. So not all of this is going to be adding an inch of ice to all of those different surfaces. Some of this is going to be adding a lesser amount of that. But at about 1/2 inch of ice, as we talked to the folks with the Tom Bigby Electric Power Cooperative We talked to them a couple nights ago about it. Half-inch of ice is where things really start to get dicey. And you can't see more than a few of us will probably have more than that between now and supper time this evening. And then the icing continues into tomorrow and into tomorrow morning. And on kind of the latest update here, and again, we're into the event. We're already starting to add icing. And I don't necessarily agree with this, so I think my adjustment, I have to adjust back. I'm going to adjust this back to the west a little bit as we're trying to kind of trying to figure out the exact spot there. As you can see how much of a difference this can make. As I make just a little bit of an adjustment there, you can see the numbers update in real time, and wherever that peak line is, for example, see New Albany, where it says in addition to what we've seen, another 2 inches are possible, but you adjust that just a little bit and you can see how that drops by a ½ inch. So they're going to be localized areas, again, in our peak impact zone that are going to be pretty significant as far as icing is concerned, and that's where the possibility of power outages and everything else that we're tracking could potentially come in with this system. So impacts remain the same, and unfortunately, we're at the very, very beginning of something more significant. You can join the conversation. I know Gabe and Maggie are watching that conversation behind the scenes, looking for some of your questions. We'll try to answer some of those coming up here in a few minutes as well. But we're high end on our sleet and ice accumulations, as well as possible thunderstorm potential to have additional enhancements on the east side of our icing for tomorrow morning in particular and overnight. Travel impacts are already occurring and will continue to worsen as sub-freezing temperatures are going to continue to stress the power grid, and power disruptions both from icing and from overuse of the grid are both going to be tricky. I know Maggie's trying to get someone on the phone there here in a moment, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you up to show that camera that you're looking at as well, because those travel conditions continue to get rough. And Gabe, that's something you can also look at, I think, behind the scenes there as well. But the travel conditions, obviously, getting, as we kind of do some other MDOT cams, Gabe, here in a second. But yeah, we're looking rough there. Where's that at?
Yeah, this is
That's
in
Oxford.
Lafayette County, Oxford at looking at 6th and Jackson Avenue. So yeah, not great out there. Even seeing that kind of blurry and kind of has paused on me. Might be a little bit icy over there, but overall that was just live. But you can see this MDOT traffic camera. Can't even see the lines on the roadways in the city of Oxford. It's trying to refresh there for you. That car no longer there, but you can still see again the roadways looking very slick out there this morning. And that's just to show you how fast this can come about, because we've been watching these traffic cameras in Oxford, and every time I click back on them, they look worse and worse. And again, we're trying to get a hold of a few different emergency management directors across our counties, just so we can get a full update of what the roadways and everything's looking like, even outside of these traffic cameras here on these MDOT traffic cameras. Take a look at this bridge too at 7th and University. Just not great at all. And we want you to stay off the roadways, but especially stay off bridges. If you have to get out and about, we know there are different people that have to go to work today. We just encourage you to take it very, very slow. Slick overpasses are already ongoing across a lot of the area, and that's just going to continue through the day. So that's a look over in Oxford.
Appreciate that, Maggie. Gabe is looking at another camera there. And again, these cameras continue to show a similar story here. And that story, unfortunately, is eroding, but that is exactly what we expected, right?
Exactly. And I wanted to pick I realize my mic is not attached, but I wanted to pick a location that's further up towards the northwest where they were getting some of this accumulation earlier on. And this is in DeSoto County, where closer to the Horn Lake area. And here you're getting a look at some of those roadways. And this is going to be US 51. And take a look at the blanket of ice, the blanket of snow, the blanket of sleet, whatever you want to call it. Is very impactful, and you can't even see the roadways underneath it. Usually you see divots of some tire tracks, and even that's almost impossible to find. And of course, you do have those travelers that are braving the storm. Don't recommend that, but they are traveling at least slowly, and that's one positive I will say with this, but they don't need to be driving at all. This is up close to the Memphis area, so they're seeing a little bit worse than what folks out towards the east and even southeast are seeing. But Matt, I will say that this... It's not out of the realm of possibilities, but at least in Horn Lake, they're getting more snow. And that's positive for them, but our forecast, more ice than anything. And so I don't think we're going to get that
sure
beautiful.
Snow, or is that just a heavy sleet?
Well, they have gotten flakes that across the state line. So there's at least a few flakes mixed in there, maybe up to about a half inch to an inch. More than us, of course.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, actually, more than a lot of us. We might check. Can you get NWS chat on there? Where is that on your computer there, where you can kind of check behind the scenes?
I have it on my phone.
You have it on your phone? Okay, yeah, we'll check in there just to kind of see any information on that we have. I appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard there again monitoring what is obviously a slick situation, some power disruptions already there near the Tennessee state line related to this. In fact, if we check. And this tends to lag a little bit, reality, but we check power disruptions. Again, they're starting to come a few more of those up here closer to South Haven in DeSoto County. As we talked about earlier, this is where, again, it has been some of the heaviest so far, about 1,000 folks estimated there in DeSoto County, and looking at close to 300 folks there around Shelby and Cleveland and Rossdale. So we're hoping that those aren't continuing to increase. As far as power outages across the country go, where this was icing a lot earlier, you could see back out there into East Texas, the DFW metro area. That's where the icing has been more significant so far because they started earlier, and lots of those alerts. I'm going to show up here. We'll show the different warnings and watches that we have in place. Again, winter storm warnings all throughout Texas and Oklahoma, Arkansas, and northwest Mississippi. Again, that's where, again, more sleet and even some of that snowfall. That's part of the reason northwest Mississippi, DeSoto County, is under that winter storm warning, because it's kind of a combination more of that. Whereas we are, unfortunately, more exclusively ice storm Pontotoc, Lee, Union, Alcorn. I could list a whole lot of other counties. Shouldn't have started listing them. But ultimately, that's what most of us are going to see. And then a narrow band, if you notice very quickly there, a narrow band of these kind of purple counties just kind of dotted in. This is still the unknown. Could Noxubee County avoid all wintry precipitation? That remains a possibility. Maybe not a likelihood there. But you're under a winter weather advisory. Same thing down there toward Neshoba County. And in our area, Lamar and Marion counties in that. We're hoping for the best. Not that we're not all hoping for the best, but perhaps things end up better for some folks there in some of those counties that I was referencing. You do continue to send in your reports, and we're very thankful about that. And those reports from all around the area, some coming in from Water Valley, and I like this one. I'm not going to do a ton of these, but Hoveth Johnson there sending in this. Is the family doing what we're hoping you do? Having some cinnamon rolls. I mean, just kind of eating, hanging out, and trying to make the best on being stuck inside with people. I mean, that's what this is about. This is going to be memorable for a lot of folks. Hopefully not because Matt and the guys and gals, were completely wrong. Actually, I want to tell you right now, nothing would make me happier than getting massive amounts of "you messed this up" emails on Monday, because that would mean your email's still working and your phone's still working and you still have power and you still have heat. So listen, while I like to be right, I would rather be wrong and everybody still have power and everything still be okay. And it's like, Matt, but one way or another, we're making memories this weekend. We're going to spend some time with some family. Hopefully we can make the best of it. And hopefully we can enjoy one another's company during this. Again, appreciate everybody for liking, subscribing. You can get the app. That's how you can submit your pictures, and does let us know kind of where we're talking about as far as other pictures in Yalobusha County are concerned. Your boats landing there. This about an hour ago, showing in the ground completely coated with some sleet and or ice and or snow mix potentially there. So Yalobusha County, that's what we're seeing. Up here in Panola County, not as much. This one in Pope, Brandy sending this picture in, again, of whatever that sleet is, that ice combination covering the ground. Man, that's a tree we'll be watching closely. That's got a lot of limbs with a lot of stuff, and I'm hoping we don't lose some branches on that as the freezing rain component of this comes in. We've had more sleet than expected so far, and dear God, let that continue. That would be kind of best case scenario. As we check Pontotoc County near Algoma, again along Highway 15, southern part of the county, it does look like, again, some elevated surfaces there with some ice, as well as, in this case here, again, a windshield on the car, that coat of ice, that combination of kind of a wet sleet causing some of the issues there. And Maggie also, again, looking at some reports that continue to come in. Again, you can send your reports in on social media. You can also post them on my wall. Maggie, where are we looking at there for that at that's 9:47 a.m.?
Take a look at this. This is over in Boonville, so over in Prentiss County, 9:31. So one of our most recent submissions by Heather, again, over in Boonville. And I don't know if you can see this. You probably can if I'm on a bigger screen here with you. I tried to zoom in, but it didn't look as prevalent as it does when it's zoomed out. You can kind of see those little pellets indicating sleet over in Boonville. And that's just what Matt was saying as well. We've gotten more sleet this morning. And again, we hope that continues, because as though sleet is very good with travel disruptions, with roadways being impacted, not necessarily indicating a power outage situation. When you're getting sleet and then freezing rain, that's when we see power lines down and things of that nature, which we are seeing some of up in South Haven, but we'd rather have a lot more of this, which is picture of some sleet over in Boonville. As always, keep sending in your pictures to us within our app, and we are going to continue to show those all morning long. We'd like to see what's going on in your backyard, and the best way to do that is for you guys to, again, just to send us a picture. Hey, this is what it's looking like. You can do that right there in the app. Of course, we're watching socials as well, Matt, and we'll be watching those all the way through the weekend as we just continue to keep our eye on things. But I wanted to show
Absolutely.
that picture. Yep.
I appreciate that. I'm going to show some other more recent ones as well, as opposed to just map mode. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, kind of pulling those up there as well. You can kind of see, again, where the ice and snow is on a broader scale, and with the national map to show you that, again, for some folks out there, I know it's, we live in a see it when I believe it culture. And so looking at this, hopefully this is the believe it and see it. This is heavy rainfall was back here in the Texas. And then this is a big mass of ice and heavier precipitation. And where is it headed? I mean, do you need a meteorology degree to figure this out? Heading this way. Hopefully we warm up before it gets here a little bit. I'm hoping the dry air here is a sign of that warm up that we're expecting to start coming in for locations around the Golden Triangle. But you might notice those exact spots I'm showing there with that national radar. I want you to look at where we've had the most significant power disruptions. And notice it's the same locations. And it's as that goes over that those impacts kind of reach their peak. So here's current power outages. And then here is current national radar. Do you see a correlation? This clearly, at least there, and things will change as it approaches, but this clearly, at least back there in Texas and Louisiana and Arkansas, is one that's causing power disruptions. And it's very possible that that one produces heavy icing once it moves into our area. And this is where the roulette, which side of the freezing line you're on, starts to pay dividends. If you're lucky enough to be on the warm side, great. If you're not, things go sideways quickly. As we look at some of your pictures, again, some of the latest pictures coming in, so rather than just showing them based on location, we can also show them based on how recent they are. So these coming in the last few minutes. This one coming from downtown Ripley, again, showing what is ice-covered roadways and clearly travel that we would highly discourage. Another one from Ripley, this coming from John Grisham. Appreciate John for sharing it. This one a little bit more clear there. And yeah, you can see some indentation in the road there where cars have traveled along the roads, but certainly icy roads will continue to be a huge factor in one form or fashion. I do wonder, going back to what Gabe was saying a minute ago, that one area right in the middle there does look just a little bit more indented, whether that's, snow, sleet, or just kind of a heavy sleet that they have seen, but certainly covering the roads. I have an idea on this. We need to come back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'm going to try not to do that as I have a brainwave as one of my favorite television presenters, Jeremy Clarkson, not an appropriate guy, but, anyway, he says, I had a brainwave. Well, I just had a brainwave. That Ripley area, we've been up here in this kind of heavier band for a while. And at one point there within the last hour or so, we had that bright banding we were talking about, right? I don't know if it, yeah, there we go. For that one scan, let's see if I find it right there, near Corinth. Excuse me. So this brighter band there, what current time is 9:52, almost an hour ago there, as that kind of moved through, the heavier sleet with this as it moved through, that probably was accumulating sleet there in that. So when we kind of go back over here to our regular precipitation mode, you can see how that kind of shows up with more of the yellows. That's kind of what we're talking about as far as that is concerned. Take it back over to the mixed mode, like we've been watching. But join the conversation ongoing again here on Facebook, on YouTube. Again, checking some of your questions here. Do not rely on ChatGPT for technical info. It gets confused fast. You know, the thing that drives me the most crazy, and I use ChatGPT at least an hour a day, maybe more than that. You know, and whether it's better than just Googling or not, sometimes I really wonder on technical things. But the thing that drives me the most crazy, it's like, you're absolutely right. You would be right to think as much. But just tell me I'm wrong so I can get on the right track. Anyway, I'm off my soapbox on that there. And we're out to our camera in Lafayette County. And Lafayette County, you know, we talked to the emergency manager there a little bit earlier on. More icing continuing on the lens there. And 23 degrees the temperature as that's occurring. So this is all falling as some kind of frozen something, whether it's sleet covered in freezing rain or just plain sleet. It is frozen there in the Oxford area. But as we're watching the warm air trying to charge northward, we're right at the freezing point in Columbus. And that is up a little bit. So as the temperature increases there or increases down here in the Macon area, as we're kind of checking out some of those cameras, we're 37 in Macon. So this is that warmer air trying to work northward. And this is something our meteorologist Gabe Maynor has been kind of tracking. He's been looking at that. He's been looking at the road temperatures and looking at the road conditions. He'll have an updated look at all three of those in a minute. But before we talk to Gabe, I do want to go up to Maggie. I saw those power outages. She has some specific information on that. She's also kind of checking, and I don't mind if we pop back and forth between those cameras there, Maggie, as we're talking about this. But I know you're kind of trying to check out all those cameras, you know, trying to just see road conditions up there in DeSoto County. Unfortunately, a lot of those cameras are going out because power outages, right?
No, exactly. I was just making sure that that was still correct, kind of getting a few views on that to make sure we're bringing you accurate information. Again, the camera view on State Line Road, currently unavailable because up on State Line Road between, again, this is in DeSoto County, but it's right under the state line of Tennessee and Mississippi. We are seeing outages, and I'm checking on socials. And here's the thing. We're looking at outages in DeSoto County, right? And this is up in South Haven. This is all the way up into South State Line Road, Rasco Road, where a lot of different neighborhoods are, up into State Line Road where there's more businesses, over 1,000 people impacted. What I'm looking at on social media, there was a power line down, but the potential of that was because somebody hit the power line, not because of necessarily we're seeing enough ice accumulation just yet to be bringing down power lines. That means, again, I know people have to get out on the roadway, but we just encourage you, don't get out if you don't have to, because it sometimes leads to unnecessary outages like this one where people are already out. Again, not saying this is it, just saying that was a comment on social media. Haven't really confirmed that just yet, but the potential is there for some outages to already occur because, again, not ice accumulation, but people getting out on the roadways and it being slick and things like that happening. So that's why we encourage you, don't get out if you don't have to. That is a specific area within North Mississippi that's dealing with outages. And again, those MDOT traffic cameras up there out. But if we go just over on 55, just off to the west, seeing at least one of them trying to work, but conditions still not looking great, like this one over. Again, this is further into State Line Road, more sitting off west where there is still power. And overall, you can see, if you look here, Matt, way off in the distance, there are some people coming, but they're traveling quite slow as they should be.
You know, a lot of the questions in the chat I saw while you were talking is like, can I do this yet? Can I do that yet? We highly discourage you from traveling. Some of the roads are still going to be okay for a little while. Others are really bad. And the problem is you're probably out there and you're probably sliding when you realize I should have stayed home. We have been talking about this since Monday, and talking way harder than we typically do at that time frame out. So all of that to say, we've had some time to prep and prepare, and hopefully that's exactly what we have done. But temperatures, they're cold enough. We are watching a little bit of a warm surge. That's one of the things our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is looking at as well here as he is kind of analyzing some of the current temperatures and a few other maps there that we're talking about. And we'll bring Gabe in here for a second. Gabe and a friend. Certainly trying to keep the pets warm. Well, I guess one of the main factors to think about.
Well, Matt, that was exactly where I was going. Yes, I have a special guest with me. This is our dog Bailey, and as you can see, he is bundled up and put on his Christmas sweater because it's never too late to have a Christmas sweater. But the reason why we did it is because he's shaking. He's cold. And honestly, he's inside, so he shouldn't be shaking, but he's okay. It's probably because I'm holding him, so I'll set him down. But nonetheless, we need to be preparing our pets, our pipes, people, and plants if they're still alive. But nonetheless, make sure to take care of those things as we get into this event, because temperature-wise right now, we're still in the teens in northwest Mississippi. Here in Tupelo, sitting around 24 degrees, and with the weather outside, it makes it feel so much worse with the stuff coming down, the winds as well. So, there's a lot of things that we just need to prepare for. Extreme cold moving into the extended forecast, so get those pipes ready now. Cover them up. You mentioned the towel method if they were too late to get those absolute restoration covers. But just different things that we still need to prepare for, because like you mentioned, this event's just getting started.
Okay, we'll talk more about that here in a minute. We're going to take a brief break, support those sponsors that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather so we can keep doing this. Otherwise, that's why they advertise. They want to try to get your eyeballs. They want to try to talk to you. They do want to support us, but money speaks. And so support those that support us. We're going to take a brief break, show some advertiser response, and we're going to kind of restart things here at 10 a.m. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We'll be right back after this.
Game day brings its ups and downs, celebration and disappointment, anxiety and relief, friends and enemies. You can always argue over who should have won, but everyone can agree on great food. Appetizers, entrees, drinks, party platters, or even the taste of sweet victory. There's something for every season at Eat With Us restaurants.
Good morning. It's just after 10 a.m. You are watching Mississippi Live Weather here in the Room to Room Weather Center as we are tracking the ice storm of 2026. We do anticipate we will continue to have some issues related to this going forward as we progress throughout the remainder of today and into, of course, the next couple of days. We do have team coverage here of this icing event across North Mississippi. I am in central Lee County here as I've got to make sure I'm clicked in the right box for a moment here. I'm in central Lee County. Our Gabe Maynard's in northern Lee County. He's been watching power outages and all the conditions around the state. Our Maggie McCauley has been really on top of traffic cameras. And just for trying to get some real on-the-ground idea of what's actually happening, we have our Caleb Edelblut in the Golden Triangle, trying to have this covered from all angles. We are not traveling. We are staying put, because we believe that's what you should be doing as well, and we should try to model what that looks like in this situation here. I'm going to begin with our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, as we have multiple times this morning. She has traffic conditions around the state, and certainly, Maggie, the northwest portion of the state is where the travel troubles have been the most significant. Almost all the roads are packed like that, and luckily, in many cases, there aren't a lot of folks out on them.
Yeah, hey, here's a look of what we haven't seen this morning, or a location that we haven't mentioned so far this morning. You see one truck out there. That's the first one I've seen. I've had this camera pulled up for a few minutes. It's an NDOT traffic look over in Olive Branch, so a little bit less traffic than the 55 interstate that I have been showing you over in DeSoto County. But you can see, barely can see those roadways over here. Here's another look over at a bridge over there, and you can see can't see the lines. You can see kind of a middle indention where people have been traveling out there this morning. But overall, look at that. That is not something that we want to be getting out in this morning. This is in northwest Mississippi. So that's the look overall if you're having to get out and about. And if you don't, you don't want to, because that's what it's looking like. And again, we've already seen a few wrecks as well. One of those was on 22, close to the Myrtle exit. Now taking a look at that, looking like traffic might be flowing back ever so slowly on 22. This was after the Myrtle exit, but still seeing folks able to pass that. And again, you can see those lines of indention where people have been traveling out there this morning, going ever so slowly. Still seeing vehicles on the roadways. Again, we hope that that's essential workers that have to get out and about because these roadways aren't great. That's why we've already seen traffic incidents already this morning. And then the further south that you go, do want to show you one more look, a little bit closer into where Matt and Gabe are. It's up in Saltillo. Not necessarily seeing those whiteout conditions, but that doesn't mean we're not seeing icy roadways just yet. Right, Matt?
Yeah, we're not seeing it just yet, but I mean, it's there's a difference between when it's visibly icy and when it's slick. It can be slick in scenarios when it's not obviously visibly icy out there, and that could be the situation. The problem is that you realize that as you're applying your brakes, and now you can't stop. Again, join the conversation here as we are discussing what's going on around the area. You know, folks mentioned Mississippi Highway 4 northwest of Hobo Station is slick. People still driving. Go home, y'all. That is the recommendation. That's why we have someone at home this morning. That'd be our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, who is in Oktibbeha County at home. You know, I would say sheltering in place, but you're not as prone to high-end ice as other folks are. And frankly, you haven't really seen much so far. What are you seeing now as of 10:04 a.m.?
Well, right now, still a whole lot of nothing, which is a good thing for us here in the Golden Triangle region. I will say, unfortunately, South Montgomery has gone back to its busier self and still seeing cars kind of go back and forth. But on the bride with them on the road, there's nothing happening here. But we also know that it just takes a lot longer to get to us because it's more kind of northwest in our state with where that ice storm is kind of more prominent right now in that peak threat and that threshold. But we're staying pretty dry for right now. But I just know that we do have a soggy forecast coming up later on today, and then that can cause some implications overnight, especially once those temperatures begin to drop. But for right now, we're still seeing dry conditions, but also frigid conditions. I know that's going to continue to worsen as we get ready for the days coming up ahead, but definitely kind of preparing for the worst, expecting the best. I mean, I even have the wipers up on my cars out here. Didn't park it next to the tree, so put them up on both my car and my dad's. So making sure we have the necessary precautions out here in the Golden Triangle region, but also hoping for the best as we continue pushing further into our Saturday, but also knowing that it's going to be kind of rainy a lot later today. Isn't that right, Matt?
Yeah, it will, and we're hoping it goes over to pure rainfall there. The temperatures in around Oktibbeha County right now are within a couple degrees of the freezing point. We do expect them to probably end up going up a little bit more as we go throughout the day, and hopefully that transitions to where we're confident on it being above freezing there. That won't be everybody, but for some of us, we do see that temperature go up a little bit more. We're at Ackerman right now, sitting at 32 degrees. Again, dry air is still the story there. I show the dew point coming in 25, and so that's still a pretty good gap. We have not had as heavy precipitation moving into the Ackerman area at this time. Again, appreciate North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our partner there. You can see Ackerman kind of in the hole as far as this is concerned. But back toward Chula, another pretty decent band. But maybe if it takes just long enough, it'll maybe we can get that temperature up a little bit higher. That's our hope, our prayer there for folks around Kosciuszko and back for a large chunk of the area. We'll check in with our meteorologist Gabe Maynor on looking at all of the advisories for around our region as well coming up here in just a moment. So the latest on those advisories in place, frankly, from the government. But one thing that's very clear on this to me, this is a pretty substantial ice band from Cleveland back up the Water Valley and the Oxford area. As we bring Gabe in, Gabe, there's no question on this. We're still at the beginning of an extended event.
You know, Matt, making the forecast, one of the things that I always like to do as a meteorologist is assess where things stood with model runs yesterday. And the big thing with the forecast was it was almost scattered development on the first half of the day. And I remember watching it, it's like, okay, well, if this is the event, we're going to see some accumulation, but it's not going to be extreme. Then the main event rolled in, widespread development. And we're talking freezing rain, sleet, and maybe some rain mixing in further south. That's going to be the more significant coverage. That's going to be where those outputs jump significantly, and that's where we expect those highest impacts to be felt. That's going to be pushing in later on into the afternoon. So this morning threat, basically getting the foundation, not in a good way. We always talk about a firm foundation in Christ, but yeah, this isn't one of those. We're talking about a foundation of ice, Christ. And so that's going to allow for that accumulation later on in the day to just basically build and not have to cool off the ground at all because it's already cold enough. And then those start to climb as well. And that's why we do have these ice storm warnings in effect from far southwest into the delta around Greenville, and then working its way south northeast all the way up into Tishomingo County. And so that's where we're experiencing those ice storm warnings, accumulation totals surpassing an inch. Not going to be shocked at all if we reach that point in a lot of locations. So this is something that we were talking about yesterday, where those accumulation totals could be on the more significant side. We're hopeful that that continues to, we hope we're wrong. We hope we're wrong, and that's what I'll say on that. One of the notes that I do have is our power outage not forecast, but power outage totals. Maggie was touching on it just a moment ago. DeSoto County having over 1,000 outages. That was due to a wreck that was getting confirmed there through some of our sources on social media. But one thing that I will say is Bolivar County did earlier on have a significant number of outages, sitting at 103 right now. Now that was due to some of these icy conditions. That was actually some weather-related impacts of why those outages occurred. DeSoto County, of course, weather-related why it's out, but more so from a wreck rather than the ice or snow or any of that frozen precipitation bringing down those power lines or any limbs that would knock down power lines. So fortunately, I have not seen numerous reports of that so far, but we're not in the thick of it just yet. This afternoon, Matt, that's when things really start to heighten up. Everything that we're getting right now is just setting that foundation for what should be a more active afternoon ahead.
Absolutely will be a more active afternoon ahead. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, reporting. Appreciate that, Gabe. And again, we have a fairly significant ice band that has set up, stretching from Grenada back to Coffeyville. You know, if you look at this over the last hour or so, and there's a couple ways to look at this. If you know some folks out there that do live kind of in this zone and they haven't submitted pictures yet, go ahead and send those in because I'm interested to see, very, very interested to see how much icing this is producing here in this zone, stretching from Pontotoc back over here to north of the Greenwood area, because this is fairly heavy. And that's where we get, you know, there will be a band where significant icing ends up occurring. I want to show a picture here. This coming from the Dorsey area using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Give me a moment. This is going to pop off the screen while I get the name on that for a second, and appreciate that would be Scotty Massey, who's followed us since back at the TV station days of some of the icicles. You know, that tells you the rain hits it and it sort of drips as it takes it a moment to freeze, because freezing rain is not this instantaneous process. It takes a few moments before it can, have its effect. So again, I think we've shown this a bunch. We are going to show this a bunch here, talking about kind of what's on the menu for today. Rain down where Caleb is, though a lot of dry air is kind of eating that up at this point. The more moisture is mainly north. We have the freezing rain that's starting off as snow, largely melts completely in the rain, and it hits the ground as a liquid. That's the thing. That's why it's not frozen rain. It's freezing rain. So it hits the ground as a liquid because it hasn't had a long enough time to change phase back to ice. And as it hits something, it freezes. Now, we say instantaneously. That's actually not true. It takes between moments to seconds to maybe a minute to freeze. And that's how you end up getting the form where you have these drips, is because it hits it as rain, and then the raindrop kind of goes down whatever's already frozen there and extends it a little bit and a little bit and a little bit, which is why at the very bottoms there, if you zoom in, I'll see if I get my mouse over on the right screen here for a second. You zoom in on this, I mean, you can almost literally see where it froze more quickly higher up on some of these, and then versus where it's still more liquid and dripping off. So in a freezing rain situation, you would actually still see rain dripping off the ends of these icicles here. And that's why it kind of looks a little bigger at the bottom there as well, because that's the raindrop kind of accumulating the moisture before it drips then off. So it is not frozen rain, it is freezing rain, and unfortunately it is occurring in many locations. And you are doing an excellent job of giving us information. We know that the National Weather Service had a tendency to watch what we're doing here. Appreciate National Weather Service in Memphis and all those other places. I'm going to map this one here, figure out where this one at. This cluster of reports coming in there from kind of eastern Pontotoc County. And we'll come back over here to the gallery. Let's look at this and some of the shots here. This from Janice, I think it said there. Again, completely coded on this. I'm very interested in Pontotoc County because in Pontotoc County, we have one of those heavier bands, and whatever that's setting up with, that looks like that is some sleet. But that would be best case scenario, that maybe we have just enough cold air near the surface that we're getting sleet. And yeah, Gabe's microphone, the one he has clipped on, isn't working, but we at least can hear him. I got to tell you, things aren't going to be perfect than what you see here today, but hopefully they're informative. That is our goal here, to make sure we're giving the information. And listen, none of this existed a year ago, so we're doing all right. Join the conversation. Of course, support our sponsors here. Mama Justice, one of our big sponsors, sponsoring our Doppler radar. One of our biggest sponsors from day zero was Room to Room Furniture, for helping us out. We appreciate, folks like Mitchell Cunningham there. And they have done something that I think will be helpful to them from an advertising standpoint and to all of us as well. They're sponsoring one of our sky cams here. And we have a number of sky cams, more than 20 sky cams here across North Mississippi that we are going to be utilizing through this event to figure out what's happening. It's 25 in Tupelo. And at the bottom of the screen there, I'm looking at a parking lot that looks wet, but I see some folks out there. The thing is that the ground temperatures are flirting with the freezing point, if not a little below. Can you travel? I mean, you can do anything. I always tell the kids, you can do anything once. You want to jump off a bridge, you can do it once, not doing it again. So can you drive from point A to point B? You can. But will you get there safely, and will you get back safely? That is the question, because so many of the roads look like what Maggie has right now on one of our Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras. Now, Maggie's looking at, again, these frozen roadways. Where's that one as of 10:14 a.m.?
Yeah, I want to show you something different, or at least somewhere different. We've been kind of highlighting some of the same areas that have been getting the most impacts, at least this morning. This is a little bit further off to the south, over in the Delta, Swiftwater, south of Greenville this morning, looking at 82. You can see that bridges, those overpasses, not looking great this morning. Overall, still people, though, out on the roadways. You can see this indention made where people have been traveling on this roadway into the overpass. You can see someone coming right now. Still slick conditions, though, down in the Delta, even though they're not seeing as maybe whiteout conditions on the roadways as we are further up to the north. Doesn't mean things aren't very, very slick. And you can see that 18-wheeler making its way out as well. Just need to be very, very careful if you have to be out and about this morning. And again, we can't encourage you more enough to just not, if you do not have to. But I want to show you a different look, because again, that's over in the Delta. Haven't talked about it too much, but it was one of those places that got in on that wintry mix before everybody else overnight. Again, this poured over the Mississippi River into the Delta, into Northwest Mississippi, anywhere between 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. for some of us last night. So getting in on that a little bit earlier than everybody else, now continuing to make its way through Northeast Mississippi. So even if your roadways aren't looking like this morning, doesn't mean you're not going to round out your day looking like this as well. So that's why we encourage you, if you see your roadway and it looks okay right now, I don't encourage you to be like, oh, it's fine, I'll go to my friend's house, because these conditions can happen rather quickly and you don't want to be stuck in a place you don't want to be overnight. Matt.
Absolutely. That's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, reporting. Some of your reports, again, I'm about to send one over here to the National Weather Service here in just a second. Let's bring it back in here, and I'm going to change this over to our browser. This is a very helpful report in a number of ways. Number one, it shows us with absolute accuracy exactly how much sleet we have had in some locations. And so this shows us, give me a moment here, I'll see if it pastes into my chat with the National Weather Service. I'll put 1 inch sleet in Myrtle, M-Y-R. Hold on, I'm going to send that before it goes. There we are. 1 inch sleet, well, E-E-T in M-Y-R-T-L-E. M-Y-R-T-L-E. Still didn't get it. Y'all, of all the things I can't do, spell. Anyway, this is an excellent idea of what's going on. So if you have accumulations on the ground, if you could put a ruler in it, that allows us to understand exactly how much has fallen. And that gives us an excellent idea of exactly what's going on. We know that's primarily sleet up there in the Myrtle area. And I'll go back and appreciate, I'll get the name on that one more time here, Kenny Stansel. Seen that name a bunch of times over the years. Appreciate you for working with us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Jason with a shot here. I'm going to map this one, get an idea. He's sending a cluster of reports. This from the Iuka area. Let's see if we can kind of pull those back up. And again, these all shots here of some of the roads in the Iuka area, which are sleet packed. I can now say for sure, having seen up close Kenny's picture a moment ago, that these are sleet packed roadways. And that's the reason why you see the indentions there. About an inch of sleet already. Now, that's not the same as the inch of ice we're talking about. When we talk about an inch of ice, it's yes, to a certain extent sleet, but mostly we're talking about the freezing rain. And that's why it's just so high impact. If we can just keep it sleet there up in Iuka, something's gone super right for you. The concern is if we have more of that freezing rain, maybe you're lucky enough, that cold layer is just deep enough to avoid the worst of it there. Man, that would be a spectacular thing if that were the case. And so going back to our graphic here, which kind of explains what we're looking at with this. And again, sleet is where it's a deeper cold layer. And so one of the pieces of information we talked about at 6 o'clock last night and 10 o'clock last night is information coming out of Oklahoma was saying that, doing soundings, the cold layer was a little deeper. We talked about how that could potentially impact the quantity of sleet. Man, that would be best case scenario, because any of these, rain, sleet, snow, is better than this. You can't travel when it's sleet, but you still have power. If we can avoid freezing rain, and I don't think we will for all locations, but if more locations can, that's your best case scenario, because it will be ice of some form for a lot of us. But if that cold layer is just deep enough, if it's more sleet, that would avoid those catastrophic power loss issues and some of the other things that we've talked about. Again, we haven't talked a ton about locations out here toward Red Bay and Vina and Russellville. And honestly, I haven't spent a whole lot of time talking about Tishmingo up here as well, or Belmont or Iuka. So I apologize for that. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here. It's 10:20 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Again, widespread sleet and frozen precipitation continues here for locations in and around the northern part of Mississippi and northwest Alabama. And we can say that a lot of what we're looking at here is sleet. Another way to kind of check that out, and we're going to pull up on the map here, see what other reports we kind of have up there in and around locations in Tishmingo County. We've got some up here dating back. This one's about an hour, so we'll look at that in a moment. I want to bring it back to Gabe while I try to get some things aligned with that. And Gabe, again, you're watching alerts, you're watching other things. What do you have for us?
Well, so we have a blanket of alerts in place right now, and so it's almost impossible to keep up with them all as we head into this weekend and early parts of next week. But I want to talk about an upgrade that Memphis has put out, and they have upgraded our cold weather watch to now a cold weather warning, meaning that those wind chill values they're expecting along the for parts of the Tennessee state line here in North Mississippi to drop into the potential negatives for feels like values. So one of the concerns with this winter weather threat is lingering into that extended forecast. And as long as that cold weather is in place, I mean, it's not going to go anywhere. So with the cold weather warning going to be in place for all areas in the Memphis coverage area, then we do expect that stuff to linger as long as that cold weather is sticking around. And that is expected to go all the way into Tuesday and even beyond that point. Our high temperatures next week, 39 degrees, I believe is what it was sitting at. So we don't warm up too much. And then we get a potential next system next week, but that's a whole other thing we'll get to later on. But Matt, the cold weather warnings now in effect, just furthering what we've been saying, that extreme dangerous cold next week is possible to add to the already dangerous forecast we're in.
You're absolutely right. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard there, again, looking at the overall alert, says we're just kind of balancing a whole bunch of different things at this point here. Let's talk about pictures, not just from a standpoint of, ooh, that's neat, but from how we can prep more from this. I'm going to show you some pictures we got in from Tallahatchie County. This would be Charleston area. Former local TV station alum Joel Young's hometown out there. We have 8 pictures coming in from the hospital there. And what I note on all of these, it's kind of small. Hold on. I might have, let's see if I can do this without breaking it. Let's zoom in right. That's close enough you can kind of see it because I kind of want to go through some of these. But if you note there, that is ice. And what is largely purely freezing rain that has kind of fallen there in the Charleston area. Appreciate Mandy for these pictures. I'll pop one of these up full in a second, but I just kind of want to see which one's best, honestly, as I'm going around this list here. That one's a pretty good example of, again, the freezing rain coming off of that image there, that surface there and kind of dripping around. This is kind of sleet and freezing rain both at the same time. These images coming in over the last little bit here. So that is important because as we go back to Mama Justice Doppler radar and you see kind of that heavier band from Glendora back to Coffeyville, that tells me that there's some sleet in this, but there's also freezing rain in this as well, dripping off the edge. Now I will say this. I'm going to go back to that picture here again for a second. And again, you can join the conversation here behind the scenes. But one thing I do note on that picture, just on kind of the bottom corner of it, we kind of zoom this in here and go all the way down to the bottom. We have as far down as we go. Okay, well, I'll step out of the way then. Oh, see, I messed it up. There we are. Get to the corner. Get in the corner. Okay. These are not long icicles. Length matters in this situation because if it was pure freezing rain at the rates we're looking at, these would be long icicles. Instead, because they're shorter icicles, and this is so grainy, that tells me it's probably sleet that is coated in freezing rain. And so essentially you have partial sleet, right? It's not full sleet, it's not full freezing rain, it's kind of in between those two. It's a hybrid. So that's what we're, I think, looking at there with this potentially. I do want Caleb with some information that he put in our kind of group chat we have behind the scenes here. Caleb, if you're live, you can do it from inside there. You don't have to go outside. The information that you had about the arena, I'll bring in our meteorologist, Caleb Elderblut, to kind of deliver some of that. Now, what were you saying here?
Yes, I saw the post from the city of Tupelo. They were saying that the Cadence Bank Arena in North Hall Certified American Red Cross shelter opened at 9 a.m. this morning as a warming shelter in expectation of the winter storm and the frigid temperatures expected for those without shelter and or power. They said the shelter is operated by ARC and will remain open until deemed no longer necessary. So this can go as long as people need it. There's no cutoff. It doesn't have to end by tonight or tomorrow night thing. This can go as long as people need the shelter. So for those that are around the Tupelo area that lose power and just are without shelter, that opened up at 9 a.m. earlier this morning and is free to all that need that to show up later on today. So just wanted to pass that along for those out in Lee County and up in that area.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Caleb Elderblut. Warming shelters will become important at some point here in the future, potentially. And Gabe, behind the scenes, that could be one of the other tabs we open up here in a second. The North Mississippi Storm Chasers have a list of warming shelters that they've put together. If and when the time comes, that's something that you need to potentially seek shelter from, because on the backside of this, we have a lot of cold air. Changing radar sites here down to the Jackson radar site. This is another heavy band behind this. If you have not seen something rough yet, it's still on the way. And this threat builds from here. Unfortunately, that is the angle and the direction that this whole event is going. So more sleet, more freezing rain, more is on the way. The questions do come around the Golden Triangle here as well. Gabe will also have those latest temperatures, looking at that here in a moment for us. So when we talk to him and we kind of analyze that, but I'm bringing it back here to the closest radar site for a moment as we're looking in and around. The Golden Triangle has been extremely fortunate to this point to not have more impacts. We're going to check out our camera in West Point there. And in West Point, we have had a few reports of a little bit of icing, but we still have perfect visibility out of our camera. And we're sitting at 32, and we're waiting for that number to go up. We're hopeful that it will go up significantly, and there's a decent chance that it could going forward. But certainly watching things very, very closely there in the West Point area, in the Golden Triangle, because what happens there kind of starts to affect everybody else. Because then we start to get an idea of how it's going to play out for everybody. Because if that warm air can fully charge northward, that makes a huge difference on trying to get us into a safer situation, because then at least we would go through a part of this event without things being worse. Thomas, in the Biggersville area, that would be up there in Alcorn County, sending in this shot here. I'm going to bring it back in and show you the shot there from Alcorn County. Thomas, again, with what are sleet-packed roads. And luckily, kind of look in both directions there along 45. I don't see any cars. So that means people are trying to be smart and safe about how they travel and what they do at this time. Okay, Gabe, if you've got those temperatures up in one tab, and you can always right-click on those and say open a new tab. Looks like you do have that up there. I'm going to bring Gabe in so we can talk about, again, a few of these impacts with the temperatures. Obviously, we're hoping for them to get boosted a little bit, but we know at the tail end of this it drops. And so you're talking both current temperatures, but then that also means you're looking farther down the road and talking about what is going to be significant cold, right?
Exactly. So cold weather warnings are in place for Monday and Tuesday specifically because of the significant drop that we're going to be experiencing, and the winds, it's going to be breezy, making it feel in the negatives in some parts here in North Mississippi. Looking at temperatures right now across the area, still getting some teens way up there in Northwest Mississippi. That's right at 17 for Tunica, 16 around South Haven. But as we work our way towards the south and east, you can see temperatures do gradually get warmer. Where I'm paying attention to is right there in the Golden Triangle area, specifically south of Highway 82 around Macon and Louisville. You do see this line that starts to form. And as you can see right here, I mean, we're talking southern Lowndes County and then dipping into Winston County and then carrying off there into the southern part of Winston County. Kosciuszko kind of on the cusp of freezing, but then all the way into the Delta, we're seeing below freezing temperatures. Why that matters? That's our freezing line, the freezing line that we've been talking about for what precipitation we will see here in North Mississippi. So folks in Macon, folks in Aliceville and Gordo and Pickens County, folks over there probably getting rainfall, getting all the way to the surface. But as we take a look at the rest of the area, at least getting some of that mix as it works its way to the surface because of where temperatures currently stand. It does matter what happens at the surface, also matters what happens aloft. And if you do have that warm nose, and that's why we're getting that sleet and that freezing rain mixture, you know, how deep that cold layer is at the surface does matter, because that means that's a deciding factor in regards to if it's freezing rain or sleet. So that's one to pay attention to. But these temperatures right now already cold, getting even colder into the start of next week. That's another danger that we need to talk about. And of course, Caleb was talking about warming shelters just a moment ago. I have behind the scenes pulled up real quick the warming centers that are actually on the North Mississippi Storm Chasers page. This is continually updated. So if you do need to know of a warming center close to your area, always check out their page. And they're a big help here with us on Mississippi Live Weather with the cameras, also with these warming shelters. We thank them a lot and hope they're staying safe in this event as well. But lots of tools at your fingertips as we go through this event. So there's no reason why we can't stay safe. You guys just need to make those preparations, and I hope that you have done so all week long to get that plan A in place. And if plan A falls through, then you have plan B, plan C, and plan D. We're all prepped out here in North Mississippi. But Matt, cold air dominating the forecast, going to continue to dominate it beyond this event. But this event not doing anyone any favors, giving us the icy conditions on those roads, making it hard to potentially get to those warming shelters, and then the lingering impacts that we'll see with it as well. It's just not a good setup whatsoever.
It isn't, but it's something that hopefully, I mean, for 5 days we've been doing it with megaphones, so hopefully people are prepared enough for this, and dear God, hopefully it's more sleet than anything else. Hey, would you make sure to repost that? I know we've shared it before, but just reshare that on Facebook so it's toward the top. And if you can get the link, drop it in the Facebook chat so that people have that information. That's the kind of information you want to know those in your area before the power goes out, just in case internet goes with it because of this. Appreciate that's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here, again, looking at the very latest on those warming centers here across North Mississippi. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here. Current time is 6:31 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. If you're just tuning in with us here, in the Room to Room Weather Center, we've been talking about these threats all week long. We're largely tracking what's going on now, but we do forecast forward on this. But I want to kind of give you an assessment if you're just tuning in on where the situation stands. We have had accumulating sleet that has kind of looked like snowfall. That's why we're level 2 confidence on the snowfall accumulations near the Tennessee state line. But most of this graphic has remained unchanged for the last few days here. What Gabe was just mentioning, on the back end of the system, we expect sub-freezing temperatures for more than 2 days. And by sub-freezing, I mean possibly single digit and below zero temperatures up into Tennessee. And I think those single digits do come down into our area as well. Likely travel impacts for most locations already ongoing. The thunderstorm potential, I promised this a couple of times, and I think in this moment here, I'm going to look at that with our exclusive storm finder. It's something you'll see only here on Mississippi Live. It allows us to look at the lightning, the precipitation all at the same time, so we can figure out if thunder, snow, or something like that is on the way. But accumulating ice and sleet, causing power outages already in some spots. We expect those to be multiplied as we go forward into today, as travel continues to degrade, as ice continues to come. And if you have not seen the significant ice yet, don't worry. It is unfortunately on the way for you. Gabe talked about this a minute ago. Those ice storm warnings for the counties in purple, all involved here. And for many of us, the icing event doesn't reach its peak until tonight, and in some cases until tomorrow. I cannot think of a time where we've in the past, even 94 was not multi-day to this extent for at least locations around the Tupelo area. And so the length of time and the opportunity is significant. Maybe we're lucky enough the cold air gets thick enough that it's more sleet than freezing rain. That's all stuff we're worrying about. But slick roadways everywhere in the purple counties here. We've been forecasting these at same areas. And I'm going to show you the same graphic I've been showing for over 48 hours. And that is our peak threats graphic. And we changed the text at the top. That's the only thing we've changed. And I expect this to still be true. Our peak impacts in this orange zone here, and those impacts will include accumulating icefall and inability to travel and peak power outages, all possible for locations in the orange. If you're there, hopefully you're at your ending point. We do expect that we will continue to have this going on for the next day plus, unfortunately. When we look at icefall accumulations, and this is the HRRR model, it's one of a lot of different projections we can show. As you'll note from the most recent run, which started at 6 a.m. through the end of this event, and this shows Monday 11:30. I just took it through there. This event is done on Sunday. But the ice that it's on the ground, on trees, that will probably linger after that because of the cold air. But this most recent run, icefall accumulations, and this is primarily freezing rain, but does have a sleet component that figures in this here, more than an inch for a large section of North Mississippi. And for analysis on just how this stands on the how important is this and how big a deal is Matt making out of this? Is he blowing this out of proportions? I want to show you what's called the Winter Storm Severity Index. This is something that I don't make. This is National Weather Service offices, the government, and the way they're looking at this information. And what they are saying is if you look at the whole United States here, I'll go to the whole United States. This is a winter storm that stretches almost from coast to coast. And the bullseye of that, if you're saying what is the most extreme up at the top there? The most extreme, there are some spots there in North Georgia that have been added in, but largely it is over top of us here in North Mississippi. And when you look at the icing component to that, that is the reason why. Now, one thing I did notice here, and again, you can tell the difference between thinking from National Weather Service Memphis, National Weather Service Jackson. The Grenada County, that is Jackson's county, so is Webster County. They still think a little more highly on the high-end icing potential than some folks farther north than the folks in Memphis do. What is that change and why is it there? I have not talked to them, but my guess, and I feel like it's a pretty decent guess here, is the sleet component, the depth of the cold air. Icing is worse when it's freezing rain because that's what then, adheres to everything and pulls down power lines and causes all the issues that go along with that. So perhaps the best case scenario of maybe a little bit more sleet could play out farther north where we have some of those highest icing totals. Again, I'm putting words in their mouth. I'm saying that if I were looking at a positive spin on this, that would be the positive spin I'm looking at. But looking at roadways like our meteorologist Maggie McCauley is doing, those roadways continue to, depending on where you're at, look a little bit treacherous out there. And again, it's not 100% bad there, but I mean, that's one of the, I think that would be more slick than maybe folks realize.
Yeah, definitely don't want to get out if you don't have to, because this is something you can't necessarily see when you're in the car, right? This is looking a roadway, Highway 336 west of Pontotoc, and you can see some ice, at least on the side of the roadways, maybe even a little on it as well if you kind of look closer there. But overall, some ice starting to set up on roads, making hazardous travel sitting west of Pontotoc, and that's really across North Mississippi right now, especially Northwest Mississippi, creeping into Northeast Mississippi. Here's another look, same area, same person sent this in as well, again, west of Pontotoc, and you can kind of see the ice accumulation on the vehicle here. And I would say a messy go, but a mix of things in terms of what ice we're looking at. You can kind of see the sleet accumulation and then that frozen precipitation on the windshield as well, indicating maybe some freezing ice as well, or some freezing rain. So overall, those are two pictures. One more look that I want to show you. This is over, I believe in Dorsey. Let me make sure. Yeah, in Itawamba County. Icicles frozen, you can see on the well house over in Dorsey. Again, this is over in Itawamba County. So ice starting to accumulate on all kinds of things. And that's why we discourage you from spending a lot of time outdoors if you don't have to. One, it's just miserable cold. Two, this is going to be weighing down on other surfaces like this roof and like trees as we go over the day ahead. I know there's a lot of folks that want to be out sledding, right? I've heard a lot about sleds over the past few days, and I didn't want to ruin anybody's dreams in terms of sledding, but we knew the snowfall accumulation wasn't going to be very high for some fun sledding out there. I know some of us are still getting out and doing that this morning, but overall, this is the main impact we're watching, and that's that ice accumulation that's going to be making for hazardous travel and even hazardous conditions as you're walking outside, because things are slick out there this morning. What are you seeing at your house, though? That's what we want to know. Make sure to keep sending us in pictures like this here on the Mississippi Live Weather app. You can also let us know. We're keeping an eye on this chat, what you're seeing outside. And I see somebody, thank you so much. Shout out to Tiffany, letting other people know how to submit our pictures. Go to the app, click the three lines on the top left of the screen, and then click submit your pictures. She is 100% correct out there. That is exactly how you go and submit your pictures. You got to have your email on there. You can put your name, where you're taking the picture at. It's really easy if you have our app on your phone.
Absolutely. It very much is. And we appreciate everyone for doing that. It's not just, hey, we want to show this on TV. It's the information you have. When you get significant reports, we can pass that along to the National Weather Service so they know exactly what is happening. And it helps them and us and everybody to adjust our forecasts as the confidence continues to increase. A significant sleet, looks like primarily sleet. I'm going to change this back over on Mississippi Live Weather Radar, Mama Justice Doppler radar, here to this mode, the rainfall mode. Now, this is not rain, so ignore what this says at the top. I'm looking for the brighter areas, and so that is where I think some sleet, again, mixing with this in Grenada, that's moving toward Derma and Bruce, kind of this next heavier band you're in right now. Again, we're praying this stays primarily sleet as opposed to going to something else. And again, appreciate all the reports you're putting in the chat there. And of course, all the folks that are sending in pictures here behind the scenes, certainly helping us out. In Northwest Mississippi, it's kind of, I hate that phrase, winter wonderland, because, it implies something positive, and maybe it is. This coming in from Hernando. Appreciate this shot there of kind of a baseball field completely covered up. No one's doing practice today or tomorrow, or probably a few days next week. It might be Wednesday next week before that's all gone up there. Can appreciate that one coming in from Taylor. This is ice on the roads and a pretty rough one. The College Hill area in the Oxford area. Let's go ahead and pull this one up. I mean, double check the name on that again. This is Olivia. Olivia with this shot here of, again, a pretty good glaze there. That does look like it's a bit of sleet as well as ice. So it's certainly not something you want to walk on. Even if you're very, very careful, it's really easy to fall. And even if you're able-bodied, it's very easy to fall as well. So just be smart. I agree with Mike Johnson. The only ice that they want is in their drink. I'm right alongside you there. Icing, this is a new picture coming in just in the last couple of moments. This is from the city of Grenada. We asked for Grenada, and you have delivered. We appreciate that. Looking at those power lines there, I'll zoom it in. Doesn't look like a lot on the power lines. As I scroll down on this picture, though, I do show a little bit off of that light. The reason it can be harder on some power lines is because of their size, the surface area that they have. That flat area helps that to have a little bit more icing. But a person who knows exactly kind of how all this works and hopefully can give us some guidance on what we're at. I know there's not a lot of issues yet, but his insight is invaluable, is Scott Hendricks. Scott Hendricks is the CEO of the Tom Bigby Electric Power Association. Scott, thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live this morning. I know, trying to, in a mirrored state, get in the right spot there. This is obviously the kind of stuff you guys plan for and you're concerned about. How are things this morning? And, some general, let's just start with how are things this morning?
Matt, at this choice in life, I can be one of two things, an optimist or a pessimist. So I'm going to hope we get ice on the ground and not on the lines. From the picture you just showed, that's exactly right. You're going to have flat surfaces freezing. You're going to have slippery pavement. You're going to have slippery streets. You're going to have ice on cars, ice on windshields. Even if you leave your home with your windshield frost-free from your garage, if you didn't get it warm, you can freeze driving. It's very dangerous. The fear is it's a 4-degree, 5-degree swing. If we get warm enough atmospheric temperatures to drop water on a line that now will have been frozen for a few days and hasn't been over 40 in 3-4 days, that's concerning. We are all hands on standby. We've not brought crews in yet. We're watching what's west of us. We're watching the storm move in. I think 3 o'clock today will tell the tale from then on as to what we see on lines. If you look out your back door and you see accumulation on your shrubbery, that's going to be very similar to what we have on lines. If you see it on the limb of a tree and that begins to build up to 1/4 of an inch, that's what we'll have on lines. Round surfaces act very similarly. There is a small amount of heat in a electric line, just due to the science of electricity, but it was not enough to keep it from freezing. And the ice will work as an insulator. I've been describing it to people this week as the same effect as when you spin the ice cream freezer during the summer. The faster you spin it on the ice, the more you insulate it in the ice, the colder you get it. The more ice that builds up on the line, it acts as an insulator to itself, and that's very concerning. At this point, I don't know of any icing on lines. I've seen some reports up in South Haven, DeSoto County, of some poles broken, possibly due to ice. I don't know those details. I haven't called that manager. They have enough going on their
and I
own.
think that was one of the things that we talked about the other day, that there's two ways in which the power goes out in that situation: ice on lines and people hitting poles. And I think Maggie
Yes.
confirmed earlier that at least in one case, it was someone sliding in and hitting a pole. Yeah, she's giving me a thumbs up behind the scenes there. So that's thankfully not ice on lines yet in that situation. And this picture relevant to you. This is in the Carolina community, so that's an area that you would cover.
We South
Again,
Carolina.
yeah. I mean, but see, this would have been rain that would have hit the roof and then slanted down. So you're going to again have a large area to collect that water and before it then freezes. That you're going to see long icicles, and long icicles don't necessarily mean that you necessarily on those the radial icing, like we've talked about, those surfaces, small surfaces that it's bid that complete coating.
We're just hopeful. But the principle of the icicle is the same as what I'm talking about on the line. As the water freezes on itself, it makes more ice, and that's what will happen on the lines if it's falling as water. If it falls as sleet, it'll be slippery. We can't walk. People will wreck cars. They will hit poles. As the ground gets damp from any storm, including this one, as it seeps in, as it soaks in, tree roots will give if there's the slightest breeze or a little bit of weight. So you get some ice in the canopy, even if it's not on the lines, you'll have some trees fall. We will have lines down. We will have people out of power tonight. And we will get to them as soon as we can. Just our hope is we're fighting what's on the ground and what's in the trees, and not additionally what's on the lines. Right now, it's hard to tell. I'm very hopeful. Watching your forecast and watching the temperatures, I hope when the real rain gets here throughout the night that the temperatures are very cold. And hopefully it falls as something snow, sleet, something solid that doesn't affect us. We have everybody on standby. Have not called them in yet. Point is, there's nothing for them to do. They would be expending their energy sitting in the warehouse, nervous, anxious, ready to get to work, eager even to get to work. And there's no point in that. We will have all management coming in at 12:30, and we will make calls basically on 10-minute increments after that as to what we do. If what I think is coming at 3 o'clock, we will have crews head this way at 2. The country roads are slippery. Major roads are somewhat passable. Lee County at this point, Itawamba County at this point, that will change. The country roads are slippery. Matt, I would just ask people, if you don't need to be out, stay home. Our guys have to be out in this. They're going to be working on the side of the road. They're going to be driving from A to B. And yeah, four-wheel drive truck gets you going great, but it doesn't stop you. Brakes don't work well on ice. So, sightseeing, we'll post pictures. I've asked my guys to send pictures. One, because it's very interesting, and two, everybody deserves to know what we're facing, what we're fighting, and what we see. We'll post them, and we'll show you. Don't go looking. If you need to go get warmth to a family member, please do. But if you don't have any reason to leave your house, stay home. And that will keep us safer. The generator tips, we've got them all over social media. So does every power company. You've done some stories.
And I was
on
going to ask you if you would be willing to give some brief generator tips here as well, because the safety of people at home is important. But generators improperly installed might make your life more comfortable, but could end somebody else's life, right?
Yes. So even the smallest of generator, if installed improperly, can backfeed a line. And you will hear a lot of people say, cut the main off. That'll protect you. The main only cuts the primary feed. It doesn't cut the neutral feed. If your house is wired properly, you hope that doesn't backfeed. You really need an experienced electrician and a transfer switch to make sure that can't backfeed. Additionally, if you have three-phase service to your house or more likely a business that would have three-phase service, that's extremely dangerous. Flipping the main is not the same as the disconnect. It is helpful. You should always do it. I would hope most people have gotten advice of an expert and have wired properly, or using extension cords and going outside the system where it can't backfeed. I want them to use generators. I want them to be safe. I want them to be warm. But the slightest risk could hurt our guys. And I'll tell you, so we normally have, I think, 4 to 5 right-of-way crews. Yesterday, we turned all of our fiber guys into 3 more right-of-way crews. Because the first thing for an ice storm is clear the trees, clear the lines. You can't build them back if trees are on them. So we've got as many people. We bought saws, we bought pole saws. And when we were telling them yesterday, they got a very quick lesson in what to do in an ice storm. First thing you do when you get out of the truck, listen for generators. And I said, everybody there needs to say generator. They need to say it to each other. They need to hear it. They need to know it. We will isolate the lines from the houses as best we can. We will isolate the lines as we work on them, and we will ground the lines, which prevents somebody from getting harmed. But there is always a chance that something gets missed under a limb, under a tree. Please be safe. Be sure, be certain. If you don't know, call your electricians today. They'll talk to you. They'll tell you. They can tell you what to do and how to do it. We're all here together. This is one community. We all want to work together. I want you warm. I want the power on as much as you do. But I want my guys to come into work on these dangerous conditions and go home to their families tonight or in the morning.
Absolutely. And they're going to work as hard as they can to restore the power. That's Scott Hendricks with the Tom Bigby Electric Power Association. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live with your great tips. Any final thoughts you want to add real quick?
No, right now I think that covers it. We're coming in the office as management at 12:30, and I don't intend upon going home as long as I've got men working. So if you need something more as this storm progresses, we'll be glad to get back on and do this again. We'll be here. We'll be at the command center, and we'll know what's going on. So I hope it's all about ice on the ground and cars bumping poles and nobody hurt. But we shall see. Thanks, Matt, for having us. Thanks for all you do to warn us, to protect us, and keep us informed. And we're going to do our best on all social media to do the same. If your power is out and it's on the outage map, we know. Don't call. On a normal storm that has 1,000 people out, we'll have 8,000 calls. I don't know who they are. They're friends of the neighbors, or they call 8 times. I'm not sure. But if we have a major outage now, say you have 20,000 people.
Oop, we lost Scott.
Sorry about that. She's over in Oxford. So that's what we're facing. If you see a line, a pole, a transformer, something broken, something dangerous, do call. We want to know. And bear with us. We've got all hands on deck. We've got our phone system, thanks to Tom Bigby Fiber phone system, able to answer from their homes. So we're going to keep most of our CSRs at home and have a lot of people answering the phones. We have a call center on duty. We will answer thousands of calls. We will not answer enough. And people get frustrated. I understand. But if you're just calling to say that the power's off or when's it going to be back on, look to our social media, look to our outage map. We know it's off. And we're going to get it back on as soon as we can, and we will give regular updates. As long as I have communication, we're going to do our best to keep you informed and be transparent about where we are and what we're doing. We want to get through this as soon as we can, just like you. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Scott. Scott Hendricks with the Tom Bigby Electric Power Association. I will give you guys, some extra credit on this. We talked yesterday in our contingency planning. If worse came to worse, we could come to your facility and broadcast live from there if we lose power for days and all my backups go out. So I appreciate you offering that opportunity for us to do that and being such a good partner. Thank you so much, and best of luck to you and your people. And our prayers are with them that they make it home at the end of this in just as good a shape as they are now. We know you guys are doing your best. Thank you so much. Scott Hendricks with the Tom Bigby Electric Power Association joining us here on Mississippi Live this morning. It has been pretty consistent kind of sleet sort of mix out in the Pontotoc area. And as we've kind of looked at this camera from a few different angles, again, with our partnership with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, again, looking down at the road itself, you can see, again, some white on the edges. I almost get more concerned when I'm looking at this and I don't see white on the roadways, because that means it's probably more freezing rain than it is sleet. So I'll take this a moment here to kind of zoom in down there closer to ground level, but it's certainly looking there we go, kind of coming in there. And as it kind of zooms down, still a lot of blacktop showing up on that shot there. And so that means probably a little less sleet than some other locations. We do have team coverage, so I'm going to bring in both our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, and our Maggie McCauley. Again, we are spread out across North Mississippi in different locations. So if there's some kind of catastrophic power failure one place, we can continue to broadcast otherwise. And so Gabe, Maggie, the pictures coming in, and Gabe's in particular that catches my eye because of the sleet accumulation you have there. Someone doing it right with the ruler into it to give us an idea on how much. And how much did they see and where?
Well, Matt, this report, of course, it matters, but where it's actually happening from, and you see in the background right there, that's a windshield wiper, and so this is going to be on top of a vehicle. And so that's still accumulation total in regards to ice and sleet, and that is correct. That's 1.5 inches of both, which is it's a lot. But what's going to be happening at the surface is going to be less accumulating totals because metal cools off quicker. And of course, with that sheet of freezing rain glazed over those vehicles, all of that sleet is just able to pile up on top of it. So these are going to be a little bit higher, but nonetheless still a report. And if you have any reports out there as well, could be on vehicles, could be on the ground, just know that there will be some variance in those numbers, but we will still gladly accept those and send those to the National Weather Service so they can better assess things going forward. But looking behind the scenes at some of the radar imagery, one of the things that I think we should look at is focus a little bit on Yalobusha County, because some of the heavier outputs of rainfall, sleet, freezing rain, however you want to call it, is moving right through Yalobusha County. And that kind of swath, that band that's moving right through Yalobusha County, extending into Pontotoc, and they're starting to get some heavier outputs. And that'll soon be in Lee County. And yes, I will be going live to go see what exactly is happening. So I'll have updates for that here in North Lee County once it moves into play. But I think that is something of note, because that could be an area where we see some increased totals here in the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. One of the things that I was going to say as well, behind the scenes, I stepped out to go look at what's happened outside. And it's calm right now. There's nothing happening, nothing falling from the sky. But remember what I mentioned earlier. There was that moisture that was basically melting that sleet and putting basically a puddle on the ground, or just that moisture right on top of the steps, on top of the concrete. And that actually is starting to refreeze the steps took one step on that. And if I thought it was slick this morning, then that's just impossible to step on. And so I basically had to sit down and slide my way down the steps in order to get off. And then once I headed over to the concrete platform, I'm looking at it right now. That is soaking wet. And that's scary because that means that it's about to refreeze because temperatures are still below freezing. That's that freezing rain potential we're talking about. It's going to look wet, but do not be deceived because all of that does refreeze and it's basically a sheet of ice. It could be quarter-inch thick, could be half-inch thick, could be an inch thick, all of which are going to be impactful, prevent travel, and like we talked about, you can get going. Stopping, good luck. So Matt, this is a few things that we're watching. I also do have a cord of lights out there, and it's something I'm watching as I head out each time is, is there any accumulation on it?
What did you say?
And
you have what?
Slightly. It's slightly, but it's there. And starting to get some of those to accumulate on those lines. Not going to be anything heavy just yet, but, kind of goes with those power lines as well. And so the more that builds on that, I expect the more to build on those lines. And of course, paying attention to that as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, here in Lee County, and then the monitoring that possibility also that maybe some of that sleet, if you do get it in that little lower area there, Maggie, on the windshield, sometimes the sleet, because it does bounce a little bit, can roll down the windshield as well. So it's not just what fell there, it's also kind of what rolled down into place. Looks like you got a little fellow there that...
Hey, another report, if we want to call it that, just kind of different. I guess they put their dinosaur outside, little plastic dinosaurs, what this looks like. This is in Boonville. Okay, this dinosaur is 3 inches, what they say. So this is at 8 a.m. Let's scroll up. 9:10 a.m. They're good with their times. Here we go. And then 10:39 a.m. So that just shows you, again, how fast we can see accumulation here. They were good with their math too. They told me, they said the dinosaur is 3 inches, so flat surfaces measuring 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch out here for the potential, again, of that sleet mixture adding up there in Boonville over in Prentiss County. So that's a little bit of a fun way to do it, I guess, if you want to put maybe one of your kiddos' toys outside. Again, that was at 8, and then we go up to almost 11, 10:39, and you can't even see the dinosaur's body anymore. So that's one way to do it, Matt, a different way to measure it, but still a report coming in, right?
I love it. You see, that shows how creative our viewers are. The most creative things will never come from us on TV. They will come from you because the collective thought process, there's a lot of misses and there's some hits. And I love that one there. I'm interested to see how that goes through the storm. Another shot here from the Blackland community. And Maggie, we'll check on some MDOT cams here in just a moment. And I do think we're going to take a brief break here for just a second and kind of reset things. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at 11 a.m. We'll be back reorganizing a couple things. Hopefully be able to get one of the sheriffs around the area to talk to us here in a moment. There's one we've kind of made some contact with. We'll try to get in contact with them to get you some more on-the-ground updates. That's coming up here in 60 seconds.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's time to save big at Room to Room's New Year's sale. Store-wide markdowns 50 to 70% off, no tax, 48-month special financing. It's a new year at Room to Room Furniture in Tupelo. There's no place like home.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at now 11:01. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our entire crew. We've been watching things since 6:30 in the morning. Well, we've been talking about them all week long. But the main thing we've been talking about here in the Room to Room Weather Center is ice. An ice storm underway. and this is a long fuse event. And I know that there are some folks here in the Golden Triangle that are going, yeah, no. Well, another heavier band is approaching in Ackerman. We're going to check out our camera there here in just a moment as we kind of check out what's happening all across the region. And we do have folks spread out all across North Mississippi. I'm here in the Tupelo area. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is kind of in northern Lee County. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley is in Senatobia in northwest Mississippi. And our Caleb Edelblue is in the Golden Triangle. We're all kind of monitoring this weather situation. We've typically started with Maggie, but I'm going to start this one instead with Caleb, because as wintry precipitation approaches your area, I know that highly likely that we probably have some folks there saying this is a non-thing so far. And it's not that it was expected to be something yet. It's expected to ratchet up as we go through the day, right?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. If you've been sticking with us this morning, you've seen that we've been primarily dry here in the Golden Triangle region. It was right when we started around 6:30, so like 30 minutes after, we started seeing some of that rain kind of move through a little band. But since then, already dried up, nothing really frozen over. We have cars still driving on South Montgomery, if I can get it flipped over in time. The conditions are still well here in Starkville, but it's just something like you just said, Matt, that this is something that's coming a little bit later in the day. And I mean, like I mentioned earlier, I mean, there's a state basketball game that just tipped off, I believe, at 11 o'clock. So people travel to the hump. People are hanging out there, and they will have to drive back after the game. So already seeing that band get closer and closer, just kind of wanting to make sure people take it seriously, even though we're not really seeing that yet, but it's something that will eventually start to affect us here in the Golden Triangle region.
It absolutely will. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblue watching things again. He's at home, which is where you should be. We are not traveling around the area. We are staying at our home locations to ensure that we're in good shape with this. So Caleb, looking at that at this moment, I do want to bring it back in here to show you some Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras in and around the Oktibbeha County area. And those roads look fine. The temperature's at 32. You've yet to really have a lot of precipitation move in at this time, but our next kind of heavier band is approaching. Again, you can see Starkville there, and as I kind of measure back to the west, we're looking at a distance here as we'll bring it back to the current time, and we get that measurement tool on there. So from Starkville, you know, we're about 30, 35 miles away where the next kind of band of sleet and something else is occurring. You might have seen on that initial camera there, and I'll pop up the camera on the west side of Starkville to show you this coming from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. But on this camera here, that temperature 32 in Starkville. So we're at the freezing point. It's possible that maybe we can force in more moisture and that goes up a degree or two before that next band arrives, and maybe we can keep it liquid. But I don't think it necessarily stays liquid through the whole event. Back closer to where that band of sleet, which is probably sleet and freezing drizzle, is moving through. Traffic still looking good, still at 32 in the Ackerman area. And farther back southwest, kind of into that band, which is sort of moving in and trying to figure out how much of that's getting down to the surface. We're 34 in Kosciuszko, so that largely melting before it comes in contact with the surface. In saying that, our camera there, I think on the Breezy News Tower, you can see how some of the roadways there looking a little bit dark, obviously covered in wet stuff. And we're hoping that's not wet ice at this point. Kosciuszko kind of in the zone there where there will be points in this where it's just be rain, where this will just be rain, and points where it will not just be rain. I'm going to bring in both Gabe and Maggie here for a second as they're looking at different things. Again, road conditions become a huge factor on what we're dealing with here. Again, our Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras, one way we're looking at that. Also, general road conditions over the whole area. Gabe, I think we'll start with those road conditions, and just a heads up, it does look as though we might have to tack that screen behind you a little bit, but we'll worry about that in a minute after this. Let's look at road.
Well, yeah, so road conditions right now, as you can see, icy conditions are really becoming more prevalent. Those reds showing more significant icing taking place. And we talked about the Natchez Trace corridor, guys. This is as lined up as it can get. I mean, that extends right across basically where the Natchez Trace is. And those more significant impacts well up there towards the northwest. South and east still questionable in regards to what exactly is reaching the surface. And as of right now, haven't gotten a ton of reports for folks out there in the Golden Triangle and down south, except for Caleb, of course, letting us know that pretty much nothing. But with those extra bands moving in towards Kosciuszko, expect some of these road conditions to update and potentially result in some of that mixture, potentially some of those icier conditions to get into Attala County. I'm hopeful that's not the case. As Caleb was mentioning, our Bulldogs, yes, I said our Bulldogs, the whole team. Actually, Matt, you're an honorary Bulldog. We established that. But yeah, Bulldogs tipping off at 11 a.m. and they're going to be playing against Vanderbilt. And so folks driving in from Tennessee, folks also driving in from all across Mississippi to enjoy the game, both of which going to have hazardous commutes. So we are saying a prayer for everybody, just that they'll stay safe. I want to note our Ethan Foster was going to go to the game, and he was weather aware, decided that he was not going to go. So I'm very proud of Ethan, and I think more people should have followed suit, especially if you live north of Starkville and have to drive that way back once that game finishes.
I appreciate that, Gabe. And I would consider myself both an honorary Rebel as well as Bulldog there. I stay agnostic on that. I'm not declaring a side on that one there. Kansas fan, and that's been the biggest blessing because I don't have to make half of the people to watch us mad as far as that's concerned. So appreciate that, Gabe. I cheer for both sides, and I can get away with it because I'm not a part of it. Roads wet but not icy in, well, I don't know. I honestly don't know for sure in Winona whether or not these are icy roads, because this could be what freezing rain looks like. It's glossy. It looks primarily wet. Luckily, nobody's really chancing it. This is our camera with North Mississippi Storm Chasers there in Montgomery County. Unfortunately, our Greenwood camera is not working right now, but if we go back to Greenville, those roads continue to degrade at this time. Still a few vehicles out there. Looks like that's going to take a second to update and bounce around a little bit. One of the concerns, if this were to go all the way to the bad end of the spectrum, is going to be that northwest wind, that north wind at about 15 miles per hour. Our low pressure center developing overhead. The reason that's a problem is because that means that there's going to be some inaccuracies on how far the moisture moves in, or not moisture, the warm air moves up, and how that kind of affects things. But I do want to go to our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, who has been watching the Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras and also looking at other pictures related to what's going on here. And we'll look at those cameras, I think, here in a second to kind of give you a live look at some road conditions. Again, northwest Mississippi, where things have had the biggest problems to this point here. And certainly looking at some of those pictures there, Maggie, what are you seeing folks, showing up with?
Yeah, I want to show this first. This is over in Hernando. This is, again, MDOT traffic camera within Hernando. This is up in DeSoto County. And you can just see things continuing there. I'm making sure I have it on play, and I do, but kind of stopped ever since I started talking about it, but still could see continual sleet happening over in DeSoto County, continuing to come down. I saw a few people walking out and about on this road as well. But again, this is in the town of Hernando. Roadway is just not looking great at all up in DeSoto County, and still not looking great overall. The good news is I haven't seen a lot of people out on these roadways, but definitely slick up in the north and western corner of the state. Want to show you a few cameras as well, as I'm going to kind of zoom in here to show you a better look. This is a different part of the state. This was sent in to me. This is Walnut looking at 72. And again, from Chasey Nelms on Highway 72. So this is Walnut looking at 72 up there. And I mean, just covered in what's a wintry mixture is what I will call that. And overall, she said the road is solid ice. So lots of ice happening, especially in the northern half of our state right now, even the northern half, I think, of our coverage area. I know it hasn't gotten to the Golden Triangle region yet, but Alcorn County, Prentiss County, we talked to people from there as well, into northwest Mississippi, DeSoto County, here in Tate County. I can step outside and tell you conditions are not great to be getting out and about on, and continuing to worsen, just like this look over in Walnut as well. So these are the looks outside. Again, we'll continue to bring you pictures of what's going on across the area, so you don't have to get out and about and see them. And again, we encourage you not to, as well, as we've seen multiple incidents happen already early this morning. So continuing to bring you everything we know, Matt. Just not great look out on the roadways at all by any means.
Yep, absolutely. Where it has fallen, it has been fairly significant. I do see some folks here on social media talking about different things that they have submitted. We will look at some of those here in a second. We'll kind of look through some of the pictures. I can kind of plot that out on a map. Join the conversation. I was hoping it would have that on there. Again, appreciate Room to Room for sponsoring us here on Mississippi Live Weather, our weather center. You'll see their logo pop up below me here for a moment, kind of showing off that. Mentioning between Calhoun City and Big Creek, not much happening. We're hoping that warm air is going to win at some point, but we're kind of in a little bit of a lull there. I'm on the wide shot to show you that we have a long ways to go in this event. The next wave, and there will be multiple waves that come in, the next wave back out toward Texas, we're looking at power outages, and in some cases that are fairly significant out there, where we show some of the Louisiana, 6,500 customers in that county out, about 5,000 there. Again, those numbers will continue to increase. In some cases, just maybe a better comparison than this, looking at the numbers, let's look at the percentage of people out in some of those counties, and that's kind of the concerning thing. You have some counties out there west of Shreveport, southwest of Shreveport, where almost a quarter of the residents are without power at this time here. So that's not a good sign. But that is important because that is where our next kind of wave of this is coming from. As I plot on here kind of our we need to do a little bit of wider analysis because we've been talking for a while about this. I'm going to show a 6-hour surface analysis loop. And you'll notice that that is part of kind of the next big band that's coming in, right? So if I kind of show you where it initially was on this, back out there, into Texas, this wave is kind of the icing band that's moving toward us right now and is really just now getting to the Mississippi River. So our next band of what is clearly ice and snow now is on the way. And there's more behind this. Again, there's just more in this storm system all the way back into Texas and New Mexico and really back toward the West Coast. Because the thing is we have this upper level storm system all the way down there near the Baja of California. Oops, dragged it too far. Give me a moment to kind of get this organized. The system does not like it when I put all this stuff on at the same time. Again, appreciate Mama Justice for sponsoring our Mama Justice Doppler radar. But this system back out here toward the Baja of California is just sending out wave after wave after wave of moisture and energy. And as each of those waves make it into our area, we see an influx in the wintry precipitation. And so we have multiple waves. Honestly, we have more waves than we know coming because it's hard to nail that down because these kind of patterns, I would say this ice storm somewhat similar and very dissimilar at the same time to, the snow jam situation that happened back in Alabama and Georgia about a decade ago. In that was what we call channeled vorticity, where you just have these little waves that move through as opposed to just one solid storm system. And so that's one of the things that makes this challenging as to how it plays out, is knowing exactly which of these waves, is it the one near El Paso? Is it the one that's going over Texas now? Or is it the one that's back toward Louisiana and, moving into West Mississippi? They're all impactful as they move toward us over the next 24 plus hours. So power outages will probably increase as this line moves toward us, though it is encouraging to say that we don't have as many power outages out there in southern Arkansas and northern Louisiana. That tells me maybe that it's cold enough here that more of this next wave is sleet as well. Sleet is kind of our best case scenario with how this plays out. I'm going to bring Maggie back in here. I tried to get that picture on. I don't know if I was able to get it on here a few minutes ago. Again, looking at your picture there, that is, well, tell me about what you're looking at.
It's County Road 7200 in Blackland, Mississippi. This is up in Prentiss County. And I wanted to show it because it shows what the back roads are looking like, right? The county roads, the not main roads that we see traveled, like our highways and our interstates across the area. This is, again, one of those county roads that's just looking like a lot of slush this morning, a lot of accumulation on it in terms of that wintry mix, and just not great. That's what your back roads are looking like for a majority of us this morning. And that's why we're saying stay off of them if you can. These are those roads as well that a lot of us live on, right? Our neighborhood roads. That's what's going to be worse and less traveled. So even if you're trying to get out, your most hazardous travel could be out of your own really road, and then your neighborhood road as well, your driveway. That's the word I was looking for. Your driveway and then into your neighborhood roads. As always, make sure to let us know what you're seeing out here on the comments. We're going to try to also answer any questions you have, people replying of what they're seeing. I've seen a lot of people saying they're still seeing sleet coming down. Yeah, we're still seeing it. We're going to see it for a while.
I'm telling you, every sleet report that comes in, I feel better about our situation. Because, honest to God, I feel better about our situation with every sleet report. That means the depth of the cold air, dear God, might save us. I mean, it was probably interesting. You heard you heard Scott Hendricks with the Tom Bigby Electric Power Association say hoping for colder, right? And as he said that, I was like, was that kind of like a slip? I got to thinking about it. He's not wrong. If we can get it colder and we can get it sleet primarily, at least for him, that improves things up here, Leadawamba County, which is kind of his zone here. But colder would then increase the odds of freezing rain farther south, because there will be a freezing rain band that sets up where icing causes power outages and stuff like that. Colder benefits folks farther north and does not when you get out here closer to Chickasaw County, Monroe County, back out toward Webster County and Montgomery County. Colder does not work for you. And we're going to have warmer air start to come in the next few hours here. But again, a lot of reports in different ways, and just so many reports as I show you here across North Mississippi. This is using our Mississippi Live Weather app. I'll pop up the chat, but I'll also at the same time pop up over what's at the bottom of QR codes. If you would like to download our app, certainly we encourage you to do that. These are all the places where we've had reports of pictures coming in so far today. I got to fix what's behind me. Apologize for that. There we go. These are all the reports of pictures and things that you have sent in so far today. They've been a lot of them pretty significant. I think this back here toward North Junction on the north side of Pontotoc that I'm trying to get to pop up, and I think it was this batch here. Let's see if that's the right one. Nope. I'm gonna have to go back to our gallery on that. So give me a moment, because I like this idea. This coming from Tiffany in the Pontotoc area, trying to put a tarp over top of the window there to be able to get the ice off of it. But you also want to lift up those windshield wipers if you can, because that would then make it to where you would be able to, what's the word I'm looking for here? I mean, they just wouldn't freeze down to it. And when you're done, it's going to be hard to get the door open. Don't break your door handle, but you can kind of lift that off, sort of peel that off of there. So kind of a good idea. One of the things my dad taught me growing up, doing something along those lines. Ice on the windshield here. This is the Midway just south of Iuka, and again, this is on a vertical surface. I believe that's vertical surface. Looks like some kind of a bus, or looks like a bus window, honestly, or maybe like a van window. But that's a pretty good coating of ice up there in the Midway community, up there in a northern Tishomingo County. And I'm going to look closer here at a few things, and even if it's an older image or two, I think it's worth our time to look at Yalobusha and Lafayette County, and some of the pictures coming in from some of those folks. Taylor, let's check here. See, that's earlier. That's 8:50 a.m. That one is 10:10. It's about an hour ago. Go ahead and look at that there. Southwest Lafayette County kind of covered up roadways. All these sent in, submitted using the Mississippi Live Weather app. So you download it there. You can submit your pictures. Okay, that was what we're looking at there. Let's look at the Oxford area. A couple of these around town, different parts of town there. Gary showing kind of a road that's sort of covered up somewhat. Same thing with their from JT. Just kind of looking. This one again, some ice again accumulating there on some of the roadways sent in by CB. Again, I'm not showing all these big, and we might show some of them big it up a little here in a minute. Stephen, again, but even the concrete there starting to kind of freeze up a little bit. Winning the interesting picture category. Let's go ahead and check out you got there? Okay. Is that real? Okay, I think we're back here. So this is my local computer. This is not going to be as pretty. I can't do as many things. For the folks, for the rest of my folks behind the scenes, you know how I believe sometimes God says it's time to wrap things up? I think for you guys, what we're going to do, Caleb, Maggie, Gabe, I do think we'll probably kind of shut you guys down, give you guys a break here. I know we've been going since 6:30 in the morning. Let's go ahead and take a break for you guys. I'll probably keep it going here for just a minute. This should be a better stream and should be working right, and I will see if I can get the main stream back up and going. That came out of nowhere last night, so hopefully we can get that fixed. But this is one of the many redundancies that we were working on yesterday, where I completely took our studio downtown Tupelo out of the mix. So I'm coming right from my computer here at my house, right to the app from there. So that means can't run commercials at this moment, can't do some other things. I could probably hack my way into going to Caleb and Maggie and Gabe. There are ways I could probably pull that off, but instead I'm going to say, y'all three, if you can hear me, y'all are done for a while. If we get more significant icing in the afternoon, we'll start things back up and we'll do that. But I'm going to keep going here for a little bit. I'm going to see if we can kind of figure out that stream issue, and then we'll figure it out from there. I might have to just kind of restart the whole thing. If I have to restart it, you're going to have to refresh your vMix call. So just be aware of that. I'm probably going to end up restarting the program, and then you'll have to restart your vMix call, unfortunately. So let me save what we're at on the system, and I will kind of start that reboot. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpalm. Mama Justice Doppler radar, as it has all day, continuing to show increasing quantities of icing. This is just looking at the closest radar site. If I put on kind of the national perspective on this, the national U.S. radar, you can see we are at the beginning of something more significant. And unfortunately, I can't pop up your chat, but I can read it behind the scenes here. It's now clear on Facebook, and it should be all cleared up on the app as well. So we're all kind of good to go on all those sorts of things. Again, appreciate everybody, and good. All my folks, they all checked out for a minute, which makes me happy, because now, I don't feel so bad with, just completely going nonstop with them. We at least give them a little break. So things will get a little bit more informal here for a minute while I'm kind of rebooting my system back at the station to see if we can get that stream to clean up a little bit more. But send in your information, and do continue to send in your pictures, because that kind of stuff I can still control here from behind the scenes at my house. I have the ability to do that. And I'm not going to show a ton of these pictures, but I am going to show some of them when you have some cozy pets staying warm. Jay Horton sending this shot here of one of them enjoying the cozy. I love it. This shot coming in. Appreciate her for sharing that. I think it was her. Give me a moment. I need to also change something on my screen so I can actually see what you guys are seeing. Just give me just a second to do that. And I'm going to show a couple other pictures here in a moment, but I'm going to get my switcher back at the station back up and going. So a few other things. This is one that I'm going to have to watch closely here. This is Sticking to the Trees in Robbs, Mississippi. Let's map it. Let's show it. Let's give folks an idea where we're looking at. That, of course, is going to be the southwest corner of Pontotoc County. This is concerning. So these pictures here, let's kind of pop them up. This, at least one of the shots of it starting to stick to some of the trees. That's not good. This is that freezing rain, icing sort of situation that we did not want to see. And unfortunately, it looks like it is starting to take shape there on some of the pine trees in Pontotoc County. Somebody who's watching us right now will probably pick up more than an inch of ice on surfaces like that. I'm hoping it's not Pontotoc. I'm hoping it's nobody. I'm hoping we're wrong. I'm hoping it's all sleet. But it won't be. It's going to be freezing rain, and these pine trees could be the ones that have a lot of branches broken off of them. This is Rob's Road. This is, you know, close to the Pontotoc area where that is. See if we can get the other shot here that he had kind of pulled up there. And again, you can see they're starting to look more white, right? They're looking kind of like that Christmas tree. It's like, oh, it's a flocked Christmas tree. But I will say it's also primarily, I guess it does make sense to be primarily on the upper side of some of those. But one way or another, that's looking a little bit more rough. And I need to see. Hold on. I need to know, is it still working okay on the app? Would you double check? Would you double check me on that? Because yeah, I think that's still good. My connection back to the station is I think the issue on that. We'll go ahead and keep all those in there as that reboots. I think that might have lost its connection to our switcher. Give me a moment, or to the main system. Give me just a second here. Yeah. Okay. So I need to. Luckily, we're on live, so I'll tell you right now, I can't actually, I believe it or not, I can't switch it back to the 24-hour channel if I wanted to. Call Ben Luna. I'm going to make it to where we, you know, at least have that functionality, because sometimes that happens from time to time. Hey, buddy, sorry to bug you. I lost my VNC to be able to get into the Mac server, which I know has probably been an issue for some other folks today. That my vMix server downtown has locked me out, but that's fine. The stream is glitching, so we'll get that worked out. But I'm still kind of live, so I'm gonna keep doing that for a little bit here. But wanted to just see if you could get that VNC thing. Sorry. You're fine. Everything good up there? Do you want to come on and talk for a minute about what you're doing up there in Tennessee? Okay, I'll send you the link. Okay, bye. That was Ben Luna, who is the managing meteorologist for the folks up at Tennessee Valley Weather. They are a partner of us, part of the National Weather Network, a network of independent broadcasters, weather broadcasters from around the country. And, you know, they're kind of on the other end of this event and all the issues that could go along with that. So I just sent him the link so he can join us hopefully here in a minute. And we'll see if I can get the stream to behave better back there at the broadcast facility, see if it'll come on and play nice with us. Let's see here. I'll put you on something. I'm sorry, I should have, a long time ago, I probably should have gone back to radar, because that actually has some information there. A lot of people still on the roads there in Golden and Red Bay watching in Corinth. Thank you so much for watching. Again, support those sponsors that support us here on Mississippi Live. Again, Mama Justice, one of the big ones here is about, I mean, investing a significant amount of money in our organization so that we can bring you the best technology and coverage of winter weather, severe weather, all different types of weather. It does look like our stream is a little bit better, a little bit more healthy. So hopefully that continues to be the case. I'm going to get the title. There's a lot of things. So when I would toss to somebody else, I would be working on something. And let me put my phone back on a mute. And let's go. So this would be ATEOROOOGIST. Okay, I'm going to get Ben Luna's thing, because I do want his analysis on this here in just a moment. So I'll have Ben on with me in just a second here as he's kind of connected. Hopefully, assuming my stream back air works fine, and I'm going to get you switched back over to the mainstream. So give me just a moment to get that all up and ready to go. So it will kind of jump on us for a moment when that happens. So bear with me. I'm going to get some behind the scenes here fixed. So again, trying to kind of fix problems while I'm in front of camera. I'm sorry that we have to kind of go through and do some of that, but sometimes that is the case. So we'll talk to Ben here in just a moment as I'm going to kind of switch things back over to our mainstream case. So we'll talk to Ben here in just a moment as I'm going to kind of switch things back over to our mainstream back at the TV station, and hopefully it doesn't do the glitchy thing again. Okay, I'll wave my hand. We'll see if we're back live. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Sorry about that. So that went glitchy again. I'm thinking, Ben, here, the problem is my stream is like glitching in and out hardcore, and I don't really know what. This is the same issue I had last night. I'm going to do an even more stripped down version of, man, I need to think about this. I probably need a full system reboot, and that's just asking for trouble. But if we're going to do it, we need to do it sooner as opposed to later. Ben, I'm going to be able to hear you behind the scenes. I'm going to bring you on where I can hear you behind the scenes. I want to talk through this with you if I can. Okay, first off, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
I can. So my stream is glitching hardcore out of the main server there. I mean, it's vMix, and we know how you feel about vMix. But it's when I first asked them.
I'm going to vMix this year, so.
This is the first time this has ever happened like this, and it's just really weird. It's doing these log files where it tells me there's some buffer issue. I don't know if it's just running out of resources or that's near full. Man, I don't know.
Is it from the main studio and everything is routed in there?
So right now, I'm running it off my laptop at home, straight to the Mac server. Yes.
Yes.
So that is fine. It is the stream coming off of vMix going to the Mac server that is just not happy.
Yes. Yes. There's something. Obviously, I think it's on that side of the server. We think. Because if everything is going good here, with it routed through your laptop, then it may be an internet issue at the main studio.
Okay, then what I need to do is I'm gonna trigger a rework of my I'm gonna reboot my router there, so I'm gonna lose connection to all the pretty stuff for folks behind the scenes, and we'll go back to pictures, and I'll keep Ben on for a minute. But first off, Ben. I hope folks at home can hear you, and they can hear. Yeah, they can hear him. Okay, I'm gonna turn my volume up, maybe to an excessive level here at the house, just so that folks can hear you. And I'll pull up pictures. We can make this all work at the same time, right? Pat my head and tap my belly. Is that what we're supposed to do? Rub the belly. Yeah, see, no one can see. You're doing it. You're doing a great job. I'm not sure I'm gonna be as great. Okay. So I'm going to make everything unhappy, and I'm going to trigger a reboot of some of my networking equipment back there. So I want to do both. Probably, I'm going to assume I want you think both the switch and see, when I did a speed test on it, I honestly think it's in vMix. I think that there's something about the computer. I think it's unstable. I think it needs a restart. I could be wrong.
I would just restart. If you're going to take it and run it from your home studio 4-bit, I would just restart everything. I would do before things really, I mean, obviously they're deteriorating now, but I would take this as an opportunity to do a complete timeout, reset, and just handle it from your place for a bit.
Well, I think I'm going to need to physically go down there because I have, and before I can't, because one of the problems with my switcher is it gives me an error about some fan or something like that, and it's post up, and I'm worried that it gets stuck on that before I'm able to get in and do something with it. So I'm going to have to physically run down there. So
Okay.
I appreciate that. I might call you here in a minute, but before this gets too terribly bad here, I need to get that figured out. Unfortunately, we have another band coming in, and the likelihood of this causing some issues is increasing pretty dramatically. It's possible if I rip everything out of this scene that perhaps it will work if I just kind of rip everything that we're not for sure using out of the scene. I don't know. We'll see. It needs a reboot. Man. What can you do, right?
Drew's sending you a link for a B-roll. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
I appreciate you. Hopefully we'll talk to you here in a minute.
you're very welcome. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. And for folks at home, we're going to go ahead and shut this live stream down here. I need to go down there while I'm sure that I can get away with kind of making this better. I need to go down there and do that so that we make sure that this thing reboots properly. So anyway, appreciate everyone for watching us. Like, subscribe, do all the things. Freezing Rain, Winona continuing to increase. We'll restart a stream coming up here in just a little bit. And appreciate Room to Room and all the other folks for sponsoring us here on Mississippi Live Weather. And Mitchell Cunningham Bowling, as you can see, sponsor this camera. So many folks that if you go to msliveweather.com, you can see those folks. We're going to go ahead and stop this down, and we're going to kind of restart things back there, make sure we are good before we are sure that we can't get back in. And we'll see y'all here in a little bit.